easy for the young master to exchange such a great victory at the cost of one pass. Dongyang Pass was originally meant for you to let go. If that's the case, I should inform Wenshuan not to resist with all my might or ask him to withdraw first. Gun leader. Since he is that identity, he is naturally not someone to be fooled by. He has a mysterious face and is the leader, so there is a reason for him to come. We cannot let him see the flaws. The mysterious face is really. There are plenty of talents here. I beg your pardon? Do you know what you're talking about when our ancestor didn't come back? Our ancestor is a celestial being of the barbarians. Tuoba's condemnation. A barbarian heavenly being who has lived for hundreds of years and is known for his combat power was defeated by a Central Plains heavenly being who has a lifespan of less than 100 years and has no fighting power, and you don't have to put on such an appearance. I think you should also be aware of what these heavenly beings are planning, so you might as well put your hope in me. Put it on you, devil. I might as well commit suicide. The barbarians will never hand it over to you. Don't hand it over to me. Do you have any other heirs? If so, tell me and I'll find a way to kill him. And before, there was Tuoba Fun, who was a celestial being who had lived in the barbarians for hundreds of years. Now, I guess he probably won't be able to come back. Can you tell me if I were to be promoted to celestial being at this time? As the only celestial being among the barbarians and carrying imperial bloodline, why are you holding me down as a mere barbarian king? Do I still need your authorization? The barbarians, the elders, and the council of elders will naturally put the crown on my head. The only saint, etc. Did you also participate in the incident with our ancestors? I can't say this recklessly, after all, I have never done anything harmful to the barbarians except killing your children and brothers. On the contrary, I have been benefiting the barbarians. What do you really want to do? With the upcoming battle heading north, what are you up to at this time? I knew you Central Plains people, especially your despicable mother. Tuoba-san, have you forgotten the last time you insulted my mother? I deposed you. What? Have you forgotten that you are just a broken mirror, while I am the peak of broken mirrors? If I really want to kill you, I can do it any time. Wang, are you okay? Your Highness, 10 years have passed, and the barbarians know your grievances and that they are sorry for you. Therefore, no matter how much you have done over the years, no one has blamed you. That's because I'm strong, that's because my mother taught me to be strong. Tuoba-san killed you like this, it's just cheap. You wait for me. Waiting for me to be promoted to heaven and man, waiting for me to take over all the rights of the barbarians, then I will slowly retaliate against you. Lock up this lunatic for me. Put him in the dungeon and lock him up with black iron. Don't let him come out again until the end of the war, preferably never let me see him again. This demon should never have been born in the first place. Your Highness is still your bloodline, the future heavenly being of my barbarian tribe, and perhaps even the strongest heavenly being. Are you still? You only saw his goodness, but didn't you see his hatred towards the barbarians? So you're not afraid that he will destroy the barbarians? Unable. I saw the prophecy that he is the Lord of Zhongxing, and without him, the barbarians will decline and perish. Mangchuan Barbarian Elder. You have said this sentence no less than 100 times. If it weren't for this prophecy, I would definitely have killed him, and it's better if this prophecy is true, otherwise it will be him who destroys the barbarians. It's just that we've been arguing for years without any results, so we'll leave his matter to the elders. If one day the prophecy changes, please tell me and let me kill him myself. As for the present, the barbarians cannot give up this opportunity. The king of Chu died in battle, the great Qian was in turmoil, and there were witches acting as insiders in the middle. This time, it's our turn to conquer the Central Plains. Even in times of war, the Elder's house will fully support you. As for the whereabouts of the third-generation barbarian king who was taken away by Qin Tian, you don't need to worry. Heavenly beings can only intervene with the power of divine calculation, and even if there is a heavenly prince, he can do so. I will never place hope on him. Order the entire army to head north. Is this Yangjio? This game in Dongwa is making me tremble. Who would dare to underestimate Yangjio like this? Unexpectedly achieved such a level of calculating heaven and man. How is this possible? And it also helps us figure out who Yangjio, a barbarian celestial being, is. No wonder Father is so guarded against the Yang family. Looking at the emperors of all dynasties, there have been such courtiers, and how many of them can sleep in the court? Not afraid of generals who have made great military achievements, nor of wise ministers who are supported by the people. What the emperor truly fears is the Yang family, a minister who can control the world and never lose. Yang Yuan's plan for Kyoto has already amazed people. Yang Jiodong's situation is even more frightening, but fortunately, Dong's cunning leader is also a stunning genius. So what we need to do now is to defeat the barbarians and seize control of the central plains. The current situation is only as clear as I can see. The Crown Prince, who is now the Emperor, fully supports the Eastern Territory. Although there was a gap between us and Yang Yuan, we still pinned our hopes on the Yang family's Eastern Territory. The people from the Eastern Factory were all sent to Yang Jio's fake death situation, forcing the Qin king to go west and pacify the western regions, while I blocked the barbarians heading north in the Southern Territory. It is said to be a three-front battle, but in fact, the power of the princes has been used for various reasons to resist the enemy. So whoever calms down their own troubles first will be able to take over Kyoto first. Yang Gong, are you using this method to elect a new emperor? If that's the case, then we can just give up the southern border and take over Kyoto, right? Not to mention, I don't even want to do this. If I give up the south and gain the throne, I don't even bother to do it. Just say that the country is currently in danger due to the Third Front War. Can you guess the consequences of anyone abandoning their own front and launching internal strife? The country disappeared in an instant, and the throne disappeared. It is said that abandoning the people caused the eternal curse of the country's demise. Who can afford it? I can't afford the Crown Prince, I can't afford the King of Qin, let alone the Prince of Qin. So it seems that we are still in Yang Yuan's chessboard. Yang Yuan's game is really too big, too big. Is there anything wrong with it? Previously, the country was in turmoil, with princes seizing the throne and external enemies constantly emerging. The situation was already on the verge of collapse, even though I am now sitting on the throne. I couldn't solve these current difficulties either, but Yang Gong did. Not only did he do it, but he also did it so admirably that no one could do it better than him. Nowadays, all the turmoil comes from the suspicion of the emperor, but the suspicion of the emperor comes from the Yang family. Now it is the Yang family who have once again solved the current predicament. It is truly a failure for the Yang family to succeed. Your Highness, the Yang family ascended to the throne. Can you tolerate a courtier like the Yang family? At least the current situation is in my best interest, isn't it? Among all the princes, I am the only one guarding the border. The war to establish the emperor is in my best interest. As for what happened after ascending to the throne, the Yang family are all smart people who know what to do. Your Highness, the scout in front has reported seeing the banner of the barbarian king. The main force of the barbarians has come to kill. Good to come. I've been waiting for them for a long time. Cough cough, junior brother. Do you know what you're doing? Meng Xianji, a gentleman from the Xia Academy, takes half a step to reach the heavenly realm. If this continues, the secular royal family will not tolerate you, nor will heaven and man. Senior brother, I thought you would spend your whole life like that old monk from the western regions. I will never step out of the door until I achieve my goal. Now that you're trapped in Kyoto, even if you want to see me, I can't see you anymore. I'll have to come down the mountain to see you. With your dragon aura, I have a way to save your life. Why don't I? Senior brother, you are not good at dispersing my dragon chi, not to mention that I still have the power to do so. Even if one day I need to retire after achieving success, I cannot use the courage you have accumulated in your lifetime to exchange for a free body for me. If I had known about your temperament, it would have been me who came down from the mountain to save the world, and you stayed at Jixia as a gentleman. Both master and you should be aware that I acknowledge Jixia's knowledge, but I cannot remain indifferent to Jixia's actions in times of chaos. And since I was young, I was arrogant and talented. Since I have a body of knowledge, I naturally have to do something for the world to let it know how stunning and unparalleled my Yang Yuan is. And the most important thing, senior brother, if you were to come down the mountain, you wouldn't be able to do better than me, or in the face of such a situation, who could do better than me, Yang Yuan? If you're already old, then it's better to leave it for your son. I came here to ask you for a way out. First, calculate all the princes as enemies of the country, making the mighty princes your pawns, and then unite with your son to calculate heaven and man. Don't tell me that behind what your son did in the East, there was no trace of you. How much does he know about heaven and man? If it weren't for your help and advice, I wouldn't believe it. Even if I were to provide advice and strategies, I would still need an outstanding son to take action and strategize. My son is much stronger than when I was young, and I can't even compare to him now. I know you have a good son, but you don't have to be like this, do you? It's just that during today's turmoil, people are constantly emerging. Anyone with some insight should know that something must have happened or that someone is pushing something behind the scenes. So the game between me and Xiao Jiao in the Eastern Realm was actually to force out the celestial being behind it. In our family, we have always had good relationships with some celestial beings, otherwise we really don't know where we came from. No matter what your purpose is, your layout has already stirred up the conflict between heaven and man. The black hand behind that third-generation barbarian king will never let you go, and these neutral heavenly beings will not have any good senses towards you. You mortals stirring up the conflict between heaven and humanity, there will always be those who cannot tolerate this face. They will always find it back. And even if heaven and man are like this, these princes will not be able to accommodate you no matter which one of them ascends to the throne after knowing your calculations. After doing so many things, regardless of failure, even if you succeed in all of them, you will end up with nothing. How could we achieve nothing? If we become a heavenly being, we cannot stir up the world at will. The world will be peaceful, and many great officials will be spared from war. The people will live and work in peace and contentment. Senior brother, when I was studying under Master Jixia, my first lesson was that the knowledge of a scholar is all about doing something for the world, isn't it? Could it be that these words are all used by your father and son to deceive us students and promote enrollment? TSK Mengxian, your family is too dangerous. Please refund my tuition fees quickly. What are you talking about? We're not the Tianji Pavilion, we're a serious academy. At our age, why aren't we as stable as when we were young? Senior brother, at my age, how many others can make me speak like this? It's just a misunderstanding. Let's keep talking about you. When you went down the mountain, your master said that people like you can achieve great things and it's difficult to end up in a good way. You have already done enough now. 20 years ago, my younger siblings lost all their martial arts skills to assist Ming Jun in suppressing the internal turmoil and accompanying you. The young lady of the Jinbei Wanfu in the past was so graceful and outstanding, and now you still. You can't talk about this over tea. Especially the fact that Ruru lost her martial arts skills 20 years ago, she is also the biggest knot in my heart. The whole Kyoto knows about it. Even the North knows how harmful this matter is to us, so no one mentions the softness of the past. Even people who don't know about this think that Ruru is just a spoiled young lady. Even Ruru herself has almost forgotten her past charm and turned herself into the person she is today. Since you don't want to mention me, I naturally won't make you sad. This passage is just to tell you that there are some things that cannot be forced, so you can withdraw when necessary. The current situation is developing according to your expectations. The best choice now is to leave with me and return to Jixia. As for my noble spirit, I am content to seek a good ending for you. Senior brother, I told you that I haven't finished my work yet, so I won't waste your courage in vain. Even if we don't talk about Ruru, but about your son, have you considered his position after all the things you've done? He doesn't even need me to think because my son is not that weak. He knows what I want to do, and I know what he wants to do. I only finished what I did and he went to do what he did, that's all. Why are you suffering like this? I just don't know how to persuade you to come down the mountain this time. Since you don't want to go back with me, no matter what happens in the future, remember that you are also someone with a senior brother. Although Jixia cannot move, senior brother can at least be considered a celestial being, and he is also a celestial being under Jixia. Half-step heavenly beings, who are not even considered as pseudo-heavenly beings, are also called heavenly beings. The peak of broken mirrors is only half a step away from heaven and man. Can 1 out of 100 broken mirror peaks take that half step? As for this half of my step, it's either unwilling or unable. What other thoughts do you have in your lifetime, an old bachelor, besides begging for a few more years to live? I really don't have the heart to become a heavenly being, because Roro doesn't have that possibility. Even if I live alone for hundreds of years, what's the point? I've heard about what happened to you in Dongwa. It was me who didn't do a good job in the follow-up work at Dongyang Pass. This time, it was my dereliction of duty. It doesn't matter, the demon-faced Kuei has never been an easy person to deal with, and this time I've done everything I wanted to do. The demon-faced Kuei has been in pain for a while, and the Eastern War has just begun. The layout of the Eastern Kingdom led to the fall of heaven and man in Yaoyang, and the death of the Yaoyang Emperor. The Yaoyang Kingdom even experienced a battle between heaven and man. From this perspective, Yaoyang should not have had much deterrent power, and even no longer be powerful to the Eastern countries. However, but they single-handedly broke through Dongyang Pass, which several allied forces were unable to capture. This move is enough to re-establish their authority within the coalition, and their credibility will be higher than before. Not bad, almost all members of the Yaoyang royal family have died, leaving only the mysterious and arrogant leader. Yaoyang has never taken the throne again, and there are internal conflicts and particularly concentrated power. Although there were losses this time, from the results, it seems that I didn't expect to achieve a win-win situation on the battlefield, but Dongfang Cheng is indeed an interesting opponent. Alright, let's go in. Qian Zhan and the people from the East Factory are here. We must meet them, and Qian Zhan must be going to challenge me. What's the point of making it difficult? Money wars are not. Actually, I also have a little bit of thought in mind, which others may easily overlook, but he definitely won't. Everyone, Dongyang, Guanyaoyang has taken it down. I should have secured my position as the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, right? Ha ha ha, this is natural. Tianchao naturally supports the crown prince, not the current Prince Yaoyang sitting in this position. There's just one thing I'm not quite sure about, which is that Yaoyang actually has a heavenly being. It's something that makes Tianchao feel uneasy. Uncle Sure, now that our eastern country is at war with Dakian, I don't want to waste my energy on internal conflicts anymore. Now I want to be honest and tell everyone that the celestial being in Yaoyang will never protect him, and the celestial being is not as friendly as everyone here imagines. The most important thing is that the celestial being is already dead. And my father, my brothers and sisters also died in the hands of Yangjio. I can say that I will fight against Yangjio in this war. These things, As for Uncle Sure, under your rule, my cunning face has been completely dealt a blow. Not to mention, everyone knows that the business alliance is Yangjio's tool for making money. He doesn't know how much intelligence and food he received from you, and you also have plans to replace me. Wait, King Yaoyang, regarding these matters. I can treat these things as if they never happened and I will never bring them up again. I swear in front of all the kings that I will never blame King Tianxiao for these things again in the future. This is my first oath, so please rest assured, King Tianxiao. The second oath is that the Eastern Alliance will be the first to attack the Dacian palace and become the king. As the commander-in-chief of the coalition army, I should avoid suspicion, so even if I enter the palace first, I will not claim the title of king of Yaoyang Kingdom. Yaoyang Wang's words are true. The first to enter Kyoto is king, regardless of the strength or size of the country. What is said here has naturally been approved by every king. If anyone does not keep this promise, all kings will fight together. And I, Yaoyang, do not want to call myself king, but only wish to seek revenge. If I violate this oath, I will also punish all the kings. Shu Yamjiu saw that the Eastern Alliance was loose, but we cannot forget the shame of the Eastern expedition back then, nor can we let Dacian ride on it all the time. My dear nephew is right. The East has been pressing on us for too long, and there won't be a better opportunity than now. The Eastern Alliance should not have allowed Yangjiu to find an opportunity. I fully support the first to enter Kyoto as the king, which violates this oath. All the kings will fight together. Contrary to this oath, all kings will strike together. Since that's the case, the alliance between the kings has been reached, and this battle will surely come to an end. My dear nephew has really drawn such a big cake. Uncle Sure is joking. For others, this may seem like a pie in the sky, but for Uncle Sure, I just drew a line, right? Before we break through Luzhou, we need power and unity. After conquering Luzhou, didn't you just say that Yaoyang will never become king? Emperor Dacian Wu swore never to betray the lineage of Emperor Hao. Look who has gained control of the Central Plains now. Not bad, such a frank admission surprised me a bit. I thought you would come up with some miscellaneous excuses to evade me. I need to promise some things to others that they want me to promise, but not to you. Because you are a smart person and Tianxiao is also a powerful country, you also need the unity of the East and the use of those countries to conquer Luzhou, right? Therefore, you will definitely maintain surface peace. I really need to thank Dacian this time. If it weren't for the internal turmoil in Dacian, it wouldn't have been long. You can unify the Eastern Kingdom now, right? This incident has forced you to advance westward and compete for the Central Plains first. You're right, but the Yang family can solve the internal turmoil and external threats of the country together. Why can't we complete the westward expansion and unification together? Unfortunately, you're not my son. If it were you and Tianxiao, then the Eastern Kingdom would have been unified long ago. Before Luzhou, I will help you stabilize the alliance. After Luzhou, we will each rely on our own abilities. The Yang family really has a clever plan to ensure that every prince is forced to guard the border, even I have to come over. My father and I did plan to force several princes to guard the border, but we didn't force you, Lord Qian. Indeed, you did not use force to force me, but now you are using the words of the world to force me and the hearts of the people to force me. If I were to seize the throne at this time and not only risk the downfall of the great Qian kingdom, but also say that if I were to take advantage of the situation and wait for you to fight against the enemy with all your might, I would take the opportunity to ascend to the throne. Who in the world can submit to me? Sitting on the throne like that, not to mention surpassing the previous emperor, would probably be the worst emperor in the world in terms of reputation. I know, so I don't have too much hope for you. The main force of the Wuzhou army is still on the front line of Shanzhou and Liuzhou, right? You came here only with the left-wing army, some experts, and a celestial being. If necessary, I will coexist with the East, but not all of my main forces can be entrusted to the West. I understand, I understand. You want fame and the throne. This is not mockery, but sincere words. I'm content if you can come here in person without causing any trouble for me. How can I be content? The more I listen, the more it sounds like mockery. How could that be? You should know how hard it took me and my father to force those two princes in Kyoto to go to the west. And the Lord came over without saying a word, which doesn't satisfy me. You are better than those two princes in this regard. I still sound sarcastic, forget it. I know I can't be frank about this matter. The struggle for the throne has indeed changed me a lot, but it doesn't matter. I have already reached this point and can only go to the end. And today I didn't come in to attend any combat conference, I just wanted to ask you a question. If I were here, all the other princes would be fighting for the border. Even your Yang family has cleaned up the bottom line. What about Liu Yin'er? The Luzhou army is not damaged at all. Of surprise. Pang Hedong Factory, the eunuch in charge of the execution, broke the mirror and wielded martial arts. I almost forgot that young Master Yang was actually making this plan. Brother Yang, you have always advised others not to take advantage of the fishing industry. Now, does your Yang family want to sit back and reap the benefits of the fishing industry? And it's not about supporting a prince, it's about some things that can't be said and may shake the morale of the army. But Yang, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Liu Yin'er, a descendant of Emperor Hao, turned out to be the Yang family's plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. In this way, the Eastern Alliance must have already solved the problem of loose gaps. Now that I have gathered too many troops in the East, I am also facing this problem, right? You should be well aware that if this issue cannot be well resolved, then we will undoubtedly lose the battle against the Eastern Kingdom. Okay, Yin'er, did you hear that? I don't have any good ideas, so I need you to come in person. The young master can think of this situation for my family, and I am already filled with gratitude. However, I have never thought of sitting as a fisherman from the beginning. On the contrary, Lord Qian forgot that during the Eastern expedition, the eastern frontiers suffered consecutive defeats and Yangzhou was in imminent danger. It was my Green Gang who held on to Yangzhou City. In that battle, my Green Gang suffered countless losses and took 10 years to recover. We have always been clear about what we need to do, but Lord Qian, do you really know what we need to do? If I wasn't clear, I wouldn't be here and wouldn't be fighting against the mysterious face. The regular army of Liuzhou, 100,000 soldiers, and 250,000 militia have all been brought to the eastern border by me. And now the 200,000 elite soldiers of the Wuzhou army have arrived, with less than 40,000 coins. Lord, do you really know what you want to do? Ha ha ha, I understand. So they were waiting for me here. They ordered the Chinese army to withdraw and move towards the east. If that's the case, Lord, we need to have a bit of a pattern. Even Leader Lu has achieved this level. Can't I, a man from Wuzhou, be as good as a woman? It's my lord. Pang Gongong also saw it, so this battle also requires the East Factory and the Forbidden Army to make every effort, and Chao Gongong should have given you instructions, right? He should be well aware that after everyone enters the border in this battle, the Emperor's position will become increasingly stable and the country will be spared from turmoil. And only in this way can Duke Chao achieve his goals. Before leaving, Chao Gongong had already instructed that everything in this eastern region should be done as you said. Even if you treat our family as cannon fodder, we must willingly die. Okay, don't say it sounds so good. You're all here for the dragon aura and the throne. But it's okay anyway, everyone here today has their own goals, but if you want to achieve your goals, your behavior is the same. We have to block the east. The battle between Qian Zhan, Liu Yin'er, and Dong Guo is a bit difficult. Are we using the power of cunning to assassinate them? Not to mention whether it can succeed, even if it succeeds, it will still attract attention from other countries. Why does the boss always like to use that kind of assassination method? Can't we be more upright on the battlefield? Actually, I can also kill on the battlefield. But your blood relative is not someone I look down upon. If she really discovers you, I assure you that the result will definitely not look good. Do you know how difficult it is for a woman to achieve success? It's okay. Anyway, I don't want to do anything to threaten her. Even if those former ministers of Emperor Hao find me, I won't do that position. Of course, it's not that I don't want to be an emperor. There's no man in this world who doesn't want to be an emperor, it's just that it's too troublesome. I don't like trouble, I just like to cause trouble for others. Of course, if my sister helps me become emperor, it's not impossible. I think it's just that the trees want peace and the wind is not strong. It's not that if you don't want to argue, no one will argue with you anymore. It's just that you're right. You've done everything that the mysterious side can do. The next step is to achieve victory with dignity. And from now on, what the mysterious face needs is to achieve victory with dignity. The gun commander should not call you by your name. Dongfang wins over me. As a forward general, you point your sword at Tian Yuan Cheng. And this time, there's no need to hold back and have a good fight with Qian Zhan, right? The days of wearing a mask and hiding one's head and tail are really boring. Boss, I shouldn't call your majesty now. If my blood relative really recognizes me, I won't be responsible for it. I am no worse than the god of guns when it comes to forming an army with a gun. There's really no good way, even if the princes ignore you, the money war that has been confronting you will never happen. What the young master just said was all sincere. I never intended to avoid this war, even if the young master didn't let me come. I will still come. Firstly, I am well aware that if there is no country left, where can there still be an imperial throne? And no matter how chaotic the Central Plains are, they are still inhabited by Central Plains people. How can barbarians take advantage of this situation to invade? Everyone knows this truth, but few people can take action for it. Secondly, the young master's official position here cannot be separated from the sea fishing, and only the servants are present. It's not my fault that Yenna always says she has something to do, but she has nothing to do. Speaking of which, I don't help Yenna much from Wuzhou to the north, and it's always Yenna who helps me. You don't need to blame yourself, young master. You should know that every step I take now is just to achieve my own goals. Even if I help you, it's not that pure. Saying these words now may be a bit unpleasant, but I found someone in the east. Broken Star. There is no one in this world who doesn't know about your feelings, but this city wall is not a good place to talk about love. The young master wants to tell me that it should be him, right? That's right, if I guess correctly, he should also have the bloodline of Emperor Hao, and from a characteristic perspective. Broken Star. At first sight, one can unleash the ultimate skill of Gun God, and at this age, one can reach the peak of breaking mirrors, which is reminiscent of strength. So it is true that there are secrets hidden in the bloodline of Emperor Hao, and the reason why the two of us appeared together with Xie Fengjun at the young master's side in this era is that there are indeed secrets in this era. I thought you knew about his existence and lost your composure first. After all, for you, such an existence can shake the foundation. But now it seems that I was overthinking it, or rather, Yenner is worthy of it. Yenner quickly realized the complexity of the situation. I am not surprised to have such a person, but it is precisely because the young master knows these things that he is so anxious to take action against Tianren, right? If it's a human, or if it's an emperor or a leader of an organization, I can take control of any conspiracy they have. But I am too unfamiliar with Tianren, or in other words, the Tianren people who appear around me are not representative. And the person behind it has also hidden himself too deeply. Instead of waiting for him to take the lead, why don't I take the initiative and give him a surprise to see what he will do next? The young master's plan has always been one level higher than ours. At that time, he lived in Yangzhou, planned for the rivers and lakes, planned for the court, and planned for the world. So that's what the senior didn't want to tell me. The senior is so anxious to become a national master and control the Dragon Chi, but it turns out that he is also facing such a change. It seems that when the Eastern crisis is completely resolved, we also need to sit down and have a good talk. I can't wait for the old master to have high eyes but low hands. He doesn't take me seriously and never wants to chat with me. My good brother has been pretending to be crazy and silly, and he doesn't talk to me properly. I really need to choose a seemingly normal person to have a good conversation with. Understood, you don't want to look for me, you just want to look for Senior. It doesn't matter if you don't take me seriously after the East Kingdom's plot against heaven and man. Others may look down upon me, but I must strive for myself. The person below is a descendant of Emperor Hao, and I am a descendant of Emperor Wu. This confrontation is quite meaningful. Hey, hey. It's interesting. I thought it would take some more effort to shout at the city gate, but I didn't expect you to come down by yourself. Do you and I dare to fight one-on-one? Why should I be one-on-one with you? 3,000 elite riders behind me, we can ride together and crush you at any time. Give me the little ones. Wuzhou Iron Cavalry follows the Lord at any time. If you dare not go one-on-one, then our cavalry can also engage in a confrontation. Okay, you've already said that. If I don't confront you, how can I still convince the public in the future? Come on, descendant of Emperor Wu. I'm sure you have the same intention. Unfortunately, although I don't value my bloodline very much, it's clear that Emperor Wu, despite his achievements, is ultimately a thief of the country. And in the eyes of the vast majority of people, it is clear that Emperor Wu has no way to compare with Emperor Hao. I don't even need to know who is more powerful, Emperor Hao or Emperor Wu. All I need to do is defeat you. All right then, let me see where the most outstanding descendants of Emperor Wu's generation have come from. This battle is really exciting. Not only does the first battle affect the morale of both sides, but it is also the first confrontation between the legendary descendants of Emperor Hao and Emperor Wu. You still have the intention to come here to watch a play. Shouldn't you have left earlier? Don't rush. After reading it, go ahead. Good grandson, I've already helped others, so there's nothing urgent. Okay, but the situation in the east has also stabilized. Oh, young master, I believe there must be a new arrangement. There is Lu Wenshua in the eastern region who has the money to fight. There are also the Liuzhou army, Wuzhou army, and even the Jinyui army in the eastern region, which means that the eastern region also has the power of the warring states period. So Yenner had already made plans, so it seems unnecessary for me to take her out. The Northern Territory and Northern Rome were both planned by the young master from the beginning, right? I just followed the young master's footsteps and left. The Northern Territory is my territory. The talents of the Jixia Academy and the alliance with the Northern Rome. Isn't that Yenner's own move? Especially for the Northern Rome, it seems that they can only choose Yenner. Young master, would you be willing to marry me? Miss Yenner, I have already married Shangwan and left. Is it true that Gongzi believes in being a couple for a lifetime? It seems that I have missed too much. No, what I mean is that I can marry you. I have never had much ambition and have a thick skin. I have no taboos about becoming a son-in-law. And my uncle, you also saw that our family has this precedent. Entering into the family. What you mean, young master? Hee, you are really my enemy. I don't know how to like you. Your Highness, the barbarians have already believed that we will cooperate internally and externally. This time, with all the main forces out, Your Highness can take the opportunity to eliminate them all. After this, the king promises that the witch clan will have their own land. When the king ascends the throne and declares himself emperor, you will be the prince of the witch throne personally conferred by the court. Thank you, Your Highness. The Witch Clan will serve your highness as their lord for generations and never abandon him. Go ahead and prepare. My king has never treated meritorious officials like hit. Yes. Your highness, the witchcraft of this witch clan is really strange. If we really give them the land they rely on for survival, I am really worried. If the witch clan remains in my southern region, how can I peacefully compete for the throne? Understood. In this battle, both the witch and barbarian tribes defeated each other. It's just that Gushang is not easy to deal with. I always feel like he has reached the threshold of the pseudo-heavenly being. You should know that even the wizard of the pseudo-heavenly being is extremely strange. So let's not give him another chance to become a pseudo-heavenly being. Seize this opportunity and eliminate it together. Brother, indeed. The king of Chu has shown no mercy towards us and other foreign tribes. Just like Emperor Wu, he will only use us to win the throne. The barbarians, those fools, also treat us like mice and never take us seriously. Brother, father, the 3 generations of the witch clan, the pride of heaven. I will never waste the power of heaven and man built through sacrifice. Uncle's forbidden technique is ready, but son of Elder Good. The 3rd generation barbarian king Tuoba still exists, and as long as he is alive, it will still lead to our failure. That's right. That barbarian celestial being is the most powerful celestial being in battle. Once he discovers my existence and our plan, he can take action to kill me. Faced with such a celestial being, even if I had the protection of the entire witch clan, it wouldn't be of much use. However, the son of the Yang family from Dakian helped us, and this time our plan will be foolproof. Although it's foolproof, I really feel strange about this forbidden technique. My father never told me why it appeared in the witchcraft taboo book. And I've been hesitating whether to use it before because I'm afraid of that barbarian celestial being. But now that the barbarian celestial being happened to have a problem, isn't it a bit too coincidental? What do you mean by that? I always feel like everything is too coincidental, as if someone wants me to use this forbidden technique. Everything in front of me is being pushed by an invisible hand. Invisible hands. You don't want to talk about the Yang family, do you? I admit that the father and son of the Yang family have the ability to calculate heaven and man, but this forbidden technique is written in our taboo book. How could it go wrong? Moreover, only one heaven and man was born in the 3rd generation of the witch clan. How could this be wrong? I hope this is my illusion, but only after seeing this forbidden technique did I realize why our witch clan is so annoying. It's not so much about despising me, but rather about fearing the world's fear of my witch clan. With such forbidden techniques, we witches can only reach that point and become the masters of this world. Tonight, those members of the witch clan will open the city gate and we will take the opportunity to kill them. There is only one enemy city in the southern region. As long as we break through the enemy city, we can drive straight into the central plains to conquer the land. Wang, I'm really worried that this might be a trap. After all, it seems to be going too smoothly now. The king of Chu died in the Central Plains, and the internal turmoil in the Central Plains, coupled with the Third Front War, there are still witch tribes serving as insiders in the city that resists the enemy. Although I know this is a great opportunity that the barbarians haven't encountered in hundreds of years. But the elder once said that the more opportunities one can obtain without any effort, the more likely it is that they are not opportunities but traps of the devil. Of course. All of this in front of us is definitely a trap set by the king of Chu. What do you mean, Wang? What is the trap set by the king of Chu? Isn't the king of Chu dead? The witch clan is not fools. Emperor Wu had already used the witch clan once before. That time almost caused the witch clan to suffer an irreparable disaster, and now they haven't recovered. How could the witch clan still trust the Dakian royal family? Wait, are these all what the witch clan told you? In fact, the witch clan did not defect to the king of Chu. They defect to us and are working undercover. The king of Chu thought he had control over the entire situation, and the news of fake deaths was indeed hidden from us, but unfortunately, the witch clan can no longer trust the Dakian royal family, and what the king of Chu doesn't know is that the witch clan has already produced a celestial being. Do you know what you're saying, Wang? First, the king of Chu did not die, and then the addition of a celestial being to the witch clan. These are really unbelievable. Ha ha ha, southern Xinjiang has never been a peaceful place. If the enemy is so simple, how could my barbarians not surpass this enemy city? So this time, the witch clan will help us defeat the arrogant king of Chu. But even so, with the addition of a celestial being to the witch clan, they are still harboring malicious intentions. I am truly worried. Of course, when there are no heavenly beings, the witch clan is already dishonest. This time, with the help of Tianren, the witch clan naturally has their own plans, so no matter what the outcome is, the witch clan cannot stay. That celestial being is just a bit difficult to deal with. As long as the shaman and celestial beings are approached by us barbarians, even if it's just a broken mirror barbarian, they can be killed. Not bad, we barbarians never fear war. Prepare horses. Follow me to break through the enemy city. A young master. Auntie, although I thought about everything that happened afterwards, in the end, it still made Lao Lu hurt like this. This is all he should do. I couldn't persuade him all along, just like when he was young, and it's the same now. Auntie, please rest. I'll feed this medicine to Brother Lu. It's time for Lao Lu to take his medicine. This is the first time before that every time a big event ended, the young master would lie in the hospital bed and I would take care of him. I didn't expect the situation to be reversed today. You should drink it yourself. I haven't even given medicine to my own wife, let alone to a man. I heard that the young master outside is quite lively. Why did he come to my place? There's nothing lively outside, it's just two martial artists playing against each other. Emperor Hao is somewhat interesting. His bloodline has finally left something for his descendants. Let's not worry, Emperor Wu. Heroes created by the times have nothing to boast about. It's time for us to talk about what will happen next, or rather, Lao Lu. I've never talked to you so seriously about your abilities before. Young master, you're joking. At my age, what strength can I have to live longer? You have already seen the First World War in the East, haven't you? You also guessed my current layout to some extent. And you've been with me for so long, and you know I've always liked to anticipate enemies and be invincible. Young master, I still advise you to think carefully. This matter does not require you to do Qing Tian's existence, but they cannot avoid it. The Taoist of Tong Tian will do his best for you. I know, but since I saw that height, since I knew there was such an existence, I always want to go and see, and I like to use others as pawns, but I don't want to be manipulated by others. A young master. And you said Qing Tian is something they can't bypass, but we're already at the center of the current and we can't bypass them, can we? Since the young master has already made a decision, I will naturally follow him. So let's return to the original topic. I want to know what level of proficiency you are, Lao Lu. If our enemy in the future is Tianren Lao Lu, your level of realm is really a bit high. Young master, I will only focus on setting up the world. As for the military aspect, I will not disappoint you. Even if the target I want to assassinate is Tianren. Even if you want to assassinate Tianren. How long? I thought you were going back to the far east Tianyuan or the far north glacier to seek a way out, but now that you can let go of everything and wait for death so peacefully, it makes me look up to you. Hee, once I was blessed with dragon energy and infinite scenery. Standing at the highest point, one naturally cannot see the bottom of the valley. Now that everything has been lost, one's heart has calmed down and one can see the whole picture clearly. I don't want to go up again after coming down. Up there, I've always disagreed with the person behind you. Their actions are too extreme, or they've gone crazy. Isn't that enough? Isn't it enough to enjoy the power of longevity that ordinary people cannot have, comparable to that of emperors, and the extreme happiness among the poor? Human desires have no end, which is why we need to be educated and oppressed by power. We also realize that something is wrong with that person, so we need your strength now. As we all know, there are always two ways to promote oneself to heaven and man. One is to rely on oneself to comprehend the artistic conception and understand the mysteries, and the other is through Qi. As for Qin Tian's understanding of Qi, no one in this world can compare to you in terms of artistic conception and profound understanding. Inside, there are dragon Qi, deep Qi, cold breath, and gifts from no less than 10 heavenly beings. You are trying to create a new eternal heavenly being. We are also ordinary people who want to make progress, but we absolutely cannot use such extreme methods. However, we took the wrong path before. We listened to his advice and now we want to turn back, but we can't control his ambition. Why did you wait until now to take action? Because Qin Tian took action to suppress Tuoba Jun, who was already difficult to deal with. If we add another barbarian celestial being, we have no chance of winning, so now is the best opportunity. Although I have no intention of chasing after the deer, there is no reason to refuse to return to the peak. This is not a problem for you, but you must remember that once you receive our gift, you are no longer a member of the royal family and cannot get involved in the secular power struggle. This is natural, and I have already seen through the secular imperial power. The dragon energy has bound me in Kyoto for too long. How could I go back? Very good. We only have confidence with you this time. I'll redo it. I have become a heavenly being. And he also mastered 3 types of Qi, which were gifted by more than 10 heavenly beings. As expected, what he said was right. This is the best result. Not only do I not have to be trapped in the Grand Palace, but I also have far greater combat power than before, and I will not compete or snatch. Naturally, someone will give me such an opportunity. What do you mean, someone promised you something? Not bad. As early as when I was leaving the palace to commit suicide, he found me and told me that as long as I didn't die, there would eventually be today. You were also a hidden chess player left by him. It's not that he's crazy, it's that you're too conservative. And you don't understand. Do you know why the barbarian gods, whether they are Yaoyan gods or not, are so anxious? Why was that person able to mobilize so many heavenly beings to help him? They all want to take a step closer, but that's impossible. The Taoist and Qin Tian will never allow you to do that. Even though you have become a celestial being, you still know nothing. Some people want to take one step closer, while others are afraid of death as they live longer. And that person's promise to me was just one of them. After all, it was the opportunity you gave me, and this is a huge favor. Even if I don't repay the favor, I shouldn't repay it with ingratitude. But the main reason why I don't want to help you is also here, which is that you have blocked too many ancient paths of heaven and humanity. They want to live longer, so your slow journey is destined not to win. You want to kill me here, but if the Qian starts the battle between heaven and man here, you will also be exposed. How could we live for so long without some other means? If it weren't for the divine weapon of Emperor Hao in Kyoto, and if it weren't for the limitations of Dragon Qi, do you really think Yang Yuan could succeed? What is Dragon Qi warning me about? Long Qi warning, is there still a day to calm down? Madam, as long as it's for your husband's promise, I will definitely do it. No matter what happens, I will leave a way out for you and me. You always use such words to evade me, and we both know that the road ahead will become increasingly difficult. There are too many things you want to do. I have to do these things, otherwise I really leave them all to my son to do. Now that I have these dragon energies in this position, I don't know how long I can withstand the pressure for my son. Is the dragon Qi warning from the southern Xinjiang witch clan or Chaolong? Nowadays, although everyone says that my Yang family is in great form, everyone knows that they have already given everything for today's situation. At that time, you shouldn't have let Chaolong go. Why did she protect the Dakian royal family for hundreds of years? Even if the original intention was good, after hundreds of years, do you know what she has become now? There is a reason to let him go, even though he has become our enemy and more dangerous now. That's also for a longer-term victory. Where is your highness? The southern barbarians will break through the city gate tonight, and the archers are already ambushing on the high ground in the city. As long as they enter, they can catch turtles in the barrel. The news that the prince is not dead naturally needs to be kept secret, so it cannot always appear in front of the soldiers. Now His Highness is determined to conquer the southern border of the Central Plains and wants to conquer the world. Naturally, he has gone to the front line on the city wall. So it turns out that your Highness's actions are foolproof. If you're not on the city wall watching this battle, you probably won't feel at ease. That's why I left you here alone. What's wrong with me alone? Can anything happen to the Central Army camp? It's nothing, it's just that His Highness is here, and that Famshing must also be here. It's okay for others to say that he's a bit difficult to deal with. What do you mean by difficult to deal with? Witchcraft, ancient sorrow, you. Come in. Notify other members of the tribe to open the city gates and spare no effort in pursuing the king of Chu. What about these ambushes targeting the barbarians in the city of Chu King's pursuit? Shouldn't we help the barbarians? Shouldn't we go kill those archers and ambush soldiers? Barbarian tribes. I have already helped them kill the commander of the southern region and even chased after the king of Chu with all my might. These ambushes can only be breached with their lives. And who said that helping the barbarians is our ally? The clan leader is wise. I understand now. Uncle, everything is ready on my end, but... By the way, Uncle Fong, how are the people evaluating? Did the barbarians have any doubts about this large-scale migration? Did the shamans think too much? The witch clan knows we will let the barbarians in, but you have always been unwilling for the people to be attacked by war. How could it be that even if we fail in the end, we are returning to our ancestral land? And if we don't use it, we can only go back to our dark ancestral land in a dejected manner, right? Your father is already dead, and I have no children under my knees. In the end, the witch clan will still be in your hands. Go ahead and do it. Even if there are any sins or causes, I will bear the responsibility. As promised by the witch clan, they have already killed the commander of the southern region. Now, the city that resists the enemy is truly leaderless. Since the elder has calculated without error, this time we will set foot on the enemy city and let that self-righteous Chu King fall into his own arrogance. Everyone is not allowed to light fires, make noise, or let the sentries in the enemy city notice. The barbarians are really careful and cautious. They didn't even light the torch and came over in the dark like this. They want to defeat the southern region in one go, and for them, there won't be such a good opportunity, so they will definitely be very cautious and will also focus on their main forces. This is exactly how we can defeat the barbarian main force in one fell swoop. Even if we can't completely defeat them, the severe losses are enough to make them suffer and they have no plans to go north anymore. That's right, I really don't have time to continue entangling with the barbarians. When I sit on the throne and the country is peaceful and the people are at ease, the first thing to do is to launch a southern expedition and completely eradicate these barbarians. By the way, Uncle Fong, how are the people evaluating? Did the barbarians have any doubts about the large-scale migration? The witch tribe didn't think much about it. The witch clan knows we will let the barbarians in, but you have always been unwilling for the people to be attacked by war. So it is reasonable for the people to migrate in this way, and they have no reason to doubt it. As for the barbarians, although there are spies in the city, they usually become suspicious when they see such people migrating. Fortunately, they believed that they had colluded with the witch clan and controlled all of our plans, so they didn't have any ulterior motives. Before, I was worried that I didn't have the potential to become a hero. I took too many risks for the people of a city, which made the witch and barbarian tribes suspicious. It seems that this is just right. If even the princes guarding the border can abandon the people, then this great leader is considered finished, and how can His Highness feel guilty about the supreme path he wants to take? So I'm still not suitable to be a hero, but who says only heroes can become emperors? Invade the enemy city and kill all the Central Plains people. The barbarian king Tuobatsang is here, and the people of the Central Plains are coming to die. Enemy attack, quickly notify the commander that the barbarians have arrived at the outskirts of the city. Don't panic. The city gate is made of black iron, and these barbarians will never break through the city wall above the gate. The city gate has been opened, and there are spies and barbarians coming in to kill them. Children, come with me and kill me. The city will be destroyed today. Hey! The elite barbarians have already entered the city, and as they advance, their subsequent troops will continue to move in. Half of it is done. Halfway through, isn't the progress going smoothly now? It has long been said that those who are not of our race will have different hearts. Fortunately, if someone like the high priest of the witch clan is forced to die, I don't know what will happen if they live to this day. What your highness said is extremely true. If you are not of our kind, your heart will be different from that of the witch clan. Indeed, they harbor evil intentions. If it weren't for the witch tribe's two-faced and three-pronged approach, how could the barbarian tribe have known it was a trap and exhausted their elite? You both know that you're playing tricks. The commander of the southern region has already been killed by us. Now the news of your feigned death has spread throughout the entire southern border, and the plan of the leaderless chieftain of the enemy city will surely succeed. If it weren't for his willingness to die, how could your clan leader believe that everything was foolproof? His efforts will never be forgotten by the king, and you will pay for them. Damn it, chase after me. Anyone here? In an instant, it disappeared. I ran away. He ran away without any struggle, and you mean he even guessed the current situation. That's what the King of Chu seems to mean. What are the plans of the King of Chu? Refuse the enemy city. No, the southern border can only be defended by the anti-enemy city. Without the anti-enemy city, the southern border will be flat and the war will soon spread to the Central Plains. Where are the defenders in the city? Where are the ambushed soldiers? Still defending has caused a lot of trouble for the barbarians. Or rather, the King of Chu is truly a rare and talented general. If we stand with him this time, with the strength and layout of the city, we can kill half of the elite barbarians. The defending army is still fighting and has not withdrawn. But I also found out about our plan. What does the King of Chu really want to do? Their archers are all on the walls of the city in the alley above the royal house. Every step forward is incredibly difficult. So we also occupied 30% of the enemy city, didn't we? For over a decade, the barbarians have never achieved such a victory. It's just that street fighting is not their forte. Moreover, there are too many ambushes from the southern army. I suspect that the witch clan did not do their best to help us, or they just wanted to reap the benefits. If it weren't for such a tenacious southern army, I would truly be worried. What do you mean, Wang? If we resist the enemy's attack on the city, we will break through and withdraw all the defending troops. Do you think the Witch Clan is too powerful to influence the Southern Army, or do the Witch Clan and the King of Chu unite to plot against me, the barbarians? I understand that the tenacious resistance in the city indicates that the Witch Clan did not ally with the King of Chu, and the King of Chu was caught off guard. As for the tribe that only has a few thousand members, why should they sit and collect fishermen? Now it's just a small calculation to weaken some of our strength and make us rely more on them when we compete in the Central Plains. But unfortunately, I will never give them such an opportunity to compete in the Central Plains. Before that, I will solve all of them without leaving any. The Witch Clan has always harbored ill intentions and left more variables for a long time. However, Wang, we only brought half of our elite troops in. If we continue to fight in the streets until dawn, we may find it difficult to break through. If we are dragged here, I am worried that the garrison around the southern border will surround us. Should we take the outside of the city? Are all the elite outside the city entering the city? It's a desperate gamble. After invading the city, I dispatched several teams of scouts to expand the search area. There were indeed no ambushes in the surrounding area, and the main force of the Southern Army was all in the city. Even the Witch Clan has not been spared. Most of them are living in the designated living area given to them by the King of Chu, but those wizards don't know where they have gone. Okay, I always feel at ease with your work. Since that's the case, we must ensure that everything goes smoothly and do our best to bring all the elite troops into the city. Before dawn, we will take down the enemy city. Newspaper. Your Highness, all the elite of the barbarian king have entered the enemy city. Oh. Finally, everyone has entered the Witch Clan side. The ordinary members of the Witch Clan are still in the place you gave them, but the Witch Clan leader and the group of wizards have disappeared without a trace. They're here. Just give the barbarians some more time to gather their army. Watch out for those Witch Tribe members. If they start moving, then take action. Yes. At that time, the King of Chu wanted to evaluate the people and his clan, but I didn't agree. Of course, we cannot let the tribe follow the King of Chu. After all, what we need to do next is to break with the King of Chu, the barbarians, and even the whole world. The tribe can only stay here for the safest safety. But now I always have a sense of foreboding. Since the King of Chu has already left our tribe, we should not continue to stay in the city of resisting the enemy. Let's go back to our ancestral land first and wait until all the dust settles before coming out. That's what I meant too. But the King of Chu was watching too tightly before, and we couldn't protect our tribe at all, so now we can let them go back first. Go ahead and arrange it. By the way, how's the battle between the barbarian king and the Southern Army going? All the elite of the barbarians have entered the city and have now captured half of the enemy's city. The remaining Southern Army is still stubbornly resisting and has not surrendered. Dakian's border army has no soft bones for hundreds of years. No matter how the Dakian royal family fights, no matter how weak the Continental Army is, when have you ever seen a surrendered border army? But it's about time. In 2 hours, the Southern Army and the barbarians will both be defeated. Then, let's activate that forbidden technique. It's the clan leader. Wang, you can't rush anymore. The Southern Army already knows your location. If you lead the charge, they may concentrate on attacking you. What I'm waiting for is a concentrated attack, and I won't die in this kind of place. If I get injured, I can replace my barbarian men with fewer deaths. That's also worth it. Wang, you are the prince of the barbarians, and the princes should have been there for a long time. The injuries on the body, no matter how severe, can heal the children. Once their lives are lost, they can never come back. Go tell the boys to follow behind me and we'll tear through this last southern defense line. This time, Wang, we will definitely be able to break through the enemy city. The general can't hold on anymore. The bows and arrows are running out. Without reinforcements, all the elite barbarians have entered the south. Why isn't the South Commander here? I am Nan Shuai's son. Do you think Nan Shuai will abandon me? That's why I'm still here. What are you afraid of? The damn Witch clan actually took advantage of the death of His Royal Highness the King of Chu to open the city gates for the enemy. If I can survive this time, I will definitely kill all the Witch clans. I'm sorry. Sorry, why did you suddenly apologize to me? Are you planning to withdraw? If that's the case, there's no need to apologize. As a general, you have a greater impact alive. When did you see the border troops fleeing from battle? I'm sorry because as a general, perhaps a qualified comrade, but as a comrade in arms, it's the biggest betrayal to you all. What do you mean? The achievement of exchanging 80,000 defenders of the enemy city for the elite soldiers of the 100,000 King Banner of the Barbarians would never occur on a frontal battlefield, but His Royal Highness the King of Chu did it. What are you going to exchange for His Royal Highness the King of Chu? Isn't he already dead? What are you saying? This is the sadness of your lower-level soldiers. The top-level game, why do you fight and why do you die without knowing? If we go to war head-on, we need at least 200,000 troops to eliminate 100,000 elite barbarians, but this time we can save 120,000. So this war is a great victory for us, and even if it spreads, it will still be a great victory for us. Our gunpowder depot, as well as the gunpowder transported by the East and the court, have not been used until now and are all buried in the city. And the one who gave this order was His Royal Highness the King of Chu. His Royal Highness the King of Chu did not die, but only sacrificed us to eliminate the elite barbarians. In fact, as early as the moment when the elite entered the city, His Royal Highness the King of Chu could ignite gunpowder and turn the city into a sea of fire. It was only after 80,000 defenders were almost killed in battle that His Royal Highness used a trace of benevolence and righteousness in his heart not to let us die under his own gunpowder. Your Highness underestimated us. The general doesn't need to apologize either. There is absolutely no need to secretly carry out such a thing. Our army and others are well aware of the dangers posed by barbarians. Since we have chosen to defend our country, how can we fear death? Right. Your Highness underestimated the border troops. There's no need to hide such things. If you don't have to lie to me for the ultimate victory, your army is willing to die. Uncle is not doing well. Not good, gunpowder. Gunpowder. The city is full of gunpowder tribesmen. Just as they were about to withdraw from the city, gunpowder exploded. The gathering place of the tribe not only buried gunpowder, but also dry firewood and kerosene. The King of Chu intentionally wanted all the witches to die here. What are you saying? The ethnic group has also been affected. All of them are dead. All of them are dead. There are less than 100 members of the witch clan who can be saved except for wizards. Chief of the clan. King Chu, I will make sure you can repay your blood debt without stopping. I will definitely make the entire royal family of Dakian pay for their lives. Activate the forbidden spell for me. I don't want to wait any longer. Now I want to retaliate against the King of Chu and against Dakian. It's the clan leader. Wang, this is a conspiracy by the Central Plains people. Our 100,000 elite soldiers are all in the city. The witch clan led by the King of Chu has also been involved in it. They are just plotting against us barbarians. No, that's right. Let's disperse quickly. Our barbarian body is strong, and this explosion can take the lives of Central Plains people, but it won't harm us. We don't need to pursue or rush for revenge. Hurry up and save people. Don't worry, all the guards have dispersed and will provide maximum assistance to the children. You're right. Most children are only seriously injured and can be treated in the elder's home. Just your injuries are not minor. Now that the fire is spreading, I'll take you out first. All right, guys, I'll leave it to you. The father and son of the Nan family are both loyal martyrs. When I ascend to the throne, I will posthumously confer the title of Marquis of Jinnan. Searching for their blood relatives, hereditary inheritance, and replacing the fathers and elders of all soldiers who died in battle. They are supported by the state, and their children can attend school or pursue official careers. This time, we apologize to those soldiers. There's nothing I'm sorry about. The most important thing for a general is to achieve victory with the least number of soldiers' lives. I feel heartbroken but do not regret such a sacrifice. Kindness does not govern soldiers, righteousness does not govern wealth, that's all. And I have more important things to do next, and I don't have time to continue my heartache here. Yes, the upcoming struggle for the throne of the Central Plains will be a tough battle. What kind of witch tribe trick is this? The ominous aura is so strong, Your Highness. The Witch Clan may have encountered a heavenly being, which could be a forbidden technique of the Witch Clan. We are not the last fishermen. The leader of the Tianrenwu clan has hidden it too deeply. In that case, what else can we do now? Summon experts to kill him. We don't know what kind of forbidden magic Witch Clan this is. Now, there are not only heavenly beings, but also a heavenly puppet. In this situation, only the barbarian heavenly man can complete the assassination, but the barbarian heavenly man was trapped in the Central Plains by Yang Jiao's calculation. Summon the army and let the people retreat to the Central Plains. Our war in the south is not over yet. We destroyed the Witch Clan with gunpowder, and they won't give up easily. Protecting the king. The Witch Clan's trick of refining corpse. But how could they possibly refine the entire city and so on? It's difficult for the Witch Clan to become a celestial being. Although Wang and these puppets move slowly, they have no pain sensation and cannot stop unless their heads are chopped off. We soldiers are exhausted and unable to stop them. The city gate has been burned down. You are the mirror breaker, and we will buy you time. You're making me flee in the face of danger. No. You need to return to the barbarian prince and train these puppets. They will surely become rampant by then. The barbarians need you to lead them to resist, king. But I am an elite barbarian. Please prioritize the overall situation. The cruel and treacherous nature of the barbarians by the king of Chu is not the fault of the king in this battle. Just kids. King. Please avenge us. I don't ask you to avenge us. I got it. Uncle, how did you become like this? Aren't you already a heavenly being? Tianren Shuyuan is far beyond ordinary people. How could you be like this? The reason why cough suppressant surgery is called a forbidden surgery must be that it harms both oneself and others. If it only harms others without harming oneself, even if it is malicious, it can still be considered a divine technique. How can it be called a forbidden surgery? Coco is. It's okay, even if it turns out to be the request of the third generation of the Witch Clan, Xiaoda, you can rest assured that Uncle will do everything for you and help you sit in that position for the next few years. Uncle has finally been promoted to heaven and man, but he has become like this. There are only less than 100 members left among the thousands of Witch Clan members. Is this really worth it? Xiaoda, are you still so naive? It's not that I, the Witch Clan, have to do it. It's that from beginning to end, neither the king of Chu nor the barbarians wanted me, the witch clan, to live. This is our only choice. I must make the witch clan sit in that supreme position, even if there is no future disaster. Oh, I see. In this battle, there will be 80,000 Central Plains defenders and 100,000 elite barbarians. Some of us who manage to escape will have 150,000 puppet uncles left. What is our next move? Eliminating the barbarian puppets and attacking the city first is too weak. The barbarians do not have many decent cities, and all the elite have become our puppets. After bloodbath the barbarians, we can further expand the number of puppets. If there are millions of puppets, even if all the armies in the Central Plains come to stop us, we won't be able to stop them. After all, our puppets are tireless and don't need food and supplies. Go ahead and arrange it. I need to go back to my ancestral land and hide. After all, there are still smart people in this world, and even some self-righteous heavenly beings. As long as I hide, there will be an endless supply of puppets. Even Qin Tian won't be able to deal with me when the time comes. This world will ultimately belong to my witch clan. Arrange for the people to move to Yangzhou immediately. All soldiers must gather in Nanyang City, and even in various cities in the west, there should be no more civilians or soldiers left. Move all the troops out. As long as you are assimilated by these puppets, you will become a killing machine. Even a powerless woman will become a warrior. This is indeed a good way to do it. Puppets are ultimately puppets. They can only kill but not occupy, so food and forage cities are useless to them. If they divide their forces to defend the city, it will actually expand their military strength. Also, there's no need to keep it hidden anymore. Let's announce it to all the soldiers and tell the Central Plains that I'm not dead. The two princes and your majesty in the court now know that you have died, which is why they have not paid more attention to the southern region. Moreover, the trump card that you did not die was used to unexpectedly challenge the Central Plains. Where else could we care so much? We're already at the point of life and death. I never thought the witch clan would have such a hand. I killed so many of their people with gunpowder, and they won't let me go, let alone the Central Plains. I thought the ban on witchcraft was just a legend, but now it seems no wonder both the Central Plains and the barbarians are so ostracizing the witchcraft. Such a tradition cannot be preserved. It's a bit late to say this now, but we're not the unlucky ones. This is not bad enough. Now that all the hatred of the witch clan is in our hands, His Highness, all the cards have been exposed. In fact, we have already. The goal of the witch clan is not revenge, but to regain control of the world, so they will not attack me, but to advance and expand their forces against the barbarians who have just lost their elite. For the current witch clan, there are at most 150,000 puppets. Our southern garrison has more than that, and slaughtering strong barbarians is indeed their best choice. Although the barbarians suffered, this is not a good opportunity to stand idly by, but the best chance to eliminate the witch tribe. If we really wait until the day of the million puppets, there will be no one in the world who can stop the witch tribe. Oh, it seems like we lost. Today, no one wants to engage in a deadly battle. If there is really a struggle between the two sides, the cavalry charging into the formation may be divided, and it will not be about victory or defeat, but about life and death. Why don't you decide whether to be superior or inferior, and also decide life and death? Senior Sanran won't let me die, and the people in the eastern country won't let the gunmaster die, so this sentence is just a statement. That's why I think this battle is not interesting at all. The crowd of onlookers around the city wall takes it too seriously. I've been feeling a bit lately, and I don't know if it's just an illusion. After this game in the East, you seem to be less and less concerned about the East or the Third Front War in Dakian. How could this be? Is there anything more important than these things in front of us in this world? Brother Qian looks up to me. Do you think it's not important, or do you really not have the mindset to manage these things? In my opinion, the third line Eastern region is the most difficult, so you brought me here just to find a commander for the Eastern region. Is there anything wrong with the prince guarding the country's borders? You see, both the western and southern regions are guarded by princes, and you are also a prince. You can't be worse than them, can you? It seems that you are really planning higher things. Do you always have to be one step ahead of us? How could I say fast to a man? Actually, I'm very slow. Who said I don't care about border disputes or third-line operations? Do you really think that I'm leaving a way out for the Yang family by keeping the gun god and sea fish of Shanzhou still? Southern which clans heaven and man forbidden art. Everyone thought the war in the southern region was the most stable, but they didn't expect such a thing to happen. The Witch clan still has such a hand. So the Eastern realm still needs to be handed over to you. Wenchua and the Jinyui will fully cooperate with you and me to leave the Eastern realm. Please don't spread the news because with me there, Prince Yaoyang will be wary. You're going to the south again. What can you do in the southern region? I don't believe you still have gunpowder. War is not your forte. Didn't you just say that I always have to be one step ahead of you and I'm also planning something, right? So, helping the king of Chu in the southern region is just one of the most important things, and there are still things I need to do myself. How could there be such an unbelievable thing in the world of 150,000 puppets? And who among you can tell me why the king of Chu was still alive when he was already dead in Yangzhou? Didn't you personally do it, seventh brother? The world underestimates Sanji's southern territory. It's really amazing to see these unheard of things happening. Just send someone to the southern region to take a look. If such a thing really happens, then give Sanji as much support as you can. Oh, my second brother's move really impressed me. Seventh brother, I want the throne, but I'm not stupid. The Witch clan has all used this kind of magic. Third brother has not retreated yet and has gathered troops to fight against the enemy. At this time, we stab ourselves in the back, aren't we digging our own grave? Although the barbarians are struggling to make ends meet in the north, most of them will survive. However, if these puppets cross the southern border of Yangzhou and Wuzhou, they will become a dead city. And everyone knows about this crisis. Third brother, regardless of success or failure, the southern army will have very little left and will never have the possibility of ascending to the throne again. Second brother Xingming. The change in the southern region surprised me. I never expected that the Witch clan would still have this skill. So that's it. What are your plans, kid? Senior, it's been a long time since we last saw each other. How's that barbarian heavenly judge doing? Does our world's #1 know the mastermind behind it? Some strong-willed mortals cannot force us to uncover some secrets from their mouths, let alone from heaven and man. And it's also such a barbarian celestial being. That child doesn't want to commit suicide, and Tuoba is well aware of this, so all we can do is suppress him. Let's talk about you again. Nowadays, this result is making the old Taoist feel that you father and son in the East really treat us as chess pieces. How could that be? Didn't the two seniors also get what they wanted? We're just taking what we need, chess pieces, layout, that's what my unfilial son likes to do. I prefer to call it win-win. Jixia Genzi has been here, or rather, he hasn't gone far in the past few days. Also, your father-in-law is coming over, and you're hissing. The old Taoist only realized now that you also have such power. What are you all gathering for now? Senior, just do your own thing well. Since getting along with my seniors, I admit that they have helped me a lot, but they have never stood by my side, have they? And my seniors have always kept their treasures on me, and I have never let them down, so I will never interfere with them or do anything. I have always been grateful, right? Understood. It's truly a loss for this world that you can't become a heavenly being. Alternatively, Senior, we can exchange secrets and I can tell you what I plan to do in the future. Will Senior tell me what is about to happen? Oh, what are you referring to when you ask what's going to happen next? The old Taoist can calculate it with a pinch. If one person becomes a saint and mourns the 100 paths, Senior, please don't play dumb with me anymore. Now I am more and more convinced that the prophecy of Tianji Pavilion is definitely not false. Before, I could tell you that you didn't have dragon energy and didn't become like you are now. I can tell you what happened. I can even add you to my lineup, but if it doesn't work, I won't. It's not possible now. What does this mean? Because the old Taoist cannot see the outcome or direction of this matter, because you already have the ability to calculate half a celestial being. Has your luck reached this point? Can you handle the development of things? There's nothing unusual about the calculation of heaven and man. Heaven and man can only plan, don't they also use this method? I am able to sit firmly in the second place in the world because Qin Tian has trained his martial arts to invincibility, while Lao Dao's cultivation is not. I already told you that since the outcome I can see so far is good. There's no need to bring you in to break the ending that the old Taoist has calculated so far. The old Taoist can even tell you that from now on, you won't do anything and nothing will happen next. I'm really sorry, Senior. It seems that our deal has failed this time. It's a pity. Actually, I still want to be on the same side as my seniors. How do you plan to solve the Southern Witch Clan? I don't need to worry about this matter anymore. After all, my son should have already passed away. Senior, there's no need to pretend to have just learned about this matter or indirectly inquire about the intentions of our young family. Isn't that the reason why you personally came to the door this time? And I can tell you that my son is even more difficult to deal with than me. If you want to hide something from him, then you should leave now. Oh, Lao Dao, why do you feel like your father and son are plotting against Lao Dao now? Lao Dao thought that your senior brother should have also told you not to provoke Tianren with a mortal body. If this continues, Tianren will never tolerate you. Really? How do I feel like Tianren has been avoiding us all along? Have all the clan members withdrawn? Let them all retreat south of the barbarian king city as far as they can go, and don't even want the surrounding villages. King. The Stone Clan has not received any news for 3 days now, and the Tree Clan has only withdrawn its cavalry. Just now, the scouts counted that the puppets of the Witch Clan have reached 350,000, of which 100,000 are civilians. The damn Witch Clan, as long as they can withstand this one, I will definitely make them exterminate the clan. Genocide, hee idiot 12. If this continues, the barbarians will definitely be wiped out, not the witches. Aren't you locked in a dungeon? Don't think that if barbarians suffer, the world will be granted amnesty. Go back. Stupid, don't you know that if it weren't for my voluntary choice, you could have taken me with these few goods around you? Although I am not a heavenly being, I have always had the power of both heaven and humanity. One person becomes an army. Wang, this is the hope of our barbarians. Your Highness, if you become a celestial being, why fear the witchcraft and sorcery of the Witch Clan? You see, if I were here, you wouldn't have died so many people in the city, let alone more than 200,000 barbarians becoming puppets. Because I alone can buy you time to retreat. Of course, all of this must be based on how you made my mother the queen of the barbarians like a man back then. If you had done it back then, it wouldn't be like this now. That's why so many barbarian deaths are blamed on you. You. Cut, cut, cut. I will never fight back today and let you cut. Just to remind you, have you forgotten the so-called prophecy? Only I can save the barbarians. At first, I thought that foolish prophecy might be the fabrication of that elder, but now it seems that the prophecy is about to come true. Pre-prophecy. So, come up with a plan this time on how to come and beg me. The last time I knelt before my mother, it's been a year now. This time, you have to commit suicide and go find my mother. No, 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 my mother has already become disillusioned with you and doesn't want to see you again. So you still need to figure out how to beg me to save your barbarians, otherwise I will leave the barbarians forever. Humph. Prince Wang still has feelings for the barbarians. If he hadn't acted earlier, we might have been dragged here again. But did you see his attitude? Did he really want to help the barbarians from beginning to end? Master, what should we do next? Don't rush to give the Central Plains people some time. The barbarian king is trapped by Qing Tian. This time, relying solely on the strength of the barbarians cannot solve the witch tribe. Do you mean to unite with the Central Plains people? It's already good that they don't take advantage of the situation when life and death are at stake, and now you. The people of the Central Plains are not fools. They know that if the witch tribe really turns the barbarians into puppets, the consequences are not only known to other countries in the Central Plains. Understood, it's just that you don't have military power. Even if you want to join forces with the Central Plains, you still have the intention but are powerless. Not having military power has no meaning, especially for the barbarians who have lost all their elite troops in the Central Plains and are currently fighting on the Third Front. They are gathering in the western border, and there are still remnants of the barbarians to fight. This is just a tactic of adding fuel, which will only make the puppet of the witch tribe stronger. Central Plains people should also understand this, so what should be done now is not to increase troops, but to beheading. Beheading to kill that witch clan celestial being. Your Highness, don't joke around. Heavenly beings are already difficult to deal with, let alone the celestial beings of the witch clan. The last time we were able to surround and kill scattered people was because scattered people would never escape and could only fight us to the death. If the scattered people had been determined to escape at that time, even the three of us wouldn't have been able to stop him. Now, let alone fight fiercely, we can't even find his trace. I know everything you said, but this is the only way. Even if we were to launch a pincer attack on the witch tribe from both sides of the barbarians, regardless of whether we win or lose, what should I use to challenge the Central Plains? And Uncle Fong doesn't have to worry about such a disaster in the southern region. The Yang family will definitely come. Even if he doesn't show up, he will secretly help us. Your Highness Yang Jiao has become increasingly trusting of the Yang family. But even though Yang Jiao's strategy is unparalleled, it is now a dead end. The experts around him are scattered in both the East and West realms. What can he do? Yeah, I don't know what else he can do. But having such a person as a teammate is still reassuring. And no matter what he does, we must act according to our own will and summon the Western experts, Uncle Fong. You personally lead the team. I will lead the elite of the southern region to open a door for you. If those barbarians are smart enough, they should think that beheading is the only chance of winning. If they adopt the same tactics, you can join forces with the barbarian forces. I see. Uncle Fong must be careful when going here. This is the only chance we can think of to win. The witch clan is not foolish, and they will also know that we have such plans, so going here is definitely unlucky. Don't worry, just barbarians. I won't lose my life. Cough, cough. Where did this method come from? It can indeed make my witch tribe conquer the world. But such a forbidden technique has never appeared in the history of the witch tribe. But it doesn't matter now that we've reached this point. Where is there a chance to turn back? Maybe it's a sorcery learned by some sage. Uncle. Half a month has passed, and the barbarians have defended the barbarian kingdom city, and there is also an additional barbarian powerhouse who has broken through the peak of the mirror. Each time they make an attack, they can destroy thousands of puppets. Manche. The rumor turns out to be true that the barbarians really hide the brute force of the first barbarian under this heavenly being, and the cunning of the Central Plains people. If it weren't for the rise of our witch tribe, these few decades would have been his era of uniqueness. Uncle, you can't let him live. If we promote him to heaven and man, the witch clan may not have a peaceful life. No need to do unnecessary things. The more planning there are, the more flaws there will be. As long as I keep eating away, there will always be a day when the barbarians can't hold on. As for the brute force, can it withstand 100 enemies and 1,000 blocks? Can it withstand 10,000 blocks? It's just a joke that one person can form an army, except for Qing Tian. How strong is Qing Tian, the #1 in the world? I don't know either. I just heard from your grandfather that Qing Tian's powerful mortals can't even understand him, and can only feel despair. Qing Tian likes to get close to ordinary people because they don't know how strong he is, which is why they have thoughts of surpassing him. Qing Tian's contempt for heaven and man is not due to their lack of ambition and self-indulgence, but rather because heaven and man can understand the gap with him, so they cannot have thoughts of surpassing him. If such a person really existed, would he know what we are doing now? I don't know if he's going to take action, right? He's never really interested in these things. Hey, you must have heard about the situation in southern Xinjiang, haven't you? You're really not going. What's it to me if I don't go? If that day really comes, it can be considered the rise of the witch clan. Although their methods are not honorable, it is also their destiny. Maybe there are other people involved in those things in the south. Don't you want to know the mastermind behind them? Your grandson has already used this excuse to deceive me once. That Toba is really tough. This barbarian has finally produced such a heavenly being. I can't just dismiss or kill him. So ultimately, nothing can be done except to suppress him for a few years. What's your next plan? Are you planning to follow me and go to Kyoto with me? What attracts you to Kyoto? I should ask you this. Yang Yuan carries the dragon aura, which, although imprisoned in Kyoto, also provides him with a continuous source of power. As long as he is in Kyoto, he is invincible, not including me. So it doesn't make much sense for you to go, does it? Or what are you calculating? I'm just a knife out of the north this time. The knife doesn't need to be thought about, just need to know who is using it and then strike at whom. I don't like to circle around people like you. I went to Beijing just to ask about the information that Dragon Cheat couldn't get from the barbarian heavenly beings. We have to find a way to find out from somewhere else. After all, it's been a long time since there was anything related to me and so interesting. If you don't go to the south and take a look, you won't be afraid that those witch tribes in the south will underestimate you. What I'm saying is that they may be a bit crazy, but it's understandable. After all, not crazy is not magic. If this is what they pursue, I respect it. However, being too crazy is also not good, so it should be reminded. Go ahead, silence. Isn't this too exaggerated? I even want to ask you how you got this kind of power. Many people are curious about this question, but to be honest, I don't know either. I just kept practicing. When I turned back, I was already alone and all living beings were far behind me. It's really unfair from heaven. Why make a guy like you the #1 in the world? I don't want to be the #1 in the world. I feel really empty and lonely. Maybe it's because I don't have those worldly desires. Is this a divine punishment? The witch clan has finally received the punishment from heaven. Oh, the heavens have eyes. The witch clan has finally been punished. The power of heaven and man. The only person in the world who can do this with ultimate power is him, who is truly the best in the world. Master, you are referring to Qing Tian. Not bad. This time it's his warning that the witch clan will compete for supremacy and become the ruler of the world. He can't control it, but if the lives of the people really suffer, he will definitely control it. Madness is possible, but we cannot lose control. Go and notify everyone that we should take action. Qing Tian, this strike from the witch clan will definitely startle the grass and startle the snake. This is our opportunity to behead. It's the master. I'll arrange it right away. Hey, Lao Lu, that wasn't some divine punishment just now, but my good brother did something again, right? Such a strong and domineering power of heaven and man, besides that senior who has a broad vision of the world, I can't believe there is another person who can achieve it. You said I call him Big Brother, but I treat him like my own brother. Why can't he treat me like his own brother? Why don't we call him Godfather next time we meet? Young master, when it comes to age, that senior can become your grandfather. That's not possible. I can recognize a godfather for myself, but I can't recognize a godfather for my father. If I go back like this, he will kill me. And Lao Lu, who are we pretending to be like this for? Speaking of which, there's no need to play these puppets. We can only rely on the manipulation of qi to distinguish between the enemy and us. We are plagued by hostility unless someone commands them to kill us, otherwise their only instinct will tell them to stay away from hostility. Anger is really convenient. Otherwise, I haven't figured out where to go yet. As someone with my identity, going to the south would be awkward. After all, I have no foundation in the south and no one will know if I am really killed by the king of Chu. Young master, what are you planning to do? You haven't resolved the matter in the eastern region yet, and now you're getting involved in the southern region. It's not a small matter to say that you're too greedy to chew on. Stop talking sarcastically about the southern region. I'm afraid I'll really suffer a lot if I come here again, and it's only interesting to have the southern region in the eastern country. You can do it. I think the king of Chu and the barbarians are not simple characters. Even if they can't solve the witch clan, they won't fall so quickly, right? Why don't you just rush to solve the crisis in the east and then turn around to solve the crisis in the south? Soldiers are of great importance and speed. Dad is trapped in Kyoto, and I can't be held back by anything, so this time I have to come to the southern region in person. All right, stop talking nonsense. Have you found the ancestral land of the witch clan or not? What, can we only solve the battle by beheading? It's not a small matter. It's a shaman, a heavenly being. What else? Do you have any other good ideas? Now the leader of the witch clan has one principle, to stay indoors and not let anyone find him. But in recent days, almost all the members of the witch clan have exterminated the nearby people, so they are more careless than usual. In addition, by mixing with the puppets, we can know their movements, so we can almost touch the smaller ancestral land. And there are no conspiracies or tricks, so if you rely on these puppets to push them over without beheading, what can you do? And don't expect the king of Chu to spare no effort in eliminating the puppets. His ability to plan executions is already a sign of not letting go of the military and civilians in the southern region. No matter how many imperial thrones he holds, he can't sit still. So we still have to do the beheading. We won't be you and the little one, will we? Don't joke around. Although aggression can kill and nourish qi, do you see if those puppets are still alive? Moreover, there are over 30,000 puppets surrounding the ancestral land, and the witch clan's ancestral land is filled with miasma, which is truly a case of no entry and no exit. Let's give it a try first, and I always feel like the water of the witch tribe is very deep. Ancestral land of the witch clan. Central Plains victorious barbarian tribes and barbarians. They probably aren't in their respective cities anymore, are they? Indeed, I haven't seen any trace of these two people in the past few days. But don't worry, the puppets are still steadily expanding. Now we have 400,000 puppets. If it weren't for the loss of the barbarian kingdom city, it would have already exceeded 600,000. That's great. 100,000 puppets will guard the ancestral land. Isn't 100,000 exposing the location of our ancestral land? And can we take advantage of this opportunity to kill Manche and Fangsheng? After all, these two are alone and going deep. There's no need. The strategy of the witch clan seeking too much stability will always make people take advantage of loopholes, such as Yang Jio, who is far away in the east. I don't believe he doesn't pay attention to us at all. By the way, Uncle, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. This morning, a divine curse fell on our puppet army camp. Damn it, it's nonsense, but it doesn't matter anymore. There are less than 100 witches in the clan now, and there's not much to shake their morale. I'm the only weak point among all the witches. The so-called divine punishment is just a warning from Qing Tian, don't take it to heart, and puppets are just a means. When we seize the world, this means needs to be gradually abandoned. It's Uncle. I understand now. The Sea of the Far East. You should be older than me, right? It's just that I haven't been out since I entered the palace at the age of 12, and I've only heard of it for hundreds of years. We haven't seen each other. Even though Yang Jio has some connections with Qing Tian and the Taoist, he is still a mortal. Now that you want to directly kill a mortal, I'm afraid even the monk in the western regions would disdain to do such a thing. Yang Jio must die. The senior uncle under Jixia was instigated by you to stir up unrest in Dakian, and that game was against me. Even Snow God, you went to see him, forcing Snow God to drive his people south and almost break through the northern border. However, Wu Xiao is unwilling to fight to the death. There is such a relationship between the Northern Rong Empress and the general of Jinbei. Donghua, it's also you who let Yaoyang Tianren take action, right? The witch clan may also have your own hands. Although you are the initiator of these layouts, no one realizes your existence. This is the Tianren's means, but now you have given up the Tianren layout and are using mortal means to carry out assassination, which is somewhat self-surrendering. The rise of the witch clan. Are you kidding about the living dead of the witch tribe? Since Emperor Wu ascended the throne, my plan has never failed. Even though there have been recent changes, who told you that my plan failed? What do you want to do? Are we still fellow travelers? If it weren't for me, you would still be an old man waiting to die. Now I demand that you kill Yang Jio, and I can guarantee that you will eventually get what you want. I can't listen to you. Although I'm not Qing Tian's opponent now, I'm just not Qing Tian's opponent. I still have confidence in dealing with you. Up to you. There must be tens of thousands of puppets here, young master. If they were all living people, there would be a way, but this small one is really helpless. I still underestimate the forbidden technique of the witch clan. Both the Southern Territory and the barbarians react quickly enough to quickly gather civilians. If the witch clan really allows them to carry out indiscriminate killings, then these are not hundreds of thousands of puppets in front of us, but over 1 million or even tens of millions. So beheading is necessary to eliminate witchcraft. We must kill the sorcerer. Now, the witch clan has tens of thousands of puppets guarding this place, which is under the pretext that living people cannot approach, while we can sneak in with hostility. So what the young master means is that if we want to behead that person, only we can do it. That's right, maybe the barbarians and Fangsheng next to the king of Chu have other ways, but for now, we can only do it this way. Inside is Tianren, and outside there are tens of thousands of puppet masters. Have you thought it through? I naturally thought about this clearly. When I was in the East, I asked you if you were ready to assassinate Tianren. Think about how you came back to me. Coco, there are still tens of thousands of puppets outside. Even if one person becomes an army, even if it's a brute force, the first person under this heavenly being is only an enemy of 1,000 people. But I'm different now. I'm already in the second level peak realm. I have the swallowing heaven skill, and these puppets don't have a broken mirror or even the ability to use bows and arrows to aim without any spiritual intelligence. Don't you think this is the most suitable place for me to display my skills, old Lu? Young master, are you really sure that we won't even cooperate with Man Che and Fong Sheng to solve the witch clan's problem? I don't think this matter is that simple. Since the outbreak of the Northern Rhone Rebellion by refugees, I always feel that there is a huge driving force behind these incidents, even the witch clan incident, which I don't think is an accident. Don't say so much, just say if you can do this or if you're just fooling me from start to finish. You don't even have the ability to assassinate Tian Ren. All right. I'm already at my age and can only accompany the young master to go crazy, but we agreed beforehand that if you really can't hold on, no matter what happens, it's for the sake of your life. As long as you're alive, everything still has a chance. If something really happens to you, then it's really over. You can rest assured that I cherish my life very much. So let's split up and I'll go intercept the puppet. If you enter the ancestral land and kill someone, don't worry, I'll help you attract attention first. Then you can find a chance to kill yourself. Is it in such a hurry? I don't need to step on it. We don't need to plan, do we? I completely trust you, Lao Lu, to handle the matter of quick assassination without the need for military superiority. The last time I was in the Northern Rhone camp was because they had too many skilled soldiers and were plagued by hostility. But if I deal with you, I can play slowly. Heaven and earth have righteous energy in people, which is called Hauren. My martial arts are called invincible, with sharp blades that are not strong, not destroyed. Has Qing Tian arrived with such a domineering artistic conception and such a majestic true qi? No, I won't. There's no need to entangle with puppets. The ancestral land of the witch clan can stop others, but they can't stop him. The other wizards have already controlled the broken mirror puppet and guarded the ancestral land. The heavenly puppet is also here. As long as it's not the one you mentioned coming in, I assure you that the others will not come back. Very good. The barbarians will continue to migrate south to the barbarian royal city. They won't be able to defend it. Once the barbarian royal city is destroyed, the barbarians and civilians won't be far away. Clan leader. There is a person outside the ancestral land who is killing his ancestors alone. 200,000 puppets cannot stop him. What are you saying about a person? Is he a heavenly being? Or rather, he is Uncle Qing Tian. A person who crosses so many puppets and finds the ancestral land of the witch clan can only hide the puppet's anger from the living, and one person becomes an army. This person is Yang Jiao, who really broke the second rank. Who is Yang Jiao? Isn't he a strategist? How could he really go to the battlefield? Wait, if he's really Uncle Yang Jiao, then this is our best chance to catch him. You know, it's Yang Jiao. Zhong Yuan can maintain balance because of his existence. No, we won't move and we can keep our ancestral land safe without worrying about Yang Jiao. I don't believe he can kill my 200,000 puppets and one song of oil. If we don't touch his swallowing heaven skill, it can provide him with a continuous stream of true qi. Generally, a second-grade martial artist is the enemy of 100 people. Our puppets have an advantage over the soldiers, but they are greatly discounted against the warriors. They will definitely not be able to trap warriors like Yang Jiao who will not exhaust themselves. I know if you want to catch Yang Jiao, then the Yang family and the vast majority of forces in the Central Plains will be tied up. If we conquer the Central Plains, we will achieve twice the result with half the effort. But have you ever thought about why he had to take risks alone? If you analyze him well, you will know that he is best at this. Throw out a bait and gradually lure the opponent into the game. That's right, this is Yang Jiao's usual tactic, and it's not the first time he's used himself as bait. And Yang Jiao is here. Bloodstained Jiang cannot be absent. You can think about what Bloodstained Jiang will do next if you gather wizards to surround and kill Yangjio. I understand now, but even so, Uncle Yangjio is destined to fail because you are clearly not in the ancestral land of the Witch Clan, right? Not bad, although our ancestral land is guarded by 200,000 puppets, that's just a lure I threw out. Even if we give them a trap for those who want to assassinate me. Since it's a trap, Uncle, why are you still there? Because I'm afraid that Yangjio will plot against me, and I'm afraid that he will see through all my plans. Yes, I'm afraid of Yangjio. I was afraid of him. I thought he was trapped by the Eastern War, but I didn't expect him to come to southern Xinjiang. Uncle, what did you say? How could you be afraid of Yangjio? You are a heavenly being, while Yangjio is just. In the Eastern game, you don't know what he did. In one game, all 5 heavenly beings were chess pieces, borrowing strength to fight. No one did better than him. So how do we deal with Yangjio? We can't just ignore him, can we? That's right, we can only ignore him. If we don't take care of him, he's just a second-class warrior. But once you plan against him, you might fall into his trap. For Tianren, he can only rely on his strength to attack and ignore him, and he is powerless to borrow. What does it mean to ignore his uncle? Are you just ignoring him at all? If that's the case, aren't you a bit too much? Still, if you don't pay attention to him, he will always be just a second-class warrior who can never stir up much trouble. A young master. The little one is back. If I had succeeded, I wouldn't have come back so soon. The celestial beings of the Witch Clan are not even inside, and if I'm not mistaken, there is also a killing formation inside. If I enter recklessly, I will undoubtedly die. This didn't surprise me much. If it were me, I would have done the same thing. After all, the heavenly beings of the Witch Clan are also well aware that there are many people who want to kill them now. My young master, you are playing with fire this time. If that Witch Clan leader and a group of wizards act together this time, you will undoubtedly die. By then, you will have nowhere to cry. Hee, Lao Lu, don't worry, this celestial being will be more timid than any celestial being we have ever seen. After enduring the efforts of several generations of the Witch Clan for so long, he dare not risk himself. My young master, you always strategize like this, which is a good thing but also a bad thing. What if he doesn't take risks like you think? What if he does? If he had such courage, the barbarians would have been wiped out long ago. The barbarians can only use the barbarian king city to block the puppet's footsteps now. If only a barbarian heavenly being and a group of wizards, the barbarian king city would have been destroyed long ago. In this case, what we will face will not be just a few 100,000 puppets, but several million or even tens of millions. But this Witch Clan's heavenly and human beings have both endurance and ruthlessness, but they just lack any courage, so it's embarrassing and of great use. Why don't you think about how we can escape? Don't blame me for not reminding you. There are more and more puppets surrounding us. It doesn't matter now that there is such a good opportunity, they haven't come to deal with me, which means the Witch Clan is ready to let me, a second-grade warrior, go unchecked. I have to say that they are smart, but only a little smart. Since they don't allow me to use their strength, there will naturally be others who lend me their strength. Chow Chow has arrived. Yangjio, you have indeed personally arrived at the Witch Clan. I am curious about how you managed to evade these puppets. Your armor is a treasure of the barbarians, right? It can make these puppets unable to sense your interests. This kind of treasure can be used by you. It seems that you are not as unpopular as rumored. And you don't seem surprised to see me here. You already knew I would come over. That's natural. Maybe others don't know how great the harm caused by the Witch Clan is this time, but you must be aware of it. If you are aware of the harm this time, then you will definitely come over in person. I have never placed my hope on the King of Chu. He does have his own unique vision, but his ambition is even greater. If he can unite with us, he will not give his all. It's not fair. God has given you such martial arts talent, such an identity, and such a vision and strategy. It must be said that the evaluation given to you by the mysterious side is very correct. You are indeed a person who can influence the direction of the world. I believe what others say, but don't you feel guilty about saying this? When it comes to the gifts of heaven, who can compare to you? Your parents have already borne you above the end point of the vast majority of people. As for the people who can influence the direction of the world, I admit it, but the premise is that if the Central Plains do not have you and the Eastern Kingdom do not have Eastern Chang, then this era will be my era, but it's not that bad now. As long as I am promoted to Tianren, then this era will still be my era. The strongest celestial being? It's interesting. I'm looking forward to that day, but shouldn't you think carefully about how we can escape now? What does it mean that the witch clan should prosper? What are your plans? Are you saying that we can't hold on here anymore? Do you know that if we retreat to the western regions again, we'll have to let go by a quarter? The collaboration between the Jinyui and the Western Frontier Army is really unstoppable, and the Jinyui is now saying they want to capture you alive. Why capture me alive? There are 5 people from the Eastern Kingdom who can influence the direction of the world. They are Yang Jiubei, Rong Wuxiao from the Central Plains, Eastern Chang, Southern Xinjiang, and barbarians from the Western regions. Defamating me, he's slandering me. He wants to make a name for himself, but why bring me along? I'm just an imaginary king. How can I compare to them? The previous few players in the Eastern Bureau were all outstanding. Even though Yang Jiui stood out, others still maintained their reputation, so those Jinyui were afraid that you would also. Okay, Dongfang, you're really good. If that's the case, then I'll. Your Majesty, are you going to show off your divine power and show those people your strength? What the hell are you looking at? I'm already a weak chicken. No matter how high others praise you, you have to see yourself clearly. Since the Jinyui wants to kill me, I just need to run away. Anyway, we can't defend this place anymore. If we retreat again, we'll retreat to Shitsi Temple. I remember it was the first temple outside Foshan to prepare for spreading Buddhism to the Central Plains. The Buddhist Holy Land cannot retreat any further, and it's not that I said, Your Majesty, we may not be unable to defend it. Our main force is still in the previous few matches, which were just contact battles, right? How do you think we can fight this battle? Are we going to confront each other head-on? It's strange that Buddha sect didn't take action. Now that the allied forces of various countries have been infiltrated into a sieve by the Jinyui, retreating to the West Buddha Temple and Buddha sect side won't be difficult for you, right? Even if it's difficult for us, what can we do? We can't let the soldiers sacrifice for nothing, can we? Although Your Majesty's life has been saved, this battle has been too cowardly. Touch your head well. If it's all around your neck now, you should learn to be content. And I am well aware that since my abilities cannot lead you to victory. But at least we can't let you die in confusion. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Huang Tianxi is not quite right. Now that the commander has won nearly 30% of the territory in the western regions, and the most dangerous mountain city in the western regions has also been trampled by you. What are you still worried about? Are you testing me or pretending to be with me? I don't believe that as a member of the Royal Guards, you can't see any clues. We seem to have been deadlocked with Huangxianxi here for a long time, with constant wars, but Huangxianxi has not used their main force at all, and their food supply is given to you for nothing. Although the Jinyui have a strong infiltration, they are not capable of reaching such a level, and after assassinating their frontline generals, we also found that these generals do not belong to the Huangxianxi faction, but are all against him. Is he using this method to eliminate dissidents and firmly grasp the Western region's alliance? But even if he eliminates dissidents, if he retreats like this, the western regions will really be hopeless. What does Huang Tianzi really want to do? Perhaps. What other plans does he have, such as those related to Buddhism? After all, it's really inappropriate that Buddhism hasn't come forward yet. The Jinyui have all been involved in the war, and their monitoring of the Buddha sect is not as good as before. However, the Sword Saint lineage and the Yang family lineage have successively entered the western regions, and they must have gained some rewards. Just leave these to them. Since Huang Tianzi has left without a fight now, let's continue our advance. If we really penetrate the western regions, you will be considered a famous general in the world. Breaking through the western regions, Huang Tianzi is not a fool. Now our supply line is too long. The soldiers are also too far away from home, and it is inevitable that they will have homesickness. However, Huang Tianzi is constantly consolidating his power. If he really wants to fight against us, to be honest, I have no confidence in defeating him. I can't understand the western regions more and more. If Huang doesn't defend the earth, Buddha doesn't care about the world. The front line has achieved consecutive victories, and even the mountains and ridges have lost their Buddha sect, yet they still remain in seclusion. This is really strange, and although the head coach of the western region, Li Zhong, is a rare talent, he shouldn't have won so quickly. It's not that the western army is powerful, but that Huang Tianzi is leading the war. Since Buddha sect doesn't know what he's up to now, he can only watch and see. Watch and see. Are you saying that Huang Tianzi deliberately gave up these small countries? I understand. He wants to force the Buddha sect to take action. The performance of Buddha sect is really abnormal. Other monarchs may not care about Buddha sect's desire to unify the western regions, but Huang Tianzi will not. After all, he is also a rare sage. Oh, you surprised me a bit. There are rumors outside that you are devoted to seeking Buddha and ignoring mundane matters, but now it seems that you are not ignorant of the mundane. Amitabha Buddha, I am just not interested in mundane matters. The frontline battle has little to do with us. We are not here to cause trouble for them in the rear. Our goal is to know the secret of Buddhism. Since Huang Tianzi intends to force the Buddha out, we should help him. It's easy what you said. How can we help? Now that we have lost on the front line, the Buddha sect will definitely send someone to supervise the battle, so what we need to do is also very simple. Stop all the monks in charge of the battle, and if they come out, we'll stop them. Our current lineup will not be our opponents unless they are high-ranking Buddhist monks. I understand what you mean now. If you are a high-ranking monk, we can take the opportunity to question what happened in the Buddhist sect. This is much easier than going to Foshan. This news can also be given to the Sword Saints. After all, they are still missing the life of the good Buddha sect and have not returned it to Yangon. I was always worried that they would return without success, but I never expected that Huang Tianzi would become so righteous. Master, we may have underestimated Huang Tianzi, even though he did not defect to the enemy. But currently it seems that he has reached some kind of tacit understanding with the enemy country, and I'm worried. Huang Tianzi, we did underestimate him. We knew it would be better to replace him with a useless person, but it's okay to send someone to supervise the battle. If Huang Tianzi is avoiding battle, then we don't need someone so smart but not smart enough anymore. Understood, it's just that the Sword Saint is hunting down our martial monks near Foshan. The western regions are not the Central Plains. We don't have the Jinyui or the Forbidden Army, so we have no way to deal with the Sword Saint's side. The lost dog of the Sword Saint Central Plains has become a sharp blade in the western regions. Master Huang Tianzi is out of control, the Sword Saint is arrogant and domineering, and there have been so many changes in Mingxi's junior brother and the Yang family. I am really worried that your plan may not work. No, absolutely not. The only thing that's difficult now is Huang Tianzi. Since he's out of control, find a way to control him again. Sword Saint, let him go. Foshan absolutely cannot afford to lose anything. Understand? If I had known I would be a hard-working king, otherwise I wouldn't be anxious about how to protect myself now that I don't have any experts around me. Your Majesty, rest assured that our personal guards are here and you don't have to worry about the royal guards assassinating you. I never worried that the Jinui could kill me. What I was worried about was just that they looked down on me with a sly face. The wise are not wise enough, the foolish are not foolish enough, and they are neither superior nor inferior enough. What can I do to shake the world? Ah, if only I could be foolish and indifferent to your tragic deaths, then I would be the emperor of the largest kingdom in the western regions, no matter how I put it. Even if captured, he would be rich, beautiful, and have a beautiful wife and maidservants. Why do you always compare downwards and not upwards? Become a truly wise king. TSK, why don't you compare yourself to Yang Yuan and become an outstanding minister? I really don't want to die. I finally reincarnated and became a king, but I just struggled to cultivate myself. I can't understand why there are so many joys in the human world for the witch clan or the Buddhist sect. Why do I only cling to power and sanctity? Tell me, it's already this time. Do you have any plans? I won't listen to others, but if it's your plan, I can follow your orders. I thought you would become arrogant and difficult to get along with, but now it seems like you've been overthinking, as you possessed both the power and ambition of a young man. In the game in Dongjing, not only me, but also Dongfang Cheng. He couldn't be without a word of honor here, and everyone is smart. They should know what they want instead of putting on airs with a little bit of arrogance. Being with smart people is refreshing, so we don't have to do anything else and just wait. Wait, are you joking? If this continues, the barbarian kingdom city will be destroyed. Once it is destroyed, all the ethnic groups in southern Xinjiang will become puppets. Do you know what will happen? Well, you're right. The barbarian kingdom can't be broken. In that case, let's go to the barbarian kingdom. You're not joking about going to the barbarian city. Are you kidding? Didn't you say everything? If the barbarian city is destroyed, we will have very serious consequences. I want to say it again seriously. I think I can obey your orders because you have stronger layout ability than me. But if you continue to play around like this, I don't mind getting scattered. Even without you, I still have the ability to pacify the witch clan. I don't have a playful smile on my face. I am very serious, or in other words, from the beginning, I thought about settling down with the witch tribe, but I really don't know what the situation is in southern Xinjiang, so I had to use this stupid method to sneak in first. And the leader of the witch clan is right. I'm just a second-class warrior. If he ignores me, I won't be able to stir up any trouble. Why did you choose to come to the barbarians? You can choose to go to the King of Chu's side. I think it's safer over there than among the barbarians because the King of Chu has reason to detain me, but the barbarians have no reason to harm me. If you go to the Southern Army, the first thing the King of Chu will do is to detain you and send troops directly to Kyoto. At that time, neither the Yang family's Eastern Territory nor the Jinbei Wang Mansion will act rashly. The other princes are struggling to resist foreign enemies, and the witch and barbarian tribes in southern Xinjiang are preoccupied with their own affairs. The Chu king takes advantage of this opportunity to rely on the southern army to secure the throne and then reorganize troops or order the Jinbei army to go south to resist the witch tribe. After all, with you in hand, everyone must obediently obey, even the invincible Yang Yuan in Kyoto. That's right, and the barbarians have no reason to harm me. If you kill me, there will naturally be countless people to help me seek revenge, tie me up, and force the Central Plains to take action. You also know that the King of Chu is in charge of the southern region, and the King of Chu won't care about my life or death. My father can't leave Kyoto, and the eastern region is completely preoccupied. If you want the northern region too, not to mention how much damage the North suffered in the previous war, let's just say that this journey will take you north and south. When they arrive, I'm sure your barbarian city will have already fallen. If that's the case, it would be great if you could come to the barbarian city in person. No, first of all, I don't want to cooperate with the barbarian king. I just want to cooperate with you because the barbarian king doesn't underestimate him. He's definitely not as smart as you and won't listen to me as a Central Plains person. Second, come and explore the witch tribe. After all, they know themselves and their enemies, and they won't be defeated in 100 battles. It's not for nothing. At least they know that the witch tribe's heavenly beings are not in their ancestral land. So you had anticipated that I would personally come to see you. The third thing is that coming to the door is one thing, but inviting me back is another thing, isn't it? Okay, I hope you have a better way. Otherwise, I really have to rely on you in the barbarian city, and I can't tie or kill you. But without the witch clan, I'm not afraid of anything anymore. Let's die together. If I hadn't been mentally prepared, I wouldn't have come. Young master, do you really need to follow him back to the barbarians? If you want to share life and death with their barbarian kingdom, even if you take a step back, if you really save the barbarian kingdom and defeat the witch clan, then there will be no common enemy. The barbarians will definitely turn their backs. The celestial being of the witch clan is right. If I act alone, I am only a second-class warrior. However, when I enter the barbarian kingdom city, most barbarians obey my orders. I want to see if the celestial being of the witch clan can still sit still. Alright, as for me, you don't have to worry anymore. Since I dare to go, nature is already prepared. All barbarians are ultimately foreigners, and I will be careful. What are you saying? Manchi didn't join hands with Yangjio to assassinate me, but returned to the Man-King city. And it wasn't escorting, but returning to the barbarian city as a way to welcome friends. Yangjio, who welcomed his friend, had such courage to enter the barbarians alone. He was not afraid of the barbarians crossing the river and tearing down bridges. This is something we never expected. After all, everyone knows what Yangjio's identity is now. Now that he has risked his life, it was unexpected. Now that he has handed over his safety to the barbarians, his courage is admirable. Uncle, you said before that if you don't pay attention to Yangjio, he will be alone and ultimately just a second-class warrior. But now it seems different. He joined the barbarians, and I'm really worried if he has any other plans. Do you still need to talk about it, Yangjio? It seems like you're trying to kill yourself this time. I had no intention of fighting you now, but it seems like I can't keep you anymore. Uncle, do you want to take action in person? But I'm still worried that Yangjio might have entered the barbarian tribe and this is your reaction. We'll figure out a way to kill you after you take action in person. You're right, just continue to let it go and hide here. Are you sure you haven't entered his layout? Previously, the barbarian kingdom could be built with puppets, but now with Yangjio, what if the barbarian kingdom cannot be built with puppets? Or maybe there won't be any results for months. Some puppets refined by civilians won't last for a month and will dissipate on their own. At that time, there will be a western frontier army and a barbarian king city in the middle, and there will be wilderness. My witch clan will be trapped here and die. That is an opportunity that several generations of my witch clan have worked tirelessly to guess. It cannot be wasted in my hands, let alone let Yangjio ruin it. Absolutely not. Wait a minute, Uncle Yangjio is just one person. Now that he hasn't done anything, he's already causing us to panic. Uncle, let's not deify him anymore. He's just one person. Uncle, let's calm down. You are a heavenly being, and we have hundreds of thousands of puppets. Even if he is powerful, he is just one person. You're right, maybe I'm too nervous. He's just alone and hasn't done anything yet. Uncle, it's rumored that Yangjio's second hand is invincible, so we'll let him take the lead and adapt to all changes with no change. Since the ancestral land has been exposed, the 200,000 puppets guarding there are meaningless. It's better to suppress them all in the barbarian city. Yangjio is just one person. Without soldiers or gunpowder, you don't even need to take action yourself. I want to see how he can stop these puppets. Okay, leave the outside affairs to you. I will continue to deepen the intensity of the forbidden technique so that we can control more and stronger puppets. Central Plains people. What do you want to do in the barbarian kingdom at this time? So I need to come back with you. If we rush to the door, this will definitely be the consequence. This is my guest. Barbarians are welcome, but it doesn't matter if you're not welcome. But remember, my guest, I'm in charge. It's best for others not to talk too much. I didn't expect that at this age, there would still be a chance to come to the savage city. Lao Lu, don't you claim to have dominated the world when you were young? Why haven't you ever been to the barbarian royal city? The exclusiveness in Manhwa City is too serious. I haven't been here many times, and now the changes are really big. Before, there was such a lively scene in Manhwa City, it was just a bigger village. These are all brought by my mother. She not only gave birth to the barbarians, but also brought craft agriculture and shops. Your mother truly deserves the position of a barbarian queen, or if the barbarian royal family were not so small, the barbarians would definitely not be like this now. If you fall into my hands in the future, I will consider giving you a way out. The puppets scattered all over the mountains and fields, they came and came again. It's been a long time since people from the Central Plains came to Manhwa City, so do you want to go and worship my mother? Worshipping your mother, isn't this a bit abrupt? We're only meeting for the first time and our relationship hasn't reached that level yet, right? And didn't those puppets come again? I think we're still. If you came alone, I wouldn't be so abrupt. My mother once said that Lu Tu was one of her few old friends. You and Manchi's mother are old friends. The old friend seems to have little history in the barbarian city. Although the young one dominated the world when he was young, there are really not many who can be considered old friends. I don't know about this either. My mother was just the daughter of a wealthy family in Yangzhou, who happened to be taken by barbarians to southern Xinjiang. I used to think my mother was a strong and ordinary woman, but as I met more and more people, I found that there are few heroes in the world who can compare to my mother in terms of wisdom and strength, not just women. So I feel like there should be many secrets hidden in my mother, but when I realized these, she was already gone. Wisdom and strength are women, and they are also my old friends. I think there really was such a person in my memory. But she shouldn't have died in the palace or in Wuzhou. No matter what, she couldn't have come to the barbarians. It's impossible, impossible. If that's the case, it's a bit absurd. She can't have already given birth to one and could have given birth to another. What does it mean to give birth to one and give birth to another? Lao Lu, what are you saying? It's okay, it's just thinking of someone. Let's focus on the things in front of us first. The puppet has already closed the door, so we can't just watch the excitement here. The barbarian king still doesn't want to give me the military power, so if he's willing to bear it, let him bear it himself. If he really can't bear it anymore, he will naturally come to me for help. And in this battle, you should also be aware that the greater the losses of the barbarians, the more advantageous it will be for you. If the barbarians don't have the strength to go north, it will be much easier for you in the Central Plains. How could that be? I have already personally come here and definitely regard the barbarians as my beloved relatives and friends. We are all one family. How could I see my family members sacrifice for nothing? Just tell me, what are your plans? You don't have to go around with me anymore. Although we have your support, if I want to make the barbarian uniform, I actually need to call it out myself. I feel ashamed to say so. I may be better at dealing with these puppets who don't know how to use bows and arrows and are only average in 8th or 9th grade than anyone else. I understand the swallowing heaven technique now. Tian Kai Di Bao. The treasure hidden in the Elders' Hall of the Red Flame Lingji barbarian clan for several generations was intended to be used for me to break through the realm of heaven and man. But my talent is already so good, I don't want to borrow any external force anymore, so I'll take advantage of you. How can this kind of treasure be so funny? After all, it's a case of receiving no reward for no effort. Otherwise, if you offer a price, I will definitely not retaliate. Nowadays, there are wars going on everywhere. What's the use of money? Do you dare to sell me gunpowder steel at this time? Even if you dare, I believe you won't be able to transport it to the barbarians and will be stopped by the king of Chu. Then I can't take your things for nothing. It's not me. Yang Jiu is not that kind of person. Can you please be less honest and say a few more words next time when you say such things, and it will be put in your pocket. Okay, you don't have to be polite anymore. This was meant for you, and you have to remember that this thing was given to you by me. It's not that the barbarians gave you this favor. Just remember it on me, and I will come to you to beg for it someday. What are you saying? You want a favor? Are you sure you're not joking with me? Nowadays, with the chaos of various countries, as the most powerful figure in the Great Qian, your personal connections are even more expensive than you imagine. You should be well aware that I didn't mean it that way. I understand how valuable my favors are, but how can you be sure that I will cash them out for you? Barbarians don't have casinos, and I don't have many friends, so naturally I won't bet with anyone. But in life, you have to bet once. Just think of me as gambling on your character with this Lingji mushroom. It's interesting that the barbarians in southern Xinjiang couldn't rise up entirely because the barbarian king made a mistake. If the barbarian king had believed in you and your son without reservation from the beginning, I'm afraid he wouldn't have even had a chance to rise. Don't be in a hurry, eat Lingji first. The witch clan is now cautious. If you don't take action, they won't either. This caution gives you time to prepare everything. Ha, the gods and humans of the Wu tribe are not even worthy of the word cautious. Previously, it was rare to endure, but now that I have endured for too long, a venomous snake has become a mouse. It is difficult to achieve such a great feat for the heavenly beings and shamans. Lao Lu, quickly clap your hands and eyes. I don't recognize these things. But the moment he took out this blood Lingji, my body's swallowing ability actually worked on its own for several weeks. You should know that there was no such reaction when eating the lotus seeds from Lorong's family at that time. 10,000-year-old blood Lingji may be the only one in the world. Look at the flames burning above. This is a manifestation of strong spiritual energy that nourishes people but does not harm things. Tian Kai Di Bao. Absolute treasures of heaven and earth are hard to come by. Since the beginning of the war, I have deeply felt the power of the swallowing heavenly skill, but I also feel that my own strength is not enough. Until now, I have finally obtained another treasure of heaven and earth, and now I can enter the first grade at any time at the peak of my second grade. And the most important thing is that besides upgrading, the swallowing heaven skill no longer needs to be honed. As long as the true chi is sufficient, it can continue to advance. So once I enter the first level, I can quickly climb to the peak of the first level with medication, and then with the addition of the swallowing heaven technique, I alone can pacify these puppets. Young master, I understand the importance of it. Please rest assured to take the medicine and leave it to me outside. We just have a tale. Are you sure you want to stay here? We have barbarian switches and some old barbarian guys here in the barbarian elders' courtyard. If you were to attack me here, it would be equivalent to turning against the barbarians. The barbarian gods are not dead yet. Young master's clever plan, I understand now. Young master, relying on a continuous stream of true energy, can defeat any opponent in the same realm as well as countless opponents in lower realms, with one strong defeating the weak. Since ancient times, the swallowing heaven skill has not exceeded the third rank. This time, the young master broke through and reached the peak of the first rank. In the future, with his hostility, he will be the enemy of all. If he continues to break through, what will happen? One person becomes holy, one person becomes holy. If it's the young master, does the prophecy mean this? But that's not right. Young master by Dao AI should be the one to be robbed. Tapu. Variable Hang Seng. How could there be so many changes even though I have already figured out many things? Did something happen again? I advised you a long time ago that if it were a peaceful and prosperous era, we would just calculate it. What kind of world is it now? If you can still figure it out, then you are the best in the world. I don't understand what others are saying, it's okay, but if you don't understand why TNGGE is pointing at this and eating, then don't eat or live. Oh, I've already been demoted to a disciple of an outside sect. Whether I can eat or not, it's hard for me to control whether the sect can eat or not. Why don't you just listen to my advice and not worry so much? With your skills, no matter how the world changes, you can still protect yourself. What your son understands, you don't understand. My son understands too many truths, and I really don't know which one you're saying. Heaven and earth cherish me, and I naturally want to save them. Oh, that's the sentence. If you're talking about my son, then I'm not tired anymore. That's my biggest pride. Bloodstained Jiang and Yang Jiao relied on their hostility to go to the southern border. My son couldn't go, so he returned to the Tianji Pavilion to recomprehend, and he had already broken the mirror. Oh, do you mean he's going to challenge Tianren? Don't joke around. He's too anxious. If given time, I have no doubt that he has the qualifications, but it could be 10 or even decades. But now the ultimate result of rushing for success is that haste leads to failure. Didn't you say that heaven and earth care for him? I think we can take more care of him. If he can really take that step, then my Tianji Pavilion can also take that step. You're serious. Your Tianji Pavilion is about to be born. You should know that if you really choose to take that step, you won't say anything. If you lose, it will be irreparable. Yang Jiaji's lower school palace, the North Prince's mansion martial alliance, and my Tianji, if we all lose like this, it will be the mandate of heaven that cannot be violated. If Tianji Pavilion loses to the mandate of heaven, there will be no shame in losing to it. If we lose to heaven, there will be no shame in losing. Xie Tianchuan, it seems that having Xie Fengjun in Tianji Pavilion is just icing on the cake, and having you is a sign of rejuvenation. Can seniors figure out what exactly happened to Hang Seng? Swallowing heavenly skill. In this way, everything has an explanation. After all, the heaven-swallowing skill was given to him by your Tianji Pavilion. It seems that the current situation was already anticipated by your Tianji Pavilion since Xie Fengjun descended the mountain. The holy monk from the western regions, the northern Rong Shui Shindong, and the witch tribe from southern Xinjiang are all plotting against my vast central plains. Naturally, someone will also come forward to plan some things. You just said central plains, not Dakian. We were waiting for you to do what we should do before, but you only relied on calculation. Nowadays, even though Yang Jiao has so many powerful forces to support him, he is still a child facing so many layouts of heaven and man. This is the reason why Yang Yuan is getting farther and farther away from you, and also the reason why I don't like you. Don't others know? Don't you know exactly what I'm doing? I cannot ruin the overall situation because of one person or a group of people. I am different from you. Because we know this, Yang Yuan and I have never blamed you, have we? Tianji Pavilion good Tianji Pavilion Taoist. As the saying goes, there are rules between heaven and man. Yang Jiodong's layout is indeed good, but he broke the rules. It's better to be prepared than regretful, and he's still a child. If he makes a mistake, adults will naturally give him a helping hand. If you don't want to give it a helping hand, someone will naturally give it a helping hand. Father, father, king, daughter, unfilial. She has not shown filial piety in front of father for so many years. Okay, my little girl. You're doing well, so father will be happy. Daughter. The son-in-law meets his father-in-law. Hee, that stinky kid who tricked my daughter away back then. Now I can show off my strength in front of my king. Not only can I show off my strength, but with just one sentence, I can run from the north to Kyoto. You're becoming more and more powerful. The son-in-law dare not personally go to pick up his father-in-law, but with the current situation of being surrounded by dragon energy, the son-in-law cannot leave no matter what. When I was young, I wasn't afraid. Now that I'm at this age, I feel restrained and uninteresting in front of me. It's really boring. I've become timid and don't know my alcohol tolerance. Even if the emperor invites me to drink now, I would still drink half a pound, but if my father-in-law asks, my son-in-law will sacrifice his own life. Ha, then let's not go back until we're drunk today. There are still people waiting for you behind the carriage. Little girl, please push me in. That kid from your family has achieved a first-class swallowing heaven skill, and even I didn't expect his luck to be with the barbarians. It's just a rank. If he had been demoted from Beijing back then, he could have been considered stunning, but in this current situation, what does a rank really mean? Ha, of course it's nothing, even a top-notch state is useless to him. But you know very well that what I'm talking about is not his present, but his future. Don't forget that there is not only a greedy wolf by his side, but also a descendant of Emperor Hao. Her destiny is even higher than that of the greedy wolf. Now, the peak of the first grade is nothing. One day, after breaking the mirror, she will be at the peak of the broken mirror, half a step higher than the heavenly man. Why don't you, the invincible snow god of Kyoto, leave the far north glacier? Dragon energy and ice breath provide you with a continuous source of power. The same principle applies to the swallowing heaven technique, except that it is not restricted by any location. As long as there is a pill, there is a continuous stream of power. It's simple to say, but if we can reach that point, I don't know how difficult it is or how long it will take. Even if the swallowing sky skill is powerful, it's impossible to reach the peak of the first level today and the peak of the mirror tomorrow. Before this, both the body and the realm require a transitional period. And no one knows how long this transitional period will last. Xiao Jiu's hostility has not been resolved yet. I don't know if it can be resolved or how long it will take to resolve it. Time. That's why you didn't give up the dragon aura and even called the gentleman of Jixia and the king of Jinbei over. You're buying him time. Xiao Jiu needs to procrastinate, but this world cannot afford to procrastinate. Are you working too hard like this? Because I am arrogant and talented, I naturally have to do more for this world. If I don't do it, how can I go down in history? How can I let this world know that I have talent? This sentence carries a hint of your youthful arrogance. Speaking of which, senior, if you really see my hard work, why don't you lend me a hand? As long as you're on my side, I don't even have to worry about that mediocre old Taoist priest. Putting away your thoughts, I have already helped you, and if the old Taoist finds out about what I did, he may have other thoughts. Isn't Xie Tianchuan bringing him to Tianji Pavilion just to give the senior a chance? Without the old Taoist, the senior should be able to ensure that everything goes smoothly, right? Don't talk to me like stealing a chicken and a dog, okay? Even if he's there, can he stop me from doing whatever I want? Then please rest assured, senior. The Eastern Kingdom's first game stirred up the heavens and amazed the world. 2 old-school heavens and humans died and received a letter. Others thought that the planning of heaven and humans had already ended, but this was just the beginning. I'll just wait and see. The swallowing heaven technique is really useful. Now Yang Jiu has quietly entered the first level and taken a large amount of pills that can be exchanged for 3 cities in the east. He plans not to go out until he reaches the peak of the first level. You're joking, didn't you come from somewhere? It's still silent and can't be seen clearly. He's busy breaking through southern Xinjiang on his own side, and I don't think he's idle. Now, nearly 300,000 puppets are besieging the city of the barbarian king. And he took advantage of the emptiness behind the Witch Clan and joined forces with the king of Chu to make many small moves behind the Witch Clan. I'm not sure about this small one. You have to wait for my young master to come out. I came here this time to tell Yang Jiao that the puppet attack for 3 days will be tireless, and even the strongest barbarian soldiers will be tired. At most, in 3 more days, the barbarian king's city will not be able to defend itself. First Class Peak Realm. Now I know why I had to kill Yang Jiao. His intelligence and strategy have repeatedly broken the deadlock. If he really gets the virginity of a descendant of Emperor Hao, a pseudo-heavenly being with infinite true chi and Confucian protection, it will indeed make the situation even more out of control. Yang Yuan Jixia Town North King. These guys have pinned the treasure on Yang Jiao's body. If I were to kill someone, I'm afraid it would really be as he wishes. Is that right? Maybe his target is not Yang Jiao, but rather Yang Jiao. He actually arrived alone in the southern region with such courage, truly deserving of being Yang Gong's son. This is your Highness's opportunity. If your Highness can hold Yang Jiao in his hands, then the overall situation of the Central Plains can be determined. I know, but it's too difficult for Yang Jiao to go alone to the southern border without coming to the southern army. This is to be wary of me. Since he already has this heart, it's difficult for me to hold him in my hands anymore. Since His Highness has already realized this matter, he should also know that this is your best opportunity. Even if he is on guard, so what? This southern region is still His Highness's southern region. This southern region is indeed my southern region, but I cannot hide these thoughts from him. He even thought that a few days before our beheading operation, there was a message from Flying Doves that the Witch Clan would launch a full-scale attack on the barbarian king's city. Our puppets here would be very weak, and we could take the opportunity to find out where the Witch Clan was hiding. Not only that, but you should also be aware that the biggest enemy in the southern region now is the Witch Clan Yang Jiao. He entered the barbarian king's city to unite with the barbarians to deal with the Witch Clan's southern region, and he didn't have to participate in it originally. But now that he is fighting against the Witch Clan ahead, I am taking action behind my back, which is not the fault of the wise lord. Yang Jiao's plan is not wrong, but your Highness, don't forget that your goal is not the Witch Clan, and the most important thing is still the Central Plains. Now Yang Jiao has the opportunity to dominate the Central Plains on your territory, which is equivalent to holding it in your hand. Please think twice, Your Highness. Oh, do you mean I can even ignore the Witch Clan? Are there any witch or barbarian tribes blocking His Highness's plan to first occupy the Central Plains and then sweep through the witch tribe? Now the opportunity is right in front of us. That makes sense. I'll leave this matter to you, and both the Southern Martial Arts and military spy will use Fang Sheng, who has already infiltrated the Witch Clan, to cooperate with you and help you capture Yang Jiao. Your Highness, the wise subordinates will never disappoint Your Highness's heavy trust. Yang Jiao was really guessed right by you. My southern region is not a solid block. Your Highness. Keep an eye on him and don't let him find out. Find out who's behind him. I only mentioned one sentence and was so eager to incite me to take action against Yang Jiao, even to the extent of making the Witch Clan bigger. I understand. Make sure to find out who is behind it and dare to underestimate me like this, treating me like a fool like the Qing King who can't see the situation clearly. King. If this continues, we really can't hold on. Although the puppets don't know how to use ladders or bows and arrows to attack the city, the efficiency is very low. But our brothers can't withstand the constant attacks day and night. Although the tribe has started to retreat, if they give up on the barbarian king city at this time, the tribe will be chased by puppets. We haven't exterminated the witch clan before, but this time the witch clan will definitely not be lenient towards us. Why have we, the proud barbarians, really been forced to this extent by the witch clan? It's all thanks to the barbarians. If it weren't for his insistence on going to the Eastern Kingdom, which led to the sealing of our ancestors, how could the witch clan have grown to such a large extent? Our ancestors would have been nothing but mice crossing the street among the ordinary witch clan. As a barbarian king, you only have this kind of magnanimity, so you can't afford to lose. No wonder you've only been a worn-out mirror for your whole life. Even the holy barbarian king himself wouldn't blame me for this. And the barbarians don't have a heavenly being, so why don't they still have me? And in times of trouble, they only want to rely on a heavenly being, which is also worthy of becoming a barbarian king. Even if you can destroy thousands of puppets with your own strength, can you still defeat 10,000? If you don't reach 10,000, you will exhaust yourself. There are over 300,000 puppets below, and they are constantly replenishing. Why can you stop them? By me. I can't hit 10,000 with a brute force switch, but I can. Lord Manhwa, as you get older, hurry up and step aside. After all, you only have this one son left, don't you, LLL? You're so audacious, just a native of the Central Plains, that you dare to talk to me like this. The leader on the mysterious side still has some vision, saying that those few people who can influence the direction of the world do have the potential to do so. Just one person can influence the direction of the world, but now there are two people in the barbarian city. If even the barbarian city cannot be defended, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? Two people who influence the world. You are Yangjio, the person who plotted against our ancestors in the eastern country. Of course, otherwise besides me, who else do you think could make your arrogant son look at him differently? Someone, come and get him. Take him down, as long as you catch him. Wait, 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 wait. You want to take me in exchange for the barbarian heavenly beings, right? After all, in your eyes, I suppressed your heavenly beings, so taking me can exchange for the heavenly beings. Of course, as long as you take it, you can naturally exchange it for our ancestor. As long as our ancestor comes back, he will be considered a witch clan. How could you be suppressed by such a person for so long? Such a person can become a famous general by leading the way, but if he becomes a king, he will definitely be a foolish ruler. Barbarians do not have power and strategy, but only believe in bloodline and personal strength. If there were a king like you in the Central Plains and such a powerful army without power and strategy, the Central Plains would probably already be barbarians. What are you doing? As long as we capture him here, we can exchange him for our ancestor, or have you never wanted our ancestor to come back? Wait until you are promoted to heaven and then capture the entire barbarian tribe. Stupid idiot. Do you think Yang Jio has the strength or the Yang family has the strength to suppress the barbarians? In other words, if they really have the strength to solve the current witch tribe, would they still use him to come alone to the barbarians? What do you mean? You've been with the barbarians for too long. You're not the king of the barbarians at all, just a frog in a well blinded by the throne. You have never seen the vast world beyond the barbarians, nor do you know that there is a world called Qing Tian. Even if there is such a world, number one, we can use Yang Jio to threaten him and release our ancestors. Do you think a strong person who can even suppress barbarian gods and humans would obey the orders of the Yang family? In other words, such a strong person is threatened by you. So he never cared about Yang Jio's life or death, and if he cared, he wouldn't give you any space to threaten him. I made a simple count and found that there are at least 40,000 puppets charging into the witch clan, and there are also skilled warriors among them. He knows very well that if he spends over 300,000 yuan together, he won't be able to use it at all. Not only will he be trampled by his own people, but he will also be hit by our catapults. So how many of the following batches can you solve? Just leave the rest to me. You've invited me into the barbarian tribe, and I'm in such an awkward position. If I really don't do something, they might even look down on you. So how many can you hit? There is righteous energy in heaven and earth. Yuren said Howren. All of them. To break through the mirror, the first thing is to comprehend the power of artistic conception. Although I use a knife, I cannot comprehend the meaning of the knife. Although the grandeur of the sword is immense, I have no understanding of the meaning of the sword. These days, I've been thinking about what my power of artistic conception is. I've come to realize that my greatest strength lies in using one strong force to overcome the weak and fight to end the war. I don't know if it counts as artistic conception. But that's all I know. He really intends to defeat tens of thousands of puppets with his own strength, and each strike is a full-force attack. He can use this kind of attack several times, 5 times, and 10 times. Elder Wang actually has some research on Yang Jio's practice of swallowing the heavens. As long as there is a pill that can supplement his true qi, he will have endless true qi. Of course, it's difficult for him to deal with ordinary armies, as even the most powerful ones have bows, arrows, and catapults that he can't defend against. However, facing puppets, this is actually the most suitable enemy for him. Swallowing heaven's merit, Yang Jio's strong defeat of the weak. Now I know how terrifying your future is. Who is that person? The barbarians still have such a brave warrior. It looks like the Central Plains man who was brought back by the barbarian prince from the Central Plains. Are you from the Central Plains? The prince of barbarians really didn't miss it. The peak-level brute force of the first grade actually gave Yang Jio that blood lingji. No, if you can't even bear to part with a lingji mushroom, that doesn't seem like a brute force. The barbarians and Yang Jiomon's royal city are really difficult to chew on now. Do we still have to fight against the barbarians? Now withdraw and deal with the king of Chu. When it comes to defending the city, the tools of the Central Plains people are several times stronger than those of the barbarians, and we cannot escape from them. So we were still pushed to this point by him, right? My witch clan, a celestial being with hundreds of thousands of puppets, was reversed by Yang Jio alone. You can say that in the first round of the Eastern Kingdom, Yang Jio is amazing in his ingenious calculations, intelligence, and strategies. Who? But now the situation of the Witch Clan has little to do with Yang Jio, and so far he has not laid out any plans or calculations for you. What you rely on is his least skilled military force. Who are you and how did you find yourself here? And you? That's right, I possess the power of heaven and man, and it's a height that you can't reach in your lifetime. And you don't have to use these methods to deal with me. I'm not your enemy. If I wanted to kill you, I would never do it this way. Are you a celestial being from the Central Plains, or a celestial being from the Eastern Kingdom? You have not violated any rules and are not qualified to interfere in the affairs of Southern Xinjiang. It's appropriate for us to intervene in your witch clan now, but you're not enough. Because you have 2 chances to conquer the world. Before Yang Jio arrives, you can add 2 more heavenly puppets and hundreds of thousands of puppets to conquer the barbarian kingdom city in 1 day. But you are too timid to show up and be discovered by anyone. You can only use this most conservative method to slowly erode with puppets. On the second chance, Yang Jio came alone. You can still use your heavenly body to kill or capture him, but you deify Yang Jio and dare not attack him or appear in front of him. You can only allow him to cooperate with the barbarians. Do you know how many years the Witch Clan waited for this time, and how many people died for me to be promoted to heaven and man? If they fail, do you know what it means for the Witch Clan? As long as I don't die, even if my great cause fails, I can still protect the inheritance of the witch clan with the power of heaven and man, and even pass on my achievements to the next generation. But if anything unexpected happens to me at this moment, the witch clan will be wiped out and there will be no more. How can I take risks? And there's no problem with my plan. If Yangjio hadn't come, the barbarian city would have been breached by me long ago. By then, millions of barbarians will become my puppets, and with this as the foundation, I will be able to dominate the Central Plains. No one can stop me. The current stalemate is all because of Yangjio. The prosperity of the Witch Clan may sound ridiculous. If the Witch Clan had waited for so many years until now, it would have been better to go extinct sooner. Who are you and why did you come to the Witch Clan? Let me remind you that although you are a heavenly being, the Witch Clan today is different from the past. Previously, this puppet was just a half-step celestial being, but now in your hands, it has truly become a true celestial puppet. In this way, it means that the Witch Clan has 2 celestial beings in total. It's really sad for the Witch Clan to be so cautious despite having such strength. It seems like you don't want to say anymore, but now that you've discovered my hiding place, I can't let you leave easily. Okay, I won't be your enemy, or if I really want to do something to you, I should go find Yangjio now. He knows how to use me and the simplest way to destroy you, right? As for why I came, it's quite simple. I just wanted to give you a little courage. What do you mean by that? The rise of the Witch Clan. Strange. In theory, even if the true chi has no limit, the muscles will still fatigue. Although the body has not been polished much, what exactly is this feeling of lightness? Is it difficult to use one strong force to overcome the weak and end the war? It's really a kind of artistic conception. How many did he kill? Wang 50,000 has already destroyed 50,000 puppets in half a day, and he has solely relied on his own power to swallow the heavens. Isn't Yangjio, who is like this, really a barbarian, confident in dealing with him? After all, it's just a peak level. Being able to reach this point is nothing, it's just a special technique. It's not difficult for me to kill him. No, Wang. I say he is because the martial arts he displays have always been his biggest flaw. Yang Jiuwen's fame has never relied on martial arts. Are you saying he hasn't used his intelligence yet? The situation is not right. Yang Jiujing was unable to achieve his wish. The Witch Clan is much more composed than the young master thought. The young master's solo killing of the Witch Clan has proven his threat, but the clan leader still did not take a desperate gamble to kill him. If we use the tactic of leading by example too much, it will easily provoke people's vigilance, let alone such a cautious Witch Clan. If we really can only kill all the puppets to solve the Witch Clan, it will be difficult. But if both the barbarians and the witches suffer losses, then Yangjio and the Central Plains should also know that if that's the case, the barbarians will definitely not fight fiercely with the witches here. Of course not, young master. Since he has chosen the barbarian side, he naturally needs to think more about the barbarians. After all, young master has said that this game cannot be without the important ally of the barbarians. It seems that good news has arrived. Is it difficult for anything to happen? Yangjio still has an army crossing the territory of the King of Chu to help the barbarians. The people of the King of Chu discovered the hiding place of the Witch Clan leader and wanted to unite with Yangjio to surround and kill the barbarian elders. No one wants to fight a group of puppets to the death in the south, and neither do you. We all know this. So the young master's plan has always been the same as yours. As long as you kill the leader of the Witch Clan, that will be the simplest solution. The people of the King of Chu have really found the leader of the Witch Clan. Why haven't they found you and Yangjio? I don't know if the subordinates of the King of Chu have found this letter, but the King of Chu must have found it. What do you mean, Yangjio? I can trust him, but not only can I trust the King of Chu, but also Yangjio himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to my barbarian city. And this information is not just about the two of you. If you really decide to go, then we barbarians will also go. At least I will personally go there. If it's a conspiracy by the King of Chu, then I will also join in. That little one doesn't know, young master. He only told me that if this flying pigeon sends a message, it means the King of Chu must have found the leader of the witch clan. Young master can guarantee this with his life. You're going to listen to me this time. I said I don't believe in the King of Chu, but I believe in you. Young man, this is the right path. It won't widen in an instant. I remember your hard work on Lingji, which is a great favor to me. As a person, I always have debts to repay. Yang's legitimate son, I actually knew you had arrived alone in southern Xinjiang for a long time, but now that I see you in person, I can't help but admire your courage. The legitimate son of the Yang family, it's been a long time since anyone called me that. After all, the aura on my body now is much stronger than anyone I can bring out. Okay, this time I came to southern Xinjiang as an intermediary to help both of you calm down and join forces to deal with the witch tribe. Now that both sides have the strongest combat power, it has finally facilitated this outcome. I admire such methods and patterns, but I have one more question to ask Yang Gongzi. You're a senior, don't hesitate. You actually have such a pattern and means, but you should also have a vision that matches it, so you should be able to see that only my prince is the most suitable for that position. Moreover, the magnanimity of my prince is not comparable to that of the late emperor, but even my prince, who cannot give it to the Yang family, can give it, including trust. I don't care at all about the internal affairs of the Central Plains people. Now I just want to know if you can tell me the location of the witch clan leader you said you found. Of course, in order to find the leader of the witch clan, I have to dig out all the wealth I brought out of the palace, so come with me. That's the direction of the southern border. Are you saying that the leader of the witch clan actually hid himself in such a direction so close to the southern border? Or maybe you haven't found the witch clan at all, and your purpose is simply Yangjio. If you don't believe us, go back. Anyway, the focus of the witch tribe is not on me now. If the barbarians in the southern region lack sincerity, then forget it. You're saying this without saying anything. If you didn't have a ghost in your heart, you wouldn't have threatened us like this, and you wouldn't have been so eager to make us believe. Who here is not a smart person, so don't pretend. I don't know why Yangjio believes in you, but I have never believed you since I followed him. After all, the barbarians cannot do without Yangjio now. Yangjio may not have thought about it now, but I am curious about what happened that made the barbarians believe in you so much, even thinking that they couldn't live without you. Regardless of intelligence or strategy, I alone can destroy tens of thousands of puppets with force. Do you think the barbarians need me now? I understand that with you among the barbarians, your highness's plan should also be adjusted. The King of Chu wants to capture Yangjio. This is the opportunity you have brought me. Is there any better opportunity than now? Now Yangjio is far away from the barbarian king city, far away from the southern army. There is even internal strife between the two sides, and I am here to help you resolve the situation. This time, I will definitely hit the target with one strike and be foolproof. I never believe in anything foolproof, and I don't even think we need to take action this time. Since the King of Chu wants to take Yangjio away, let him take him away. The current stalemate is nothing more than Yangjio blocking us with too many puppets in the Barbarian Kingdom City. As long as he leaves the Barbarian Kingdom City, we can devour the barbarians and break the deadlock in front of us. Your caution amazed me, and I think it's not wrong to think so, but unfortunately, you should be well aware that Fangxing is not a brute force opponent as he grows old. And Fangxing failed to bring them to their current location near the southern border. If we don't take action, Yangjio will still return to the Barbarian King City. Once he returns, the stalemate in front of you will still be a stalemate. Didn't you just say that you were here to help me, and that the witch clan is thriving? If that's the case, then please take a trip. If Tiamrin intervenes, Yamgyo will die. The witch clan doesn't want to take any risks. You want to use me as a gun to make you think that the witch clan has the qualifications. The witch clan just doesn't want to be calculated and become someone else's pawn for nothing. I know now it seems that you have no intention of harming my witch tribe. Otherwise, as a heavenly being, if you help Yamgyo in this situation and combine the power of the King of Chu and the barbarians, I will definitely die. Since you know I have no intention of harming you, why are you so cautious? Ha ha ha, the witch clan has been lurking for so many years. What kind of conspiracies and tricks have they never seen before? If they can kill but don't kill, it can't be considered true goodwill. After all, there are many reasons why they don't kill, one of which is that they still have value for use. Of course, I'm not targeting you, but rather saying that some people often end up worse off than dead after being exploited. You're pretty good. You're also very nice. When we met, you started to provoke me, saying that I lacked courage and wasted opportunities. You just wanted me to act impulsively. But unfortunately, the turmoil of my witch clan cannot make me act impulsively. Opportunities can be missed, but my life cannot be lost. Do you want to break the deadlock in front of you or not? Do you want to let Yamgyo go back to the barbarian city again? I've already said that I can give you a celestial puppet to help you, and even give you all the broken mirror puppets. After all, I've killed many elite soldiers, so there are still 5 or 6 such puppets. Plus, can't you 2 celestial puppets kill Yamgyo? Do you really dare to use me as a gun? What you're saying doesn't make any sense, because it's not that we used your gun, but that we went to help you kill Yamgyo. No one in the entire southern region, including the King of Chu, wants to kill Yamgyo because everyone knows that killing Yamgyo will face endless retaliation, and only you and my witch clan will help you. So can we have an equal dialogue now? Not only did I underestimate you, but I'm sure even Yamgyo underestimated you. It said that you lack courage, but now it seems that even cunning and cunning are not enough to describe you. Now it's my turn to ask you this question. Yamgyo will soon return to the barbarian kingdom city. Whether or not you can kill me remains the same. The conditions for the heavenly puppet to use the broken mirror puppet for you are also the same. The deal was made, but let me remind you that this transaction has also lost my goodwill towards you. I believe that when our witch clan becomes strong to a certain extent, you will return your kindness to us again. Great, I'm waiting for that day. Bring all the high-level puppets and help him kill Yamgyo. Of course, if there is a chance, the barbarians must also be killed. If he had been alive all along, even if we had destroyed the barbarians, we wouldn't have a peaceful life. I understand. Please rest assured, Uncle. However, this place has already been exposed. Please find a new hiding place. Leave the affairs of the tribe to me, you can rest assured. This time, when you go out, do your best, but more importantly, protect yourself. You are the hope of the witch tribe. Chief of the clan. The first time they told me after the battle with Yamgyo was when we broke through the barbarian king city. Breaking through the barbarian kingdom city, but all the high-level puppets have left with the young clan leader. Are you planning to personally go to the barbarian kingdom city? Now all the black hands hidden in the shadows have jumped out, and they are busy biting each other. This is the best opportunity. It's never a bad thing for Yamgyo to arrive in southern Xinjiang. If he hadn't appeared and stirred up the situation, the witch clan wouldn't have known how many people would have calculated it. You were already aware of the existence of that celestial being, even though you had already recovered early in the morning. Otherwise, why am I so afraid of the barbarians without heaven and man? Nowadays, not only Yamgyo but also the barbarians are not here. This is the best opportunity. That celestial being was right just now, and now it's really the rise of the witch clan. You should have given up when you were exposed. After all, you can't even hit a brute button, let alone I have an old Lou by my side. You are your highness's best opportunity. How could I let it go for nothing? No way. Didn't I remind the king of Chu? I didn't plan to join forces to trap the witch clan, but the witch clan hasn't shown any plans yet. The plan should have been exposed. The king of Chu is not pretending to be real and really wants to tie me back. This is your plan. Do you know that there are insiders on the king of Chu's side who want to make the witch clan think that they can benefit from the fishermen and deceive the witch clan into appearing during the dispute? Yeah, by then, both of our experts will be here and have the power to fight. Instead of searching for them everywhere to behead them, it's better to let them send their heads over themselves. This plan is too rough. You should be well aware of the caution of the witch clan. Even if this is a great opportunity for them, they will not easily fall for it. On the contrary, I have already told you that the king of Chu cannot trust him at all. Since he has not been able to lure out the witch clan, they will naturally resort to trickery. And the witch clan has more advanced combat power than you think. They will intervene, but if you rewrite, even if your plan succeeds and appears here, it won't be the leader of the witch clan. As long as you can't kill the leader of the witch clan, I can tell you that the puppet will never stop. Dragon, why are you here? Xiaosheng, in the blink of an eye, have you already grown old like this? You are still as young as ever, but I don't know why you have become what you are today, and you are cooperating with the witch tribe. You are the guardian of Dakian. The matter of Xiaosheng Tianren is not as simple as you think. Judging from our past friendship, you can go back now, and I can also give you a piece of advice to stay away from the affairs of the Chu King's witch clan and not participate in them anymore. Tianren Chaolong is one of the most powerful Tianren in the world. It's interesting, so you really came to kill me. I already have a grudge against the Yang family. If it weren't for my dad guarding the Dakian royal family and letting you go all these years, would you be where you are today? It's just a defeated soldier under my dad's command. Kid, can't you see clearly what the situation is like in front of you? Now that you don't want to escape, you're still making reckless and provocative remarks here. Why should I run for my life? To be honest, you were half a chess player in that game, but now you're just a piece on the board, not to mention a chess player. Why should I be afraid of you? Yang Jiao, your situation has been broken by playing tricks and even teaming up with the king of Chu to create such a scene. Fangsheng is not here to catch you, but to show us. I wanted to lure the witch clan out, right? But I didn't expect that even so, the witch clan leader still didn't come to kill you, and the person who came was me, a celestial being even stronger than the witch clan leader. And the leader of the witch clan has already given me all the puppets of heaven and man, so Yang Jiao, you will undoubtedly die this time. Bloodstained Jiang, you can solve the puppet of Tianren. As for the arrogant Tianren with high toes, just leave it to me to solve. Are you sure you want to live and die with me? I'm not telling you, but this Chaolong in front of us is one of the oldest celestial beings. Qing Tian, regardless of the third-ranked individual in the world, may not necessarily be his opponent. I only want to kill Yang Jiomon and I don't want to worry about it. Moreover, it's better for you to return to the Barbarian Kingdom City as soon as possible. After all, I can guess to some extent what the witch clan leader is planning. You assassinated Yang Jiao and stopped me, while the witch clan's heavenly beings went to the Barbarian Kingdom City. I don't know if Prince Chase succeeded or not. If not, it would be better to return to the city as soon as possible. Just now, there was news from the Elder's house. These puppets can only hold on for a few months at most. With the Prince and Yang Jiao from the Central Plains, we should be able to withstand it. What's wrong with you? Our barbarians have always been invincible, and our greatest pride lies in our strength. Now you have to rely on a demon and a Central Plains person. Wang, I understand your concerns, but things have come to this point. It's better for us to be more pragmatic. All the tribe members know that we can't live without the prince or that Central Plains person now. This is really the sadness of the barbarians. Now the barbarians just have to rely on it. It's just that my decision was wrong. If I hadn't trusted the witch tribe easily, I wouldn't have been a barbarian elite. What is that, Wan? Is that the celestial being from the witch tribe? The celestial beings of the witch clan have finally appeared, and he is the culprit behind all of this. Wang, this is a conspiracy. The prince is in danger. What conspiracy? Previously, the celestial beings of the witch tribe had been hiding and not coming out. They only appeared now to wait for the opportunity in front of them when Yang Jiao and the prince were both absent. Since someone as cautious as him dares to come, it means he has solved the problem for the prince and Yang Jiao. They must have been tricked by the king when they went deep alone to behead. This time, we barbarians are afraid. Manche and Yang Jiao are both dead. The barbarians should surrender quickly and rely on our witch tribe. I can consider not turning you into puppets and continuing to let you graze on the grasslands. After all, southern Xinjiang is already a family. The prince and the Central Plains people have both died. What we can't keep, we absolutely can't keep. Are you really the son of our barbarians? Why are you scared to death by a war like those Central Plains people? What you said is indeed wrong, but I know very well that if it weren't for the two of them, this barbarian city would have been destroyed long ago after fighting on the front line for so long. But even so, it's not a reason for us barbarians to retreat. The Central Plains Border Army has the will to die, don't we barbarians have it? This guy has already taken all the advantages and is still shaking the reputation of our scholar king. This barbarian city may really not be able to hold on anymore. Oh, I see. Indeed, the scene between me and the king of Chu was not a good opportunity for that witch clan celestial being. Now that you're here to kill me, including everyone else who's trapped here, it's the best opportunity for him, so what Man Chi said is right. The Man King city is indeed in danger now. Then hurry back as soon as possible. As long as we can quickly defeat the celestial being in front of us, we can also clean up the witch clan celestial being together when we go back. The young master likes this barbarian prince at least much better than those princes in the Central Plains. Well, it seems like I don't need to do anything. To be honest, if I were alone here, I wouldn't have the confidence to face you. But if I decide to stand on my side, I don't think you might be his opponent. And I'm not the same person as before, no matter what, I'm still in the peak state. And I also have Confucian scholars. As long as you and that puppet are held back, I don't think anyone can stop me. Impressive, really impressive. But if we had another celestial being here, how could you still have confidence in defeating us? Seventh generation sword master Lu Erliang Tian human realm. Oh, the sword saints share the same lineage, young master. This is truly a true heavenly being. Wasn't it said that Tianren can't act casually? This is already the first one. What's going on with them? Are they playing tricks? In theory, there must be limitations for such a celestial being to act rashly against ordinary people, but you and that barbarian prince are not ordinary people, but even so, they will still act against you. Lu Tu, that little guy with extraordinary talent back then, why is he still in a first-class realm now? How long has it been? What are you waiting for, or are those people looking away? You are the limit now and have no talent to become a heavenly being. Why are you still alive? It's better to give the younger generation some opportunities. You occupy too much sword energy in Jin Mountain while you're alive, otherwise that old bastard sword saint wouldn't have left Jin Mountain, would he? The longer a person lives, the more afraid they are of death. I am not a heavenly being, but just a commoner. I just want to live a few hundred more years and enjoy more of the pleasures of heaven and humanity. What do I think is the joy of being a heavenly being? Being a heavenly being is always limited, and there is no ordinary person who is interesting. Or is there anything more boring than being a heavenly being in this world? Where do ordinary people have freedom? 100 years of life, birth, aging, sickness, and death, and a lifetime of exhaustion, they cannot know the vastness of the world. This is the limit that heaven has given to ordinary people, which can never be broken. Compared to these, we humans have too much freedom. I have to say that you haven't lived in vain these years. In short, I'm afraid you may not understand the freedom you pursue, so I want to see if your sword, which is now afraid of death, is still as sharp as before. What about you, brute? Have you decided to advance and retreat with Yangjio now? I can assure you that it's almost impossible to defeat us in this situation. Even if you have hidden any means to increase your combat power, without your barbarian kingdom, it would definitely not be able to hold on until then. Okay, then let's give it a try. It's just 3 heavenly beings. I don't really believe I can lose, and the barbarian king, although stupid, is still the barbarian king no matter what. Why bother? As long as I give you enough time, you can easily leave Yangjio on his way in the upcoming changes. Yang Yuan, you really can handle it. I have to remind you that Yangjio is already very dangerous, and I have already fulfilled your request. What are you waiting for now? Why are you in such a hurry? That kid is still in trouble in this game, and there are still people in heaven and man who haven't entered the game yet. What am I worried about? Besides, barbarians are not so fragile. Don't forget that you're still in Kyoto now. If something really happens, can you make it there in time? For heaven and man, distance is never a problem, especially for me who possesses dragon energy. This is your plan. Speaking of which, can you actually do such a thing now? Small meaning, small meaning. Wu Dao Yuan is much broader than you imagine. Then we need to see if that person will join the game. I am also curious about who is behind Chao Long, who can even lock onto my aura so that I can never target him again. This time, I have helped the Yang family too much. If we cannot catch the mastermind behind the scenes, you will be so sorry to me. A family doesn't speak 2 languages. Get lost. Who is your family? Good, good, very good. The morale of the barbarians has been shaken by me. If this continues, the barbarians may even collapse without attacking. But I can't give them any more time, let alone let the outside world bring about any further changes. Puppet, I will use the aura of heaven and man to help you transform the pillar incense. I want to take down the barbarian kingdom city. Seeing that my barbarian tribe is weak, you want to judge me as a celestial being. Do you really think my barbarian tribe has no one? Blood-burning king, you are no longer in your prime, and there is no comparison between chi, blood, and prince. This is what a king should do. If I cannot stand up in times of crisis, why should I enjoy the kneeling of my people in times of peace? The king of the barbarians, He Zhang, is always confined to the palace like the emperor of the Central Plains. The king of the barbarians always stands before all the barbarians. If this mouse of the witch clan dares to stand up, then I will take his head. This is the style of barbarian work. The barbarian king will never hide behind the city wall and underestimate him. It's time for you to pay the price. This is actually surprising. Since the barbarians became famous, this barbarian king has become increasingly mediocre, even to the point where people forget that a powerful barbarian cannot have a mediocre king. These few giant puppets were brought out of my ancestors by me. Despite having the defense of a heavenly human spirit, they were all cut in half by your sword. And what was your speed just now? In 2 breaths, you actually crossed the entire battlefield and came to me. Your blood-burning behavior is strange. Don't underestimate the barbarians, don't underestimate the barbarian king. King. This move was originally intended to be used on Yang Yuan. After all, if we want to capture the Central Plains, Yang Yuan will die. It's a waste to use it on you, this mouse. How could the efforts of several generations of the witch clan be ruined by my carelessness? Only the barbarians would be careless. Puppet, this is fake. You, as a towering celestial being, are using this method to deal with a mirror-breaking martial artist. This method, haha, barbarian king. You are really foolish. Although it is a life and death struggle between ethnic groups, you are treated as a warrior fighting and a mirror-breaking warrior, which is ridiculous. You are the king, and I am the clan leader. In order to make our tribe win, let alone violate the martial arts demeanor. Even if it is irreparable, even if the world curses and curses me for thousands of years, as long as I can win, I am willing to do whatever it takes. What happened? How could Wang Wang be captured? How could he? The conspiracy is another conspiracy of the witch clan. Open the city gate and we must go save our king. Kill me, kill me, kill me. I won't kill you. I've poisoned your sword, and you don't have the ability to commit suicide. This move was indeed powerful, but you're still foolish. You never thought about what would happen if you failed alone after taking risks. But it's okay. Since you don't want to, I'll tell you that if you fail, you won't die. Those barbarians will be divided into 2 parts. One will come to save you one after another, and the other will be completely desperate. The people who come down to save you are like moths to a flame. Without the protection of the city walls, they cannot defeat these crazy puppets. When they are all dead, those desperate people will be defeated by themselves. At that time, the barbarians would fall into the hands of the shamans like they were taking something from a bag. You must be the real person now, right? I've already said that my weakest skill is martial arts, but now I have to personally go to the battlefield and even fight with you guys, who made me fall for such a father. No matter how the Central Plains may change, I can still turn the tide by guarding the northern border, but my father has never let go of the country. OB, it's too late to figure out now that you've pinned the treasure on the barbarian king. I have to say, it's a bit bold. I can see the danger hidden on the barbarian king, but I can't see that the barbarian king has the strength to kill Gushang. Or rather, the barbarian king may be able to surprise and use the strength of hand-to-hand combat to kill the weak shaman and celestial beings, but the barbarian king will never be able to kill Gushang. Master Lu Senliang, the Sword Saint's master, feeds the old eunuch. You are too scoundrel. Although heaven and man are rare, you always do this. I don't know where to find someone to help you from, so no matter how good I am at layout, I cannot prevent you from doing this. Oh, it's really impossible to prevent it. You're still waiting for some opportunity. You came to southern Xinjiang for the sake of the witch tribe, but not just for the witch tribe, right? Where? The affairs of the witch tribe have already exhausted me. Where else can I think about? You look up to me too much. Oh, really? Don't you want to arrest me? Don't you want to find out who is manipulating everything behind me? Or don't you want to replicate the success of the Eastern Kingdom and keep me under control? You should know that there are 3 heavenly beings behind the Yang family who are enough to arrest me. Chao Long, what do you mean by that? There are 3 heavenly beings in the Yang family now. Do you know about this situation and still want me to kill Yang Jiao? Master Sword, don't panic. I'm still here. I won't let you be cannon fodder in this game. Yang Jiao is fishing, and I'm fishing too. Let's see who can be more calm. Now it seems that both of us are trying to catch each other's talents, but it seems like I've decided on you. Oh, so you're chasing me to this point, even helping the witch clan grow, just to catch the heavenly man of the Yang family. The three heavenly beings of the Yang family have great talents and strong winds. In the capital, Yang Yuan is invincible and no one can move him. But if Yang Yuan comes to southern Xinjiang in person, it will be different. Yang Yuanjin originally came from Kyoto. Your idea is a bit unrealistic, and even if it comes out, there is no need to come over in person. No, he's out. Qing Tian can do many things by his side, including replacing Yang Yuan to suppress the country's fortunes and allowing Yang Yuan to leave the capital with a dragon aura. Only Dragon Qi can travel thousands of miles in a day. Yang Yuan was still in Kyoto a day ago. If you want to bring someone over before something happens to you, only Yang Yuan can come personally. Oh, so your script is like this. I understand now. According to your script, the Witch Clan is about to swallow the barbarians, and there will be no one to stop them. You will hold us down tightly until the Witch Clan's heavenly beings come to an end. For the three, I will be the meat on the chopping board. Although you became meat on the chopping board, the four of you heavenly beings were brought together by me, and it was a good time to catch all of you. Dad can use the trick, take Grandpa and the gentleman, and then join forces with us to take all of you down. In this way, the Witch Clan has also solved the problem and captured you and the third-generation sword master. They can even interrogate the people behind you. That's why you came to southern Xinjiang. The crisis of the witch tribe has never been taken seriously by you. They are just a matter of easy resolution for you. Your goal has always been heaven and man, or in other words, ever since you found out about the existence of heaven and man, your goal has always been heaven and man. No, it's already said that this is someone else's script and their plan. How could they possibly be caught all by themselves? So, on the other hand, if my dad and his team really come and catch them all, it's probably my dad. You can see from his confident expression that he must have a way to deal with my dad by using me to lure him out. You are indeed Yang Jiao. You want to capture me and the Witch Clan all at once, and I also want to solve all the heavenly beings in the Yang family. And you only realized my plan now, isn't it too late? Now that you are in my hands, I don't believe Yang Yuan can give up on you as bait. It's your favorite thing to do, but this time you've played with yourself. I want to see if Yang Yuan, knowing it's a trap, will come for his own son. So if you want to see if my father wants a son or the world, I have to say that you guys really play tricks to the extreme and always force people to make such difficult choices. It's all the result of your arrogance. You thought you had the overall situation in your hands and were so arrogant that you dared to come to southern Xinjiang alone, so you deserve to fail. It's so boring. I beg your pardon? I'm saying it's really boring. Although you're just a pawn who can't even decide your own life, I have to pretend to be here and engage in a battle of wits and courage with you. You give my dad a choice, but my dad won't even talk to you. My own plan has been exposed, and I'm scared out of my wits. I don't know what I'm saying. Can you help me ask the person behind you if he wants to expose his identity or just throw you away as an abandoned child? Because I have already become a general in this game. General, it's impossible not to do it unless Qing Tian takes action. However, Qing Tian has already taken control of the situation and he won't easily get involved in these things without reason. Without the power to break the balance like this, you can't turn the tide. Yang Jiao, you're just bluffing. I've already said the power to break the balance. I'm sorry, but who said this power must be my big brother? Is it impossible for such a strong power of heaven and man? The Taoist of heaven would never agree. To be honest, calculating with you guys is much easier than my previous plan. You're just some crude warriors, as long as you simply calculate the number of people and strength. The boiling blood has finally calmed down. If it doesn't calm down, it won't be able to sustain me from burning blood again. You were able to use such a trick to intentionally lure me into my true form even after being captured and humiliated for the second time. Even if you were a heavenly being, you wouldn't be my barbarian opponent at this distance. Everything is over, Gu Shang. Burning blood, haha. I don't believe you can use it a second time. You're just trying to scare me. Speaking of which, this can't be considered as burning blood. This is the ambition of burning one's life to shatter the witch clan. This is my most desired way of death. Gu Shang, please die for me. All right, kid. You've done a great job. You're worthy of the title of King of Barbarians. If this thing in front of you is real, I won't stop you because it will be your legend. But unfortunately, this person in front of you is a puppet. Dying for such a thing will be your greatest shame. Old ancestor, have you really come back? Have I fallen into witchcraft? Is it witchcraft? Just keep your eyes wide open and watch carefully. Dain is hidden in the city, and the noble witch clan and heavenly beings are actually hiding in the puppet group. If it weren't for my massive true energy lock, this kid might never have found your true body in his life. How did Tuoba, the strongest warrior among the barbarian gods and humans, come back? How could he come back? How could those gods and humans in the Central Plains let him go? Just because of you, this damn mouse, trying to overthrow me, the barbarians are simply ignorant of life and death, and you are also sad enough. Even if you have achieved the status of a heavenly being, you are still a mouse who has been observing the sky from afar. Even if the witch clan's heavenly beings are weak, they wouldn't be so weak, would they? It seems that the forbidden spell not only harms the heavens, but also causes irreparable damage to you, making you lose the strength that a heavenly being should have. The puppets have all stopped, which means that the celestial beings of the witch clan have finally died. Don't be so excited, it's not dead yet. This is also a puppet, but it's much smarter than the others and even requires a lot of his hard work. But these puppets have already lost their ability to move, haven't they? He just used a smokescreen to make us think he's really dead, but unfortunately, I won't give him any more chance this time. But there are more important things to do now. Let that mouse survive for a while. Tuoba condemned him, but he actually came. Those heavenly beings in the Central Plains were able to let him go. After all, the person behind you is crossing the river and demolishing the bridge too quickly. No matter what, he is a barbarian god. He was just suppressed and you took action against the barbarians. How could he not hold a grudge against you? And the enemy's enemy is naturally a friend, so why don't I use such a powerful ally? So this is your ultimate plan, Yang Jiao. No wonder you dare to suppress the witch clan alone. You already have the trump card in your hands. The fact that you can still stand behind me without knowing anything is beyond my expectations. What's surprising about this? After all, the person who knows you best may not be your friend, but they must be your enemy. You've never lost before, and I don't think you'll lose this time. But after this turmoil, your barbarians no longer have the ability to invade the Central Plains. Actually, this time I can be considered a fisherman. I'm still alive. How can the barbarians say they don't have a chance? Chao Long, have you already planned to escape? If you want to escape, don't even say goodbye to me. Look, you're trying to make me cut off your life. How could it be? Even if there's one more Tuoba Jew, there won't be any change. Just relax. Relaxing your mind won't change anything, Chao Long. Chao Long, how dare you say such words? Or do you think you're the same Chao Long from back then? Do you think this is your Dakian palace that can provide you with a continuous stream of dragon energy? Tuoba's condemnation. Have you really decided to confront that person this time? I haven't figured out the opposition yet, but he must give me an explanation for his actions against my barbarians this time. I have to find him to settle this account. This is the right way. After all, everyone is a heavenly being. If it were the one who was suppressed, you would have fallen into trouble, so everyone knows this and there is nothing to hold a grudge against. But now that you have come out again, everything that belongs to you still belongs to you. We are still in a cooperative relationship, so you should still stand on our side now, shouldn't you? And you should also be well aware that standing on their side, you will never have a day to stand out. Only that person can give you what you really want. You're right. Qin Tian is still our enemy, and the Yang family is also mine. If I want to get what I want, I still can't do without the help of that person. Tuoba, do you know what you're saying? Do you know how much the barbarians have suffered this time? You are still too young and have not truly achieved the status of heaven and man, so what is important in your eyes is different from what I see. After you achieve the status of a heavenly being, you will know that everything is not as you see it, and you will also learn to make choices like a heavenly being. The barbarians, actually looked down upon their own people and lost the sincerity in their hearts. Even this remaining advantage cannot be maintained, no wonder you can never compare to Qin Tian. How about Yang Jiao? You didn't expect it, did you? You thought you could control the whole situation, but unfortunately, you don't understand heaven and man at all, so this time you are destined to lose. What are you excited about? Didn't you see that he hasn't finished speaking yet? I really don't know what kind of dealings you have between heaven and man, even higher than your own clan, but one thing is that heaven and man are also human. People have commonalities, such as compete. Senior, don't worry about leaving this time. Our master will be here soon. You can also come back to the Yang family with us for a drink of tea. Lu too, no matter what you say, we have known each other for so many years. Now that you have given me a way out, I will definitely remember your kindness. You know, I have no grudges with your Yang family. Now that I'm here, I just want to live a few more years. Once your sword was invincible and unstoppable. When 10,000 elite riders wanted to conquer Jin Mountain, it was also you who broke 10,000 armor with one sword. You once said that swordsmen can only rely on their swordsmanship to never retreat, and their character to never lose. I have always believed that you are a talented young person, so if you let me go today, I can also pass on all my abilities to you. No, I mean to say that hundreds of years have corrupted swordsmen like you into the state you are today. That's why I said becoming a heavenly being is really boring. Living for hundreds of years is even more boring. Kid, do you really think you can keep me? I advise you not to be shameless. You know my strength, so if I really want to kill you, it shouldn't take much effort. I dare not say that you were your opponent back then. After all, no matter how you say it, you are the most talented swordsman in Jianshan for hundreds of years. But after living a few hundred years longer, I don't think killing you is really a big deal. Lu Tu, do you really think that I can't kill you? Lu Zhan's sword was taught to him by me, and he knows how to do it. Of course, I can kill demons and not die. Even if you are banished to immortality, you can't. Sword Saint, I have to say that if I wanted to kill him, it would be like exchanging a knife for a sword. You were much stronger than Sword Saint hundreds of years ago, but after hundreds of years, you won't be able to compare to Sword Saint. To be honest, you have lived for hundreds of years without regret. Or perhaps the heavens and humans have never thought that perhaps time is the greatest test for you. Because the long years may be a kind of wear and tear for people. This wear and tear is not simply about losing one's true heart, but rather about transforming you from heroes and kings to ordinary people who only seek eternal life. Red Destined Tint. It said that you wasted more than 10 years of time, but who knows that you've used these 10 years to see clearly the essence of heaven and man that even the vast majority of heaven and man cannot see clearly, Lu Tu. You're very good, but I can't turn back and I don't have time to do so. I have only taught Lu Zhan how to slay demons, and this banished immortal was something he realized on his own. Speaking of which, I learned this sword from him, but when it comes to using it, I will never be weaker than him. In theory, I personally came to pick up your sword, but unfortunately, I'm telling you so much nonsense just to hold you back. Oh, I don't think anyone can stop my sword. Even Yang Yuan in Kyoto relied on opportunistic means to stop you. Either retreat or die. Heaven and earth have righteous energy in people, which is called Hauren. The Book of Heaven and Man, the Gentleman of Jixia, you have truly become a master of the Book of Heaven and Man. The sword's meaning is uneven and the sword's aura is timid. Such a sword is not worth worrying about. Junior brother thought Chao Long could find some kind of helper, but now it seems that he has thought too much about it. You guys have decided to take sides, Jixia. What, Jixia? I'm just Yang Yuan's senior brother, a weak senior brother who has been hiding for half of his life and only allows his younger brother to wander outside. Now you've bullied my senior nephew. If I don't come out as a senior uncle, I'm afraid I'm no longer qualified to be Yang Yuan's senior brother. Since you have already cultivated the Book of Heaven and Man, there may not be many people in the world who can break through your Confucian book, but you may not be able to keep me. What about me? Prince Zhao Xiaotian of Jinbei. Do you know what you're doing? If you still want to collaborate with that person, then you shouldn't have hit me. Is suppressing me or killing me also part of your deal with Yang Jiao? It seems that you are a little smarter than I imagined. You should also know that the person behind you helped you up to replace the barbarian heavenly beings. After all, he needs a powerful and like-minded person as his spokesperson. You're right, the barbarian heavenly beings still need to continue working with the one behind you, but for him, since he wants to continue working together, you are the biggest obstacle. This won't go on like this. Tuoba will definitely kill me this time and won't even give me a chance to be suppressed. And Yang Yuan has dragon energy. Once he is no longer bound by Kyoto, the dragon will soon be able to roam the world. I need to escape quickly. Senior, the last time I thought about your hard work and high achievements, why did you insist on seeking death? Yang Yuan, how long have you been mastering the dragon chi to such an extent? Is there a possibility that because the dragon chi chose me and you forcibly incorporated the dragon chi into your body, there will naturally be such a deviation? This time it's your turn to choose the person behind you, to abandon you or to personally come out and save you. Do you know what the person behind me represents? Do you know how many people he has connections with? How dare you plot against him like this? My senior is also one of the oldest few heavenly beings. Speaking like this now seems to lose some grace. I don't know how many heavenly beings he knows, nor do I know what kind of power he really has. But now that all the power of my young family is here, if we dare to capture you, we are already prepared for a full-scale war with him. If he calls in more heavenly beings, then the Yang family will accompany him to a true battle between heaven and humanity, even if it involves 10, 20, or even all of them. You're crazy. Your goal is actually a struggle between heaven and man. You're not even a heaven and man without dragon chi. You're just a mirror-breaking martial artist who dares to plot such a big thing. Didn't my son already tell you? In the end, you're just a pawn, and your life and death can't even be decided by yourself, only by the person behind you. So, the choice I gave him this time was whether to expose himself or to take advantage of us not fully rising and come to battle with us. You Yang family are not serious, are you? That's a battle between heaven and man. I'm asking you, if there really was a conflict between heaven and man, which side would you stand on this time? Although you haven't reached the realm of heaven and man, you have the real power of heaven and man. You guys are really serious. The struggle between heaven and man will surely destroy heaven and earth. Now, the land we are stepping on is completely eroded by puppets within 100 miles. What do you think? Is there a more suitable battlefield than here? Are you crazy? Are you really crazy? Who remembers this time it was just a witch clan rebellion? You guys are actually crazy. This is Yang Yuan. I thought capturing Chao Long was your biggest goal, but now he wants to launch a battle between heaven and man, and it's a battle that will engulf the 10 heavenly beings. Since it's playing chess, it's natural to look at a few more moves. If you keep your gaze on this move in front of you, you will definitely lose badly in the end, won't you? But have you watched a few moves? We have already seen a few hundred steps, and you know my position. Our barbarians will never participate in this battle between heaven and man, and we can just watch from the sidelines. I'll give you a friendly reminder. After all, I owe you a favor and we've come this far. My suggestion is, this time you need to think carefully. I can clearly tell you that standing on the sidelines is not a good choice, and it's even better to stand on the other side. Are you saying that Toba will not choose to stand on your side? Although he has reached the same interests as you now, as long as the person behind him appears, he will never stand by and watch. If the barbarians want to remain unbeaten, I have to stand by your side so that no matter who wins in the end, we can all benefit. You have reason to ride on the wall, and it's always much better than watching from the wall, isn't it? Then I can also stand on Toba's side and bet this time. Ha ha ha, you don't know what they're going to do. How could you stand with them? After all, I'm also your enemy and I know you very well. These are all later stories. Are you sure they can start a battle between heaven and man? I don't think it will be so easy to start. Why won't we start this game? How long do you think we've been preparing for this game? I've been planning for today since the start of the Eastern Kingdom's Tianren plan. Because at that time, I had already shown Tianren the threat of the Yang family, and in just a few months, our Yang family had 3 powerful Tianren. Do you think they would let the Yang family continue to grow? And my dad is invincible in Kyoto. This time, when Dad comes out of Kyoto, it's also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. Are you really crazy? But even if you have 3 powerful heavenly beings, you can't withstand the collective attack. This is not something I should be worried about anymore. Dad is in a hurry. He wants to bet that he wants to relieve the crisis of Tianren. Just like the time in Kyoto when all the princes, including the emperor, wanted to kill Yang Yuan, but Yang Yuan almost solved it all at once. How did my dad get to this point? When he was in Kyoto, the prince and emperor wanted to kill him. Now that he has achieved the status of a heavenly being, there are so many heavenly beings who want to kill him. Is he the best one to play with? Why did you suddenly laugh so exaggeratedly? Is what I just said so funny? I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing at that sly-faced leader. He calculated that there were 5 people who could influence the direction of the world, which is really ridiculous, especially after seeing this scene in front of him. There has always been only one person who can influence the direction of the world, and that is Yang Yuan. Decades ago, Fu Mingjun emerged victorious, and the country's strength in the east was restored and the decline was reversed. Now that heaven and man have been born, he has set up such a shocking situation, so he is the only one who affects the world. I'm already at this age. He clearly has an excellent son like me. The older I get, the more I love to tinker around. I'm not standing with you to ride the wall, but to fully support you. Do you know what you're saying? You're not acting like this because you admire my dad, are you? Not just because of this, but in my impression, your father has never lost, nor have you ever lost. I don't think the 2 of you working together will lose. I hope you won't be disappointed with this choice. Next, there will be a fight between immortals. If I continue to get involved here, I will be ignorant. It seems that you don't hold such an important position in his heart, and I've already let you go once, so I won't let you go a second time. So, are you ready to die easy? If he had personally appeared to save me, I don't think it would have been possible. But if you were here and said such things, he would definitely not have missed this opportunity, or if any other celestial being would have missed it. The number of 1, 2, 3, and 8 is not too exaggerated, but is it still the existence of heaven and man? There may be so many. The battle between heaven and man, Dad. You're taking a big risk this time. If it doesn't work out as you wish, I'm afraid even I'll have to stay here with you. 8 heavenly beings have been saved. I have a heavenly human soul and a sword bone. You can only rely on true chi to grind me to death. In a short period of time, you have no way to kill me or suppress me. This time, you are finished. You're right. Since there are already so many enemies here, we can't let you cause any more trouble for us. So I'm sorry, what we're waiting for is not suppression, but killing. Just what you said about erasure may be true for ordinary heavenly beings, but for the number 1 assassin in the world, heavenly beings are also human beings and can be killed. And you've only heard of my desire to be in the mortal world and don't understand it. After all, anger can harm the body, and the fact that anger can be suppressed in the mortal world shows that it's even more poisonous and hurtful. How could I just die like this? You're a mortal assassin. Not willing to accept it, right? If you don't accept it, just die like this. Resentment towards me will continue. These grudges will turn into hostility, which is better than slaughtering tens of thousands of people. I usually avoid hostility, but now it's what I need the most. I don't like slaughtering and prefer hunting the strong. Why haven't we broken through yet? Killing Tianren and still thinking that such an ancient Tianren, isn't this the opportunity for you to break through? Those with hostility cannot break through the mirror. The smaller ones do not have the ability of the young master to rely on their own true chi to forcefully reopen that hurdle, so it is better for the smaller ones to be more stable. And for us, when does Rome represent strength? You guys actually killed Lu Sanliang, you guys. When did the senior become so naive? Now that we dare to declare war on so many heavenly beings, you still think we dare not kill them. Senior, there's no need to worry. It's your turn soon. As a pawn, your usefulness is no longer there. No, I can help you. I can also help you. Senior, now there's really not even a shred of backbone left, and the real battle between heaven and man is coming up. Senior, it's time to step down. Yang Yuan seems that in this game, I, the barbarians, have gained everything. After Qiaolong's death, I am the only one who relies on the Yang family. All the people of the Yang family have died in battle. Without the Yang family blocking our way, we can better fulfill our wishes in the future. And I am a barbarian heavenly being. As long as Qing Tian is not here, I am invincible in the world. Even if you have dragon aura, I will not take it seriously. What do you mean, brute? Did you decide to stand across from me? This is the best choice for the barbarians, and I want to truly master them and become the true king of the barbarians. I do not allow the existence of a supreme emperor above my head. Arrogant, don't say you're not yet a heavenly being. Even if you were truly promoted to a heavenly being, it would take decades of training to be on par with me. All right, leave this to me. The other heavenly beings will arrive soon. Leave your combat power to them. Jixia Genzi, do you really think you can stop me? They can't, but I can. Tree Clan Ring Daoist Heavenly Realm. I, as an old man who was about to enter the underworld, didn't want to get involved in these things, but your Yang family broke the rules. Back when the Tree Clan was destroyed, the seniors never came out. Now, Yang Yuan only has a little bit of movement, and the seniors can't wait to show their heads. This is not something that an old man who is about to enter the earth can do. We haven't come out yet. Are we waiting for your Yang family to deal with us one by one? Songbing Valley Sky Human Realm. Since you captured the dragon energy in Kyoto, isn't your incident aimed at heaven and man? Are you really not able to see it? Yuan never dares to indiscriminately kill innocent people. You don't indiscriminately kill innocent people. Wilderness Beast Island map, cutting through the Thorn Sky Human Realm. In the past century, apart from the Tianren who died from conflicts due to the depletion of Shuyuan, how many Tianren and pseudo-Tianren have died in the hands of your Yang family? Nantian Mining Golden Abacus Tianhua Realm. Plus, the 2 heavenly beings and pseudo-heavenly beings who have been dead for less than 2 years, who are already 5, are even more numerous than the past 200 years. They even have the ability to suppress the strongest barbarian heavenly beings in terms of combat power. Xiao Shan Xiao Tian Pa Pa Tian Ren Jing. The old lady also thinks that what the Yang family has done is a bit excessive. Heaven and man cannot attack ordinary people at will, but as an ordinary person, shouldn't we challenge the majesty of heaven and man? Cross-sea entry. I am different from them. 90 years ago, I crossed the sea and came to the east, enduring countless hardships, and finally obtained the art of longevity, so I am very afraid of death. The threat that your Yang family poses to me is too great. In the Kyoto game, even if we only use strategy, we can count on 2 powerful celestial beings. Now, regardless of strategy or strength, you have the power to hunt down any celestial being, so we cannot let it go unchecked. We rushed here in a hurry and didn't rush to take action, probably not to say these few nonsense words to me. The Lock Heaven formation, launched by 6 heavenly beings in collaboration, is truly a heavenly formation, and it was also developed by Emperor Hao. In the past, Emperor Hao used it to lock in 100 alien beings who were comparable to heavenly beings. Now, Lock Me is overused. My favorite adventure is discovering it in the tomb of a general under Emperor Hao's command, which can be considered a surprise for you. However, with this, we can guarantee to capture all of you without leaving any behind. This is not bad. After all, I have never wanted to leave since I came here. This is to prevent you people from fleeing in the face of danger. After all, this battle between heaven and man is something I want to do once and for all. And you guys are really ridiculous to say that you are afraid of our Yang family, but you clearly know better than anyone that the heavenly beings killed by my Yang family are all worldly heavenly beings. We can't even find those who live in seclusion. What they truly fear from us are only those heavenly beings who want to enter the world. So I don't want to explain anything to you. Since you're here, it means you want to enter the world. Since there are signs of this, Yang Yuan absolutely does not allow chaos between heaven and man. I, Yang Yuan, entered the officialdom of a treacherous minister and killed treacherous ministers in turbulent times. I also killed foreign enemies in turbulent times. Nowadays, it's the same for heaven and man in turbulent times. Okay, now that the formation is formed, we don't have to waste any more words with him. Since we've already left the capital, let's kill him. Zhao Xiaotian. Do you remember me? I don't remember, but when I saw you using a knife, I think you were probably a defeated subordinate of mine. Sorry for staying with that guy Qing Tian for too long. I really can't remember a defeated subordinate with no future. Don't worry, I will remind you of the days when I witnessed the slaughter of the world during the Battle of Northern Rome, and you became my shadow for decades. Sir, would you like me to help you deal with Tobaju alone? It's already difficult enough to deal with him alone. I don't know where that golden retriever went. Although he's not an assassin, he's skilled in the art of assassination. It's okay to help Meng Xian. It's quite difficult for him to fight against two opponents. After all, Jixia is never good at attacking. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. The person targeted by Lu Tu is actually me. This fight is really not worth it. Even if you're powerful, you're not a heavenly being. You should find a way to solve this problem for the younger generation like Jixia. The Book of Heavenly Beings is too difficult to deal with. This is the battle between heaven and man. Unfortunately, I have never been very interested in these punches, kicks, and kicks. If my uncles who are at the peak of breaking mirrors had a look, they would surely have gained a lot. The battle between heaven and man has already begun here. I don't know how Dad is over there. The controversy between heaven and man. The debate between heaven and man, which encompasses 10 or more heavenly beings, has not appeared for many years. Yang Yuan, is this really your goal? You want to completely defeat Tianren in one game. After this, as long as your Yang family is still here, even if they are heavenly beings, will they not dare to show their heads? Not good. The world is changing drastically and there is no conflict between heaven and man. I can't see where things are heading. How dare you help outsiders calculate me? I don't know what Senior meant by that. I just invited you to have a cup of tea and discuss the secrets of heaven in my spare time. You young people don't know anything, especially that Yang Yuan who did such a thing behind my back and wanted to defeat so many heavenly beings at once. He's really crazy. Senior, why are you in such a hurry? Have a cup of tea now? With the trend, if you don't help Yang Yuan, it's okay. Do you still want to cause trouble for him? What kind of trouble has he already come this far? Can I really stop him? After all, he is a junior who has been cultivated for so long, so he naturally needs to help him find and fill in the gaps. Are you planning to identify and fill in the gaps? Yang Yuan is not in Kyoto. Do you think this is just an opportunity to kill Yang Yuan? Yang Yuan is invincible in Kyoto. Why do you think Dragon Chi added a Kyoto restriction to Yang Yuan? Because the dragon energy is only in Kyoto. If it is too far away, it cannot be supplied. Dragon Chi never needs a master, only a guardian. If a guardian is needed to protect oneself, they will definitely give the guardian strength. This is a cooperative relationship, not a master-slave relationship, which is why there are such restrictions. Dragon Chi practitioners are not allowed to leave Kyoto. So Yang Yuan's departure from Kyoto is not only dangerous for himself, but also for Kyoto and Dragon Chi. Are you saying someone will take action against Kyoto? Two heavenly beings descended upon the Tianji Pavilion, and it seems that he has done some extraordinary things again. Since I let Tianren block me, it means he really wants to attack Kyoto, so is his goal Dragon Chi or Kyoto? Open the Deception Sky Formation. My Tianji Pavilion is so easy to break through. Senior, I suddenly remembered. Don't worry, after all, Senior Qing Tian is still in Kyoto. With him, no one can do anything. What kind of person do you think he is? Do you believe that just because he has some connections with the Yang family, he can help you with anything? Even if Kyoto were bombed, he wouldn't blink an eye. And you can imagine that the people behind their scenes wouldn't think of anything that could interest Qing Tian unless it was targeted at him personally, so Qing Tian could have ignored it. What else can we do? If this continues, Kyoto really won't be able to withstand it. From Jidong, I have finally arrived here. In the chaotic world of Kyoto's dragon aura, everything I want is here. Get lost, get lost. This is not the place you're lamenting about. The Forbidden Army has been ordered to seal off the city. You can either enter or leave. I'm really sorry for causing trouble for all the soldiers. The dragon aura permeating every corner indicates that Yang Yuan is really not in Kyoto. Although that guy Qing Tian is terrifying, he won't meddle in these trivial matters. How to buy boss meat buns. How many would you like, sir? 5-1 for a meat bun, 3-1 for a vegetarian bun, and 1-1 for a vegetarian bun. That boss, I only have 7 cents left. Can you give me 2 meatballs? That's not possible. I'm already losing money and can't get any cheaper. Otherwise, you'll have to rely on 2 amateurs. Although I don't have money, I'm so greedy that I can't eat anymore, and I have to do something big later. How about this, boss? Can you give me 2 meatballs? After today, I will make you one of the top elites in Kyoto. You're one of the top and powerful, you can't even afford 2 meatballs, and you're boasting to me about this kind of cowhide. Do you like it or not? Get lost. Okay, there's only 3 pieces of meat left. Can you give me some soup? Hurry up, I have big things to do. Okay, wait. TSK, you can't even afford 2 meatballs. What's the big deal? Of course, it's a major event that will change the world. First, take the Dragon Chi and change the owner. Yang Yuan will undoubtedly die in southern Xinjiang. Once the new emperor of Dakian dies, Yang Yuan will struggle to maintain the situation and break it. When the war sweeps through the 5 realms, the great Qian will be shattered, and the descendants of Emperor Hao will also compete for power. The world will become even more chaotic. Even if Yang Jiao holds the northern territory, what will happen? It will only become a target of public criticism again, and this time Yang Yuan's death will make Yang Jiao unable to come back. It's all up. Don't you have an urgent matter? Hurry up and finish eating, and make room. Okay. Could you please provide some pickled vegetables? There are many things to do. Your Highness. Yang Yuan is leaving Beijing now. Do you think we should take advantage of this? Seize the opportunity. What? Chao Gonggong should know that Chao Long has returned, so you don't want to welcome Chao Long back, do you? Your Majesty, my master is naturally loyal to the royal family. Mastering the dragon energy in him is much better than mastering it in Yang Yuan. The current situation is already the best for us. All the princes are guarding the border. If Yang Gong loses his deterrent power at this time, what would these princes do first? Chao Gonggong, now we are on the same side. I hope you can speak and act for me, not just for yourself. What exactly happened with the Yushi warning? Did Yang Gong have an accident? It shouldn't have happened. If Yang Gong falls, it will be shocking news, not just a warning. Is it a warning to someone who can influence the fate of my country? Old Slave immediately mobilized the Forbidden Army and all the defending generals to guard the imperial city. If such a person really approaches, he will never be allowed to approach your Majesty. If such a person really exists, how can you stop them? Maybe it's not for a certain army. But it's for someone who has the ability to block 10,000. To be able to block 10,000 with one stop means heaven and man. Yang Gong's Kyoto Bureau made everyone see the power of heaven and man. Since that moment, the conflict between ordinary people and heaven and man has never stopped. So what you mean is that it's not right for another heavenly being to come to Kyoto, Yang Gong. Now that Kyoto is invincible, no heavenly being dares to come to Kyoto again, Lei Hua. No, what you mean is that Yang Gong is not in Kyoto. You're right. Tianren's hasty entry into the capital only shows that Yang Gong is not in the palace. Now he's so nervous. What is the reason why this Tianren came to Kyoto? If something unexpected happens to the new emperor at this time, there will be internal strife and the pattern will be broken again. Mobilize the troops of the government, chief of staff, and bring out all the warriors in the family. This time, don't hide any more secrets. Although I also want to seize the throne, the new emperor cannot die at this moment. The wise old minister in the hall will arrange it now. I didn't expect second brother to make such an arrangement. I thought you would watch the crown prince die first and seize this opportunity to give yourself an advantage. I want to be an emperor, not a slave to the country. If I can't even understand the current situation, I'd rather withdraw early and seize the throne. Second brother is indeed second brother. If the crown prince's brother's health were not so bad, and if father did not think so much and give us hope, then perhaps our brothers would not be like today. The new big brother was born with kindness, generosity, and talent for governing the country. If he is in good health and my father has devoted himself to cultivating him, I am also willing to become a wise king. However, it is too late to say these things now. Second brother, take care. Seventh brother, cherish it. The chaotic times may have just begun. Prince, although we have evolved into our current selves, I still hope you can survive. Your Highness, what you said was a bit against your heart. If this debt to the Emperor does not die, it will be difficult for you to ascend to power. I don't have the confidence to quell the turmoil caused by the death of the Crown Prince, nor do I have the confidence to save the crumbling Dacian. I don't have any words that are against my will. I don't want the new Emperor to die at this time. It has nothing to do with contacting you and seizing the throne. I don't want him to die, but as Prince Dacian, I need to be prepared for his death. If I had known so, why bother fighting with him? If only you had fully assisted him. If I had known that things would have developed to this point from the beginning, I wouldn't have argued with him. Who would have thought that what was just a battle for the throne by Dacian would have turned into a life and death struggle where the country and its soldiers would be at odds? I didn't expect you to have such a change and realization, which made me look at you high. Would you be willing to help me protect the current new emperor? Although there are so many forbidden armies and experts, I still don't think we can keep the new emperor. Even Yan Gong has been let out to be someone who can do this. His scheme is definitely not simple, and his conspiracy cannot be stopped by Chao Jingqi. I can't. Because Dacian's life and death have nothing to do with me. What I promised you, the new emperor can also give you. You should know that the new emperor also needs his own heaven and man. Dacian Xian Huang is the bait. Although he is destined not to stop that person also needs to pay the price. That is, both sides will suffer. That's when we have the opportunity to take action. So all you can do for me is mend the fold. If you kill that person, you will become the new emperor, and then the dragon energy will return to me. I will come to govern the country and assist you for decades to quell the upcoming turmoil. The turmoil that followed the death of the new emperor was earth-shaking and mountains-shaking. I don't think relying on one or a few heavenly beings can solve it, and cooperating with you means completely breaking away from Yan Gong, which makes me. You don't have to worry about the Yang family anymore. As long as that person successfully kills the new emperor, Yang Yuan will also die, and undoubtedly the Yang family will be devastated. Unable to recover, now this situation is gone. Without the Yang family, it would be nothing. It's just a matter of listening to you. If the new emperor really can't avoid it, then that's all we can do. It's time to do something big after eating and drinking. Sure enough, Dragon Chi warning. Even if Yan Yuan is not in the imperial city, he is prepared with tens of thousands of elite soldiers. Even if he is a heavenly being, there should be no way, right? There are assassins and archers. If I weren't in Kyoto, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the confidence to deal with so many experts. Okay, then let me see what kind of heritage the Dacian royal family has now. Shoot. This is the power of heaven and man. By GE, let's go. That's heaven and man. Nowadays, in the midst of adversity, the government is even more preoccupied with our own affairs. If we leave now, we won't attract anyone to pursue us. That is an existence in the legend of heaven and man. Since I have witnessed it, how could I escape without fighting? Although I cannot tolerate many things that Chief Assistant has done, he still has a sense of kindness towards me. I will leave, but definitely not now. Of course, this is my choice. If you want to leave, then go ahead. After all, I think the possibility of surviving this time is really small. You should know that it's a heavenly being. You're a good fighter. If you're still alive after this fight, you'll have good gains in the future. Senior, you're joking. You didn't even have a sleeve to sweep me down, which has already given the younger generation enough face. After all, for a strong person like you, a warrior like me is not worth mentioning. I don't hate people like you who know they're dead but still keep moving forward. I can even make you punch first. This punch was created by a younger generation and named Wuchi. To put it bluntly, although I am a boxing enthusiast, I do not have any talent and can only perform 10,000 punches daily. Even so, I cannot comprehend that Gun God is usually a shattered star sword saint, and some exiled immortals are just ordinary and unremarkable, but please try it out, Senior. You're welcome. Please punch me. Senior, be careful. I have never seen an ordinary punch, only the accumulation of tens of millions of punches that have not slackened for decades behind it. The name Wuchi may not be good, but this punch is indeed a punch that only boxing enthusiasts can make. Thank you, Senior. You are a boxing enthusiast, and I will use my fists to kill you. If you don't die, then this is your chance. Unless the senior withdraws, the younger generation seeks death. This punch cried without a name. It's just a casual punch from Tianren, but it's enough for you to comprehend. So many people, can't we just kill them all? It's just that I estimate killing over 10,000 people and the remaining ones should have fled in panic. I don't think the royal family of Dakian has the cohesion to make so many people rush for them. How is it possible for it to use Dragon Chi and still be able to continuously use Dragon Chi like Yang Yuan? Chao Gong, what do you mean by Dragon Chi? Moreover, he is like Yang Gong, which means he is invincible in Kyoto. Your Highness, let's go first. This Kyoto may not be able to hold on. And I don't know exactly where he came from, and I've never heard of anything like this before. Even though the Dragon Chi has its own master, why exactly is he? Why has this world become what it is now? Is it really heaven that is about to destroy me, Dakian? The person with Dragon Chi actually has this kind of means. If he really gets Dragon Chi, the next step is probably. So you are going to fight, but rather than wait until both sides are defeated, you should use the power of the new emperor to defeat him. You can talk with the new emperor about these conditions. I will help you reconcile them. How could I not be clear about what you said, but in this case, I may not be able to bypass the Yang family. Something happened in Kyoto due to the abnormal movement of Dragon Chi. The Yang family is still a heaven and man. We all know that without reinforcements, the East cannot stop the East. If there is another rebellion in Kyoto, the East may take over the Central Plains first. If it weren't for our reinforcements, the eastern border would have been breached. If this continues, my Wuzhou army would have been dragged to death here. Shouldn't Yang Jiao give an explanation? Even if he can't reach the northern border, the army should have moved, right? The northern army's eastward advance is indeed the only way left. It has been several months since the Northern War was quelled, and what needs to be rectified should have also been rectified. Oh, you actually agreed to let the Northern Army participate in the war. Why don't I agree with the correct proposal and not just mention the young master? I think the princes in Kyoto have also realized that whoever wants to gain the world must first gain it and not lose it. Not bad, this is the only bottom line, so when will the Northern Army arrive? The young master has always been ahead of the enemy in everything. He must have already thought about the predicament in the eastern region, so the Northern Army should have started to move. In addition, the northern and eastern regions are not far apart, and I think they will arrive soon. I hope everything is as you wish. Now that the Eastern Alliance is firmly under the control of the Decepticons, their attacks are becoming increasingly fierce. Even with us in the east, there is still at most a month left. Within a month, the Northern Army will definitely have time. It's just me. You want to go to Kyoto, or rather, you don't want to go to Kyoto, you just don't want to be trapped in the East anymore. I'm not good at commanding wars in the first place. Now that you're here, I'll just divide your power. The Northern Army is about to arrive in the East, no matter how strong it is. As long as the Northern Army arrives, everything will be worry-free. What are the Yang family and you guys doing? We can't delay any longer. We cannot allow the Eastern Kingdom to occupy the Central Plains. It's true that we can't let the East take the lead. Is it just that you've made up your mind? It's natural for us to go on a campaign, and we both have unshakable rights in our respective armies. But what I need to tell you is that once we go on a mission, we must win and return. If we fail, the Northern Romes have had a century-long conflict, and now we can finally live together. If we fail on a mission, the conflict will erupt in an instant. We all know very well that only by working together can the Northern Rome region overcome difficulties, but this is only for us in power. There is a blood feud between the lowest level people on both sides. How many men have died on the battlefield in the past century? Those men may be sons, fathers, or even husbands. They died on the battlefield, but do you think their families will let go of their hatred? Isn't this the only thing we've been solving these past few months? So Madam is right. We can send troops, but we cannot withstand failure. If we fail, all suppressed conflicts will erupt. Madam, it is clear that you are the Grand General of your family. After your marriage to our Northern Rome, please do not let me hear the word Madam again. You should call your Majesty the Grand General and Prince. Your Majesty, are you afraid that those people in Kyoto are not afraid of us enough? In the northern region, there is one Your Majesty in the palace, and there is another Your Majesty. How should we handle ourselves? Nonsense, those people in Kyoto won't accept us at all. For those who won't accept us, just overthrow them directly. And these people have always been harsh on you in the north. Are you a despicable person who insists on bowing down to those people? Your idea is very dangerous, so if you do it this way, if you fail, you will be the enemy of the world. Even if you want to rebel, now is not the time, and we also need to protect Dakian. You have seen all of this before you, and the generals we trust are still like this, let alone the conflicts among the common people. If I had confidence in the Eastern Kingdom, I'm afraid that once the Jinbei army leaves, all other forces in the Eastern Territory will retreat and be handed over to our Jinbei army to deal with. You're not just worried about these, are you? Of course, I'm afraid that when the time comes, we will not only deal with external threats, but also the fears of those princes. Tianren. You're right, and that's exactly what worries me. In war, we never fear any enemy, but what we truly fear is that the means of heaven and man cannot be prevented. Yes, if we talk about force, we never fear these guys. But the most cunning thing about these guys is that they have far superior force, but they always like to hide behind and plan to give you a fatal blow at any moment. Yes, Tianren is very dangerous. The Northern Territory can no longer withstand failure. You're right, it's very dangerous for heaven and man. The Northern Realm can no longer withstand failure, so I shouldn't go. But even if you understand that, you will still go, right? That's right, even though I knew it, I had to go not for Dakian, but for the Yang family, Xiaojiu, and Yang Yuan. Since you have already made a decision, there is no need to discuss further. You are the husband of the Northern Rome Empress and the only legitimate son of the Jinbei Prince's mansion. The decision you make is our direction. You really agreed like this, Coco. I don't want my man to be indecisive. Although you can't decide what to let the dining room do for dinner tonight or what style of armor to wear, you can decide the future of me and the entire North. Zhao Tianyu's only regret in this life is that he married you too late and wasted decades of time. Now that Madam has agreed, I will head south from the north to resist the east. Your Highness, please consider carefully. If you easily send troops at this time, then I will go to the north. There's no need to say much. This is my king's order, and you only have two choices. Listen to the order and lead your army eastward. Second, disobey the order and be dealt with according to military law. The last will receive orders. It's unbelievable that Emperor Dakian had such integrity without escaping. Swearing to protect your majesty to the death. Swearing to protect your majesty to the death. It seems that these forbidden forces have given you courage. If they are all defeated, I would like to see what kind of integrity you still have. Your Majesty, it's better to leave quickly. Since he can mobilize all the dragon energy, it means these forbidden forces can't stop him at all. If I run away at this moment, then I really don't have the qualifications to sit on this throne. This person is not an assassin at all. He is openly challenging my imperial power. How can I retreat at this time? I am the Emperor of Dakian, the most noble person in the world. Only when others see me stepping back, there is no reason for me to take a step back. Oh, you were admitted by the Dragon Chi at this moment, and now you have become the true Dragon Emperor. Unfortunately, even so, it is still of no use. My heart is so excited, my body is so relaxed. Is this the benefit that Dragon Chi brings to people? This is Dragon Chi. I am the eldest son of the legitimate lineage of Daqian, the legitimate emperor of Daqian. You are the true Dragon Emperor who should retire. It's your father's fault. If he hadn't lost his true dragon aura, you wouldn't have been calculated by the Buddha sect, and Daqian wouldn't have become like this now. How could you be someone like you? It's not wrong. How could that person let me sit still and benefit from it? It's reasonable that he won't come in person, or rather, he doesn't have any reason to come in person. After all, Qing Tian is still in Kyoto. Although Qing Tian doesn't like to meddle in other people's affairs, if he comes in person, he won't act and it will become unknown. I don't like the Dakian royal family, but I don't like the one in Donghai even more. If I were to rank one person, then Donghai should be the person I hate the most. But this is his greatest strength. Even though he makes you dislike him, you have to be willing to be his pawn. This Dragon Chi cannot give you. There is already a non-compliant existence like Qing Tian in this world, and there can never be a second one. I just want to take back the dragon energy. I don't want to be enemies with you. After taking back the dragon energy, I can even help you deal with him. You know my position. You stand with the people of the world, but that is your position. Unfortunately, we are not standing opposite him for the sake of the world, but to prevent people like him from appearing in the realm of heaven and humanity. We will never replace one with another, so this Dragon Chi needs to be in our hands. Understood, so you and I are destined to be enemies. In that case, there is no need to be polite and take action. The military spirit of Tian Dao Shan has long wanted to learn from it. You know that person very well, and I don't think that the current confrontation between you and me is beyond his expectations, or that the confrontation between you and me is also his move. So even if you know it's his trap, do you still want to break in? I am well aware of this, but I have no better way. Chao Long takes control of the Dragon Chi and becomes an eternal heavenly being. I have no way of dealing with him. As long as he is alive, I will never receive the Dragon Chi. After the chaos in Kyoto, Chao Long was expelled from Kyoto. I thought that was the best opportunity, but who would have thought that Yang Yuan, who was stronger than him, would regain control of the dragon energy? Now that Yang Yuan has left Kyoto, this is my only chance. Since that's the case, there's no need to talk about it. That person is really amazing. We both know this is his plan, but we still have to follow along. Conspiracy cannot be calculated, and the only way to coerce heaven and man is through the power of the sun. That's a good saying. The only way to intimidate heaven and man is through Yang Mao. One or two heavenly beings can lead to chaos. Yang Gong's defense turned out to be this. Your Majesty, what do you mean? What does this have to do with Yang Yuan? Let's leave early now. Mastering the Dragon Chi in Kyoto is invincible. What Yang Gong seeks is nothing more than stability in the world and chaos in the court. Yang Gong has attacked the enemy country of Jinyue Ping with his own border army to block it, but what about Tianren? We have never had a good solution for Tianren from beginning to end. If it weren't for Yang Yuan, the master of Kyoto, or the eternal heavenly beings, no one could shake the position of Deqian. The great Qian royal family created by Father Emperor and Chao Long is bound to decline. Instead of letting other heavenly beings succeed, it would be better for Yang Gong not to be defeated. Your Majesty is Yang Yuan. Be prepared for the future. This is what Yang Gong has been doing all along. During the Xinhuang Rebellion and the Eastern Rebellion, Yang Gong did not hold the same high position and power as he does now, but he was still able to prepare for the future, just like in today's human turmoil. Your Highness and Crown should remember what I said to you when we first met today. The teacher is a student of Jixia. You once said that as a Jixia student, all one's knowledge is for the benefit of the world. I am also a student of Jixia, but even more so, as a Grand Prince, I should stay away from power and seek one heart for the country. All my thoughts and concerns are focused on the country and the people. Today, Your Highness and Crown, please remember that the thousands of knowledge I have taught Your Highness are far inferior to this sentence. Students should remember. So this is the reason why Long Qi and U11 chose their teacher. Every thought is focused on the country, every thought is focused on the people, and from beginning to end, you have been preparing for the people's future. Students feel guilty and ashamed, as taught by teachers. Your Majesty, what are you saying about Yang Yuan? In the chaotic era of heaven and man among the witch tribes in southern Xinjiang, millions of puppets are attempting to capture the holy monks of the Central Plains and Western regions to incite war. I don't know what conspiracy they have, but their goal is still in my power. Looking at it now, only 2 heavenly beings have arrived in my imperial city with a 50,000-strong forbidden army, and there is no other choice but to do so. Can't you still see clearly that this heavenly being is causing chaos in my world? I. The great weapon of the country, I am deeply guilty and unworthy of being a ruler, but I beg you to give me the power to protect the Dragon Chi. Yang Gong is wholeheartedly dedicated to serving the people and is not in Kyoto. I have to defend the capital and the dragon energy for him. Yang Gongshin holds the world in his heart and cannot do without the dragon energy at this time. Indeed, I am not the true Dragon Emperor after all. I have done too many wrong things. Since my heart disease, I have no longer had the heart to inherit the throne, and I am even closer to power and farther away from the country. You will not admit me. It's not too late for Your Majesty to realize at this moment. It also indicates that although students taught by me may temporarily lose their true feelings due to certain things, they will never retreat in times of crisis. Yang, why are you in the palace? Didn't you go to southern Xinjiang? Even if Senior Qing Tian is powerful, he cannot help me leave Kyoto. What he can do for me is disguise himself and forge Dragon Chi to go to southern Xinjiang for me. Coco, I heard that Senior never stands on anyone's side, let alone helps anyone on either side. But he will do things that he is interested in, such as using his own strength to fight against many celestial beings who have never entered the world. Yang Yuan. How could you possibly be in Kyoto? The Dragon Chi has clearly dissipated and no one knows where it is. How could you possibly be? Senior, your surname is Long, right? It's been hundreds of years. Your clan has been fighting for such an obsession for hundreds of years, even willing to become someone else's pawn. Is it really worth it? Dragon Chi was originally a tool for our clan to protect the lives of the world, not for Emperor Wu to use to protect a single surname. And do you know how many of us were killed by Emperor Wu in order to obtain Dragon Chi back then? Forgive me for not being able to empathize. But with chaos looming, Senior, why don't you stay in Kyoto? There are many things I want to ask you, Senior Tian Dao Shan. So it turns out that you and Qing Tian changed identities, and the Jinbei Wanfu took Qing Tian in. You won the Dragon Chi, and before the chaos began, you already had 2 trump cards. Senior Qing Tian is not our ace. If we can't come up with something that interests him, even if I die in front of him, he won't give me a second glance. Dragon energy can indeed make Kyoto invincible, but can you keep me? Senior underestimated me. I have been running this big dry Kyoto for 40 years, and now I have dragon energy by my side. So I still say that no one is allowed to use knives or weapons, including heavenly beings, recklessly in Kyoto. You actually have mastered the Dragon Chi to such an extent. 2 seniors, please don't leave. You should know that I have no grievances or irreconcilable conflicts with the 2 of you, so I will never kill you too. Yang Yuan, you shouldn't have appeared. The choice made by our heavenly down mountain is suitable for this world. I shouldn't have gotten involved in the Kyoto game, right? After all, if it weren't for me, you could have won over Qiao Long or found a way to kill him and replace him. Or perhaps you have already persuaded him, otherwise Qiao Long would not have become a celestial being again, but he failed. It was not easy to turn him into a celestial being, but he did not stand in your camp. You actually know so much. So I have great respect for Qiao Long. At least during his years of existence, none of you heavenly beings have set their sights on the Dragon Chi, and he is an absolute deterrent. If it weren't for the rise of the rebel army and the layout of the heavenly beings, I wouldn't have been so anxious to take action against Qiao Long. So I really want to know what happened that caused all the heavenly beings to emerge in recent years. Yang Yuan, you can save the great Qian dynasty, but can you save this world? You're just a caged bird trapped in Kyoto. Don't try to do things you don't have the ability to do. Thank you, Senior. Thank you. What am I grateful for? Thank you for talking so much nonsense, Senior. It allowed me to activate the formation. If Senior sees me and runs away, I'm really not sure. Jidong Ancient Formation. How could it start up so quickly? It's not right because of the Dragon Chi and the heavenly and human formations. I am well aware that this ancient formation can trap ordinary people for a whole day, but for Tianren, it is only half a pillar incense. However, in Kyoto, half a pillar incense is enough. As for whether I have the ability to do what things, I'm actually not sure. Since Senior feels that I am not capable, please sit down and tell me slowly that there are still some good teas at home. Yang Yuan. Senior, there's no need to shout so loudly. Junior is not deaf yet and can hear what you're saying. The wishes of Yang Yuan, a national treasure, have never changed, and he is still willing to wholeheartedly protect the country. Sir, are you okay? Zhao Xiaotian, when you get old, ordinary people will be like you. Age and time will corrode everything about you. Yeah, as I get older, I don't want to compete with you guys anymore. Hero Chi Mu, I wonder how spirited you were back then and how you have now become like this. It's really sad, but you are my demon. If I kill you this time, I can go further. Kill me, you're overthinking it, aren't you? Look at your strongest barbarian celestial being suppressed and beaten by my son-in-law. Tuoba, you can't do it either. Barbarians and heavenly beings are just like that. The same goes for foreign celestial beings, but in other words, you are the weakest enemy I have ever seen. Come. How could this be? How could my embroidery needle be controlled by you? Are you really Yang Yuan? Okay, aren't you all here to kill me? Since that's the case, why don't you keep an eye on them? Why don't you guys deal with me alone? Senior brother shouldn't have said that. Mr. Mang, are you ready with your heavenly book? The Book of Heaven and Man has the ability to study and lock the heavenly formation. I have already exposed a loophole in it. Tianren book actually has this function. Do you want to leave? It's not that we want to leave, it's that they want to leave. As for you guys, although I came to kill Yang Yuan, I can give you a better choice. After all, Yang Yuan's threat to you is not that great. The person you really want to kill is Qing Tian, right? Since that's the case, I'll give you this opportunity to kill Qing Tian, that reckless guy. Qing Tian. What do you mean by that? Hello everyone, my name is Qing Tian. Qing Tian is the first heaven in the world. Qing Tian, how could you possibly be Qing Tian? You clearly use Dragon Qi, how could you possibly be Qing Tian? What's so difficult about imitating Dragon Qi? Just seal some invincibility, reduce some destructive power, and add a bit of historical heaviness. Isn't this Dragon Qi? And you haven't seen much real Dragon Qi, and this is not Kyoto, so you only know Yang Yuan but have never known Dragon Qi. Why don't you seven join us? After all, even if we were to find one, we would avoid me far away. Now, with the help of the Lock Heaven formation, I am locked here in a deadly battle. This opportunity is truly rare. What do you mean by repeatedly helping the Yang family violate their principles? Why should I help the Yang family? I'm just doing what I love, but I'm determined to pursue martial arts. Or, to put it another way, who among you can give me this opportunity now? I can also go and help anyone. Why do I need to explain to others when doing things? If I feel that what I did was wrong, there is no need for power or calculation to defeat me. Qing Tian was determined to seek defeat. Although the heaven-locking formation can isolate all breath, the strong sense of invincibility has already overflowed before my eyes. Since we have already had a showdown here, everything must be going smoothly in Kyoto. Is this the Yang family's calculation? Once they make a move, there are so many heavenly beings involved. Not only that, Yang Yuan's game is also for your new emperor to see. Your new emperor should also wake up and be Yang Yuan's student no matter what. In this game, southern Xinjiang can be determined by heaven and man, and from now on, only eastern and western countries remain. At this point, I believe my northern army has also advanced eastward, and eastern China can be determined by one stone, 3 birds, and the world can be determined. There is only one western region left, and even if the holy monk has any plans, he cannot stir up any waves. The new emperor will not retreat after the Battle of Kyoto, achieving the glory of the true Dragon Emperor without 2 kings and ministers. Other princes should also slowly retreat when faced with difficulties. Yang Yuan is still Yang Yuan. A few days ago, it was a chaotic situation, and now he has been swept away. This son-in-law is really my pride, except for not being able to protect Ruru well in the past few decades. I won't mention him anymore. 2 masters, should we sweep away the Witch Clan? After all, the Witch Clan leader is still alive. The natural Witch tribe should be punished for their wrongdoing. Just a few elders have worked hard. It's time for me to go to the western regions, as my wife is still there. My dear grandson from the western regions really can't spare any time, but he's becoming more and more like Yang Yuan. My dad and I are still different. My dad has a global heart and I don't have that much breadth of mind. I can only hold on to those few people who genuinely treat me well, so I will do what I promised them, even if it means playing against my father and son. Lao Lu can't kill Tianren anymore. His anger will backfire and he can't hold on, so you have to come. Yenner should have given you a way to kill Tianren, right? The divine weapon of Emperor Hao has absolute power over the universe. Although I cannot fully utilize it, with Mrs. Blood as a lure, I can use it to tear apart the soul of the heavenly body. My good brother doesn't know how to kill people, he only knows how to beat them up and can't get up, but don't let any of these 7 heavenly beings go. If these people are alive, they will be unpredictable. I see. You really have decided. How could I fail when the young master has done so much for me? I really don't know if what I am doing now is right or wrong. Although I am a sea citizen who was expelled by the Great Qian and will never be able to recover, I still know that this is a great injustice in the world because Yang Gong has already quelled the turmoil. Yang Gong is the most powerful person I have ever met, but he is just one person who cannot quell the turmoil. Besides, I'm going to restore a country from hundreds of years ago where a woman proclaimed herself emperor. What kind of madness is there that doesn't have the power of the world? Since we're going to do something so crazy, the means should be even crazier. I don't mind, after all, even if the young master gives us a place to live, we still can't walk in front of people. Only when De Qian is overthrown can our sins be washed away. Then let's continue our madness, even if we become eternal sinners. Even if it is irreparable. Damn it. The two seniors really find it difficult to deal with such a huge consumption since mastering the Dragon Chi. My military spirit has been suppressed by you, and now I have become no different from ordinary people in Kyoto, so don't waste your words. If you have any questions, just ask. In that case, it's true. Who is the direction of the Gunpowder Palace? Your Majesty, my Majesty, what's wrong with you? Who is my Majesty? How could this be the palace? How could anyone escape my investigation? It was you who did it. Is it beneficial for me, Yang Yuan, not to spew blood and kill your Majesty? Who would it be if it weren't for you? Who would take action against your Majesty at this moment? Urgent report from the east. I want to see your Majesty. I want to see your Majesty. Your Majesty Yang, what's going on? Your Majesty Yang, what's going on? No need to ask too much. Quickly explain what the border emergency report is. Yangon's eastern border is in urgent need, and the entire Tokyo front has collapsed. There are still no reinforcements in the eastern border to this day. Newspaper. Yangon's eastern border has been defeated, and Lu Wenshua and Lu Jiqiang have retreated to the front line of Yangzhou Mountain Island, struggling to support themselves. Where is the Jinbei army? The Jinbei army just set off 3 days ago and has just arrived in Liuzhou. If they cannot reach the eastern country, they may directly occupy Yangzhou and Shanzhou, and then they will be able to conquer the central plains. Order Lu Wenshua and Lu Jiqiang not to allow the Eastern Kingdom to enter Yangzhou. They only need to persist for 3 days. If they cannot persist until they raise their heads to meet. What exactly happened? Eastern support for half a month without any problems, how could it collapse like this within a few days? Unless. Military intelligence leak. Go and find out which prince is not in Kyoto. Yes. Your Majesty, how could this happen? His Royal Highness the Qin King is here, which means that His Royal Highness the Yu King has a problem. Yangon, His Royal Highness the Prince Yu, is not searching in his mansion and so far, his whereabouts have not been found. King Yu disappeared and assassinated His Majesty, leaking military information. What benefits does this have for him? I almost forgot about the Yangzhou Iron Cavalry. The Jinbei army has come to block the eastern country, causing both sides to suffer losses. Your Majesty has been assassinated, and the Central Plains have been constantly trying to seize the throne. He can hide until the final battle to conquer the world. Yangon, the capital city, is facing great changes, and the Eastern Kingdom is coming with a fierce momentum. We can no longer engage in multiple fronts of combat. I think the Western Army should be called back. The Western Frontier Army should indeed go back to defense. If we continue like this, Dakian is indeed dangerous. The country cannot be without a ruler for a day. Yangon, the king, respectfully requests the Crown Prince to succeed to the throne. Crown Prince's accession to the throne. You mean Your Majesty's son, but he's only 6 years old. In these turbulent times, do you really think it's appropriate for the young master to succeed to the throne? Since Yangon is aware of this, I will not say much. The succession of the young master to the throne is tantamount to the downfall of the country, and I, the king, will not allow it. This is your true purpose. Is there a better choice besides our King Yangon in this situation? It's already a critical situation, and we can only take it upon ourselves. This is your foxtail. If you want to become an emperor, our family tells you that it's impossible for a son to inherit his father's legacy. This is an ancestral tradition. I don't know whose foxtail this is, but I think everyone in the court and the public knows that your insistence on letting the young masters succeed to the throne is simply to better control the court. Yangon is facing constant external enemies and cannot allow eunuchs to cause any more chaos. The young ruler in court will only give these eunuchs a chance. I want to pacify the chaotic times and eliminate the eunuchs. Do you want to exterminate me completely? When will Chao Jingqi deceive the Lord and cause chaos in the court? Yangon, the king, still said the same thing. The country cannot be without a ruler for a day. At this moment, the young master must not be in court. If Yangon thinks that the king is not suitable, then you can find other brothers to succeed to the throne. I have no complaints. In order to protect your majesty, you have sent all the troops of the government and united with heaven and man. To be honest, Yangon's alliance with heaven and man was because he was worried that his brother would have an accident and make my Dakian irreparable. Now, this result has been anticipated by the king and he has already prepared follow-up measures to save my Dakian. It's just a little short. Yangon, what do you mean? I said it was just a little short of ending the chaos, just like the late emperor. No, now it should be said that when your father passed away, I almost ended the chaos of the world. This time, it's just a little worse. Yangon has already done enough. If it weren't for Yangon. I'm a little tired now that your majesty has been assassinated and Yu Wang is nowhere to be found. There is only your highness in Kyoto, and if I don't want to become a king myself, there is no better choice. The prince can arrange it himself. I'm tired, but I only have one request. Those two heavenly ministers must be taken away. This battle is about Yangon's hard work in Kyoto, and I will handle it quickly. At this time, please rest well, Yangon. Nowadays, De Qian cannot do without Yangon, and I cannot do without him. I'll leave everything to your highness. Your highness did not capture the king of Yu. I am afraid that if the king of Yu comes out again. It's okay, Yangon didn't fully believe me, but as long as the Yu Wang disappears, it will be the best answer. Your highness, you may not inquire about his majesty's affairs, but under the defeat of the eastern frontier, I dare to ask if this matter has anything to do with your highness. Do you think I would do such a thing if you and I, as monarchs and ministers, were so suspicious? After all, I am the king of Qin and have been in charge of the court for so many years. Even if you don't trust my character, don't you still believe in my vision and intelligence? What benefits does the collapse of the Eastern realm bring to me now? Your Highness, please forgive me for my mistake. It's okay, we still have a lot of things to do that Father the Emperor couldn't do, and what Crown Prince brother couldn't do, I'll do it. At least I can give the Yang family the trust and reliance they deserve. Relying on the Yang family, we old ministers. I never expected that De Qian would rot into such a state now, and even the Eastern defense map could be handed over to us. Not only that, I heard that the new Emperor of Dakian has died again, but the Witch clan in southern Xinjiang has also restrained too much energy from the Yang family. Now is the time for our Eastern fishermen to benefit. But now we don't have time to be happy. If we can't capture Yangzhou, it's still unknown who will win next. That's right, no country wants to encounter the Northern Army on the battlefield. The Jinbei Army is just one of them. What worries me the most now is Yangzhou. Before, I could guess his purpose whether he went to Beirong or Donghua, but now I can't see him clearly. This is not a good omen. It's okay. As long as we take control of Kyoto, Yangzhou will lose his foundation. Even if he still wants to do something, it's meaningless. So what we should be thinking about now is how to defeat those who are defending in Yangzhou. Those few people, I don't think there's anything to worry about. After all, the Eastern Alliance is not just your two families, and now Yangzhou is right in front of us. Do you think other Eastern armies won't be interested? Oh, you mean let them break through Yangzhou? Or rather, we're not going to fight. At most in half a month, Yangzhou will be defeated by itself. It's Liu Yin'er who exposed the military situation in the eastern region. Don't spew blood here. Miss Yin'er is the wife of my young master, and the Yang family would never do such a thing. Yang Gong would never do such a thing, but Yang Jiao and Liu Yin'er are different from Yang Gong. Yangzhou Wuzhou is my foundation. The eastern border has been destroyed, and Yangzhou is the first to be attacked. To protect my foundation, I can only come to Yangzhou to defend it and have no more strength to compete for the Central Plains. Liu Yin'er only used one defense map to drag me and the eastern country all to Yangzhou. No, the eastern front collapsed and so many soldiers died. How could the descendants of the Yang family behave like this? The suspicion of the assassination of the new emperor and the disappearance of the Yuan is the highest, and the Qin king is in danger and has been ordered, but he does not have military power. As for the eastern country and the money lord, they are tied up by Yangzhou. If Miss Yin'er wants to compete for the world, isn't this the best opportunity? You also believe that the young master and wife betrayed military intelligence. Don't forget that if it weren't for the young master, you would still be just a county magistrate now. I don't believe that betraying military intelligence has anything to do with my loyalty to Yangzhou. It's just a matter of fact. Think carefully about why the Qin king's western frontier army attacked the western regions. That's because the western region's Buddhist sect assassinated him. Incorrect. It was the young master who pretended to be attacked by Yang Gong and forced the Qin king to avenge him, so the western frontier army advanced westward. Could it be that since then, the young master has been planning to help Liu Yin'er fight for the world? Yangzhou, aren't you afraid that I'll give up Yangzhou and let the East compete for the Central Plains? You don't know what kind of person you are after spending so much time with Yangzhou. That's why you have such a layout. Yangzhou really has a woman like Qian, let alone a subordinate like you. The people of Yangzhou are all at your fingertips. 14 days. 14 days is enough time for the people to evacuate to Wuzhou, and also enough time for the Northern Army to march south. I will never become a pawn of Yangzhou. I thank Lord Qian on behalf of the people. Sending off guests. Senior, you should be aware of what Yangzhou is doing, right? In times of chaos, I am well aware that anything can happen, but the situation will not become so fast, will it? Yangzhou is hunting for heavenly beings. Nowadays, the layout of the Central Plains is just a matter of his convenience and observing his actions. The leakage of military intelligence in the eastern border is not like his hand. I know there is another beneficiary of the eastern border military intelligence leak. King of Chu. The shamans in southern Xinjiang have scattered and the barbarians are no longer able to move north. The biggest winner of this game in southern Xinjiang is actually the King of Chu, who currently has the strongest military power and has been looking for an opportunity to move north. My Wuzhou and Yangzhou happen to be stuck in his southern border, so if he decides to head north, then I will be his first enemy. To avoid confrontation with me, this is the best way. If that's really the case, then heading north now is the best choice, otherwise there really won't be a chance. The senior asked me to take the Overlord road. Since I am an Overlord, I naturally have my own actions. If I give up on the people at this time, then this road will be cut off. You didn't do the act of killing the Emperor in the Eastern Realm, did you? I've been inseparable from you these days. If I really do these things, do you think I have this opportunity? No, we came here to kill the Emperor. The Haizhou Navy and the 80,000 elite young masters in the mountains of Shanzhou have already given them to you. When the time comes, as long as the army is at the bottom of the city, Yang Gong is not a narrow-minded person. In order to quickly stabilize the world, coupled with your relationship with the young master, Yang Gong will definitely support you to become the new emperor. By then, you can rely on the prestige of Duke Yang and the old ministers of Emperor Hao to quickly stabilize the 6 continents of Fenglu Mountain, Lulu Sea, and Kyoto. With 7 of the 9 continents in the world, you will be able to restore the country. Hayu girl hasn't made any progress in a few months, it's really good. This is our plan C with the young master. But the Emperor was really not killed by me. Even if the divine weapon of Emperor Hao is magical, I cannot do this. Isn't it you? Are you really the king of you? But why did the king of you kill the Emperor? If you kill the king of you, there will never be a chance to inherit the throne again. It is also possible that the Qing king killed the new emperor with 1 stone and 2 birds, and shifted the blame onto the Yu king. No, the king of Qing doesn't know martial arts, and Yang Gong was on the spot. If it's really the king of Qing who did it, Yang Gong won't feel it. So that's the weirdest part. Each of us has a motive to kill the new emperor, but none of us have the conditions to succeed. Since he's already dead, why not follow the plan? The Haizhou Navy is ready, and the elite of Shanzhou have secretly infiltrated to Fengzhou. With just 1 command, they can capture Kyoto in 3 days. The Southern Army advanced eastward to Xinjiang to resist the Eastern country, but was unable to stop it. Therefore, the Haizhou Navy still has defenders who need to block the Southern Army. How did the Southern Army become like this, benefiting the fishermen now? The leakage of military intelligence in the eastern region, Yangzhou locking up Xinjiang, and the direct entry of the commander of the southern region of the eastern country. I don't think this is a case of benefiting the fishermen, but rather the southern region army leading the whole matter. Are you saying that the new Emperor Qi killed by the king of Chu is impossible? How could the king of Chu be far away in the south? I'm not worried about the new emperor killed by the king of Chu. Even if he is the leader behind everything, it doesn't matter. It just takes some effort to defeat his southern army. What worries me the most is that the one who killed the new emperor and leaked military information is not the king of Chu, not even any prince. But it's a mastermind behind the scenes who we've never met before but has been controlling everything from behind. Are you saying everyday people? Or rather, it could be the Tianren that the Yang family and Qing Tian have been searching for. Perhaps I have never seen the destructive power of heaven and man, but when you mention this person, it is the first time I have felt the terror of heaven and man. So the young master did not make any mistakes, and Yang Gong's policy is also correct. Heaven and man do not die, and the world is difficult to maintain. You really killed me, big brother. If I said it wasn't me, I'm sure no one would believe it, right? Now I'm almost writing the word wronged on my forehead. Oh, who do you think it is? From my perspective, since it wasn't me who killed my elder brother, then it means it was my second brother who did it. After killing my elder brother, he seized the throne and pushed me out, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The first thing my elder brother did after he died was to send someone to chase after me. If I hadn't run fast enough, I would have gone to bear this crime and been killed by my second brother. If what you said is true, then I have to say that the second son is indeed smart, and coming to me would be the best choice. When my elder brother was assassinated, I quickly sent a message to my third brother to give you an advantage. Although I am most afraid of my third brother, the only one who hopes for me to be alive right now is his third brother. Oh, how do you say that? It's simple. Just like for second brother, no matter who assassinates him, this charge will fall on me. So for third brother, no matter who assassinated him, this charge should not be on my head. It should be on second brother's head so that you have righteousness to fight for the throne. For this reason, you need me to live to clarify this matter, so I can only come to seek refuge with you. Father's decision is right. If someone like you holds too much power, I'm afraid neither the second brother nor I have the qualifications to compete with you, and we won't have a chance to secure the throne. From what third brother said, you have decided to save my life. Seventh brother, there's no need to ask knowingly. Just behave well. If you behave well enough, then after winning the throne, I can also spare your life and make you a carefree prince. Thank you, third brother. Step back. If there's nothing else to do, I still need to discuss the plan to attack Haijo on my end. Seventh brother. Isn't it really you who killed the big brother? Xiaoyao Wang, third brother, your promise is not attractive. Second brother, I don't know if you have taken good care of yourself. My brother's succession to the throne has just begun. Shen'er. The experts from the western regions have all gathered back. What do you need to do? Just leave it to my teacher. Master, don't be impatient. Let's talk about how the western regions are doing. Second brother's army is all in the western regions. The king of Qin has ascended the throne and summoned our western army, but they are about to retreat to the next city. Will not be subject to foreign military orders. He Qian, we have known each other for decades. Can you give me some air? What is the Yang family planning to do? As long as Yang Gong speaks up, you know my attitude. This time, I simply feel that I shouldn't give up the fighter jet in front of me. If Yang Gong really has an idea, I definitely won't hide it from you. If that's the case, I'll have to withdraw my troops. You know, for me, I can't let go of this dragon's merit. Without Yang Gong's orders, I naturally have no reason to stop you, but I just feel that if we retreat to the west this time, there may be big trouble. You should also be aware that Huang Tianxi keeps retreating to force the Buddha sect to take action, but so far, there has been no movement from the Buddha sect. This means that they are doing something more important than their own country, which is definitely a disaster for me. I'm not sure, it's just that you and I can see it clearly, but the soldiers are unwilling to go on an expedition, and if they return to the capital, they will have a huge contribution from the dragon's merit. How can you still fight? Withdrawing troops, Buddha sect. Do you think the assassination of the new emperor is related to Buddha sect? Did you drink too much? It was clearly done by the Yuan and has nothing to do with the Buddha sect. What are you doing? Wait, King Yu doesn't have a heavenly being, but the Buddha sect does. If His Royal Highness the Qin King cooperates with the Buddha sect, and the holy monk of the Buddha sect is a presence that even the Taoists of heaven must fear. If that's really the case, then we must not withdraw our troops. Although we don't know what secrets the Buddha sect has, we must never let them succeed. That's the same question. I can give up this credit, but the soldiers can't. You're right. The soldiers are homesick, have imperial edicts, and are victorious. However, no matter how we look at it, we don't have a reason to persist. If it's really the layout of the holy monks, then we definitely can't come up with a solution. Newspaper. The Western Regions Alliance took the initiative to provoke and engage in a struggle with the former army. It's not wrong to take the initiative. It's Huang Tianxi. Huang Tianxi doesn't want us to leave, giving us a reason to persevere. Order the former army to strictly guard and defend to the death. Someone reported to His Royal Highness the King of Qin that our army is currently engaged in a battle with the Western Alliance. If we rashly retreat, we may suffer heavy losses as part of the Western expedition. Our army will engage in a decisive battle with the enemy and can only postpone returning to Beijing. Fortunately, the Western army is not a fool. If they really run away after a fight, I will be in trouble. Didn't Wang Shanfu sect say not to take the initiative to attack? The Buddha sect has already found a way to retreat from the enemy. Buddha said they found a way to retreat, so you can tell them that I have come up with a way to defeat the enemy. For the sake of Buddha, I am willing to die on the battlefield and regain territory. You haven't even been to the battlefield, why did you die in battle? Sha cough cough, no, since we can withdraw from the army, why don't we? As a general, don't ask blindly about the emperor's affairs. Just remember that I am the one who supports your family, not the Buddha sect. Yes, I understand. I will arrange it now. This is what was found in the temple. That's right, what we got by chance, although we don't know what it is made of pure gold. I need to take it back to show the elders that the Buddha sect has indeed collected a lot of gold and silver over the past few decades. Is it true that this object was forged? Why do you believe in us so you're not afraid? We'll tie you up and send you to the Western Frontier Army. Anyway, I am also the king of the largest country in the Western regions. If I were to go to Dakian, I would definitely seek political protection and not have to worry about being killed by the Buddha sect every day. No matter how you say it, you are the king of a country and you worry about your life every day. You don't have any trusted aides like the Imperial Guards to protect yourself. I also want to. Not every emperor has courtiers like Yang Yuan. Of course, that's just one of them. The main thing is that I trust the personalities and abilities of the two girls. I can't talk about trust, can I? I clearly feel a very dangerous aura in you. Can't you be? How could it be? How could it be? I was just lucky and reincarnated as a king. I'm just timid and lack ambition. It's good to be alive. Has Yang Jiu found it? If he wants to come back, he must pass through the southern region. There are too many heavenly beings around Yang Jiu, and even if we find them, it will be difficult to take them down. And are you really sure you want to be enemies with Yang Jiu now? Uncle Fong, don't deify heaven and man. Even the strongest heaven and man can't stop the charge of 10,000 cavalry. Heaven and man can only plan. If people rashly attack and kill ordinary people, there will be a cost. But now I don't know what the Yang family really means. Do they really want to support the King of Qin? Support Prince Qin, Uncle Fong. Let's take a look at this first. Yang Yangjio wants to support the descendants of Emperor Hao to declare themselves emperor. Lu Yin'er, with the divine weapon of Emperor Hao, plans to assassinate the new emperor. So it can be said that the new emperor was killed by Lu Yin'er. And where did you get this envelope from? After all, the things on it are a bit too shocking. Are you trying to provoke you and the Yang family? I don't know where this envelope came from, but the guess on it should be correct, but the one who really succeeded shouldn't be Lu Yin'er. If it were her, it would probably have been a change of dynasty by now, so it means there is still an unknown enemy plotting against the Qian. At this time of great turbulence, Your Highness, do you really need to? Uncle Fong, haven't you understood yet? The person who gave me this envelope just didn't want me to quit and wanted me to continue going north. I am well aware that the current situation in Dakian cannot withstand a civil war. If the prince seizes the throne, I can let him go. After all, no matter how he seizes the throne, Dakian cannot change his surname. But now that Lu Yin'er wants to restore the country, how can I withdraw? If there is a civil war, Dakian will perish. If there is no war, Dakian will also perish. We know that this envelope is a conspiracy, but we have to go. It is both a conspiracy and a conspiracy. It's another calculation between heaven and man. Unfortunately, my qualifications are limited and I am unable to break through to the realm of heaven and man, so I cannot help His Highness prevent the means of heaven and man. It doesn't matter if heaven and man want to calculate, then calculate. I want to see what he really wants to do, but how can we cross this sea? Oh. This is a money war. It seems that Qian Zhan's fleet is not satisfied with my calculations and is preparing to intervene. Fortunately, the young master was the first to deal with the northern Rome, otherwise the central plains would have been in danger. What should we do next? Although the Haizhou Navy can fight, it cannot stop the southern army unless you directly capture Kyoto now. In that case, the Haizhou army can help you buy time. Let's open the way and let the King of Chu come in. We don't need to participate in the struggle of the Dakian royal family. Let the King of Chu and the King of Qin go and fight. Kyoto is not a good place now. Whoever is in Kyoto is the target. Let's go. Since you're here, don't rush to leave. Although you have a prestigious status, from that kid's perspective, I can be considered your senior. Yang Gong. The girl he's most satisfied with is actually you, and didn't you also say that you should give birth to that kid solidly? Why are you running around with this girl now? That's not Yang Jiu yet. Yang Gong came to me at this time to chat about daily life, or should I ask if I can still walk out of Kyoto alive? Smart girl, you don't have to use words to test me. If it weren't for the Battle of Kyoto and the Battle of the North, you wouldn't know what the situation would be like. That kid risked the world to help you defend the Northern Prince's mansion and even the Northern Realm. Even my senior brother at Jixia Academy is more inclined towards you, isn't he? But if I want to do my own thing, I need to make sure you're not standing opposite me. If you try your best to stop others, no matter how much you help me, it's useless. After all, this world is still under the control of Yang Gong. Girl, you don't have to compliment me. When it comes to being smart, you're the smartest. As for how to deal with you, for the Grand Prince of the Imperial Guards, as long as he kills you today and establishes the Chu King, half of the world can be pacified. This is also the best choice. If that's the case, then please let Yang take action. If other heavenly beings want to kill me, I will naturally use the divine weapon of Emperor Hao to counterattack, but Yang is the father of the young master and also my future father-in-law. If you want to kill me, I won't resist. So you're really smart, willing to sacrifice your own life to test my true attitude. Actually, we wanted to kill the new emperor in front of you, and then I revealed my identity and declared the restoration of the country in this way to force you to make the final choice, but unfortunately, there were too many changes and we were unable to achieve our goal. You and that kid are even willing to do this to restore the country, which means no matter how much I try to persuade them, it's useless. Since that's the case, you can go. Then you. I still need to think about it. After all, I am not an open-minded person. If I had truly been open-minded, I should have gone into hiding after pacifying the Eastern Realm and marrying Ruru. What does Yang Gong mean? Perhaps father-son games are inevitable. Being indecisive and struggling, that stinky kid finally pushed me to this point where I am most disgusted. Although I have an old favor, I, Yang Yuan, am definitely a foolish and loyal person. Some things still need to be confirmed with my own eyes. After all, I am choosing a master for this world. You're too emotional about this, Brett. Your Majesty needs to prepare for boarding arrangements. What should I take when I ascend the throne? The Forbidden Army has not fully controlled the Western Frontier Army and cannot withdraw. If I ascend the throne now, it will be the target of public criticism. Your Highness is right, but a country cannot be without a ruler for a day. Besides, the Yang family can only fully support you this time. You have also decided to use the Yang family's military power back then. Isn't it too low-level for Lord Chief to provoke like this? You clearly know that Yang Jiu's navy in Haizhou has already made way for Lao San, right? My Royal Highness's palace. And you are also well aware that it was Yang Jiu's choice, not Yang Gong's choice. As long as we don't push Yang Gong out, he will still stand on our side, right? Chen is just. I don't blame you. What you're worried about is just human nature. After all, I've been assisting in politics for so many years, and I know your thoughts well. Please forgive me, Your Highness. I hope the Prime Minister needs to know that the only person we can rely on in the civil and military affairs of the Manchu dynasty now is Yang Gong. Appoint Yang Gong, the Minister of War, to lead the Forbidden Army, Fengzhou Army, and Luzhou Army. The national security is now in the hands of Yang Gong. Your Highness, now you can command all the troops. Are you really sure if it's the Yang family? Can you find anyone on the battlefield who can compete with Lao San? After all these years in the court, you should also know that Yang Gong is loyal and has control over the world. Or can you say that now you give Yang Gong military power? Whether Yang Gong will take over or not is still one thing. His Royal Highness the King of Qin. The sky is filled with bloodlight and accompanied by shooting stars falling fiercely. The people are discussing the death of the true Dragon Emperor, De Qian. What exactly is this? Is it really the downfall of the new emperor and the ominous descent of heaven? What is the heavens going to do? In just 1 year, 2 generations of emperors have been assassinated, and now there is such an ominous descent? Is it really heaven that is going to destroy me? Tapu. I have been studying celestial divination for so many years, and I have seen such celestial phenomena for the first time. Yes, what exactly is this? Is it difficult? The one who died suddenly is truly the true Dragon Emperor. You disciples are teaching average. Senior, please don't make fun of me for the Tianji Pavilion. Only when several celestial beings fall at the same time can such celestial phenomena appear. You should know that the last time such celestial phenomena appeared was during the era of Emperor Hao. How could these young people know? That kid couldn't have killed anyone. Those heavenly beings who fell should have been done by that kid from the Yang family. These heavenly beings never imagined that they would die so unjustly, did they? It will become increasingly difficult for Emperor Hao to achieve heavenly beings in the future, and this time the damage may have exceeded half and even more. How do I feel that someone is intentionally targeting Tianren when you suddenly say that? Ha ha ha, if that's really the case, then you should think it over carefully. After all, you're also a heavenly being. You're just finishing up. How did you become like this now? Those are all heavenly beings, and even if they are on the brink of death, they are very difficult to deal with. If it weren't for the weapon given to me by the young lady, I might have been killed by them instead. I didn't expect to have such a reaction after killing so many heavenly beings. This sudden change in celestial phenomena may make the whole world know what we have done. You are all those heavenly beings you have created. Cutting grass without removing roots, the spring breeze brings life again. Master, you should not be soft-hearted, nor should you tell me about the suppression of barbarians and humans. After suppression, we can release them. If they are suppressed, they can also be released by others. I think my good grandson did the right thing. How many years have those things lived? They should have been chopped off long ago. How are the elders handling the matter of the witch clan? The ancient tragedy of the witch clan's heavenly beings has already fallen, and the remaining members of the witch clan are only some elderly, weak, sick, and disabled who cannot become a climate change. That means there are still people who say that Master Uncle is just soft-hearted. Even if you don't become a barbarian, you won't give them any more opportunities. What are Master Uncle's next arrangements? Jixia now involves more than 10 heavenly beings, and Yang Yuan has accomplished many things that he wants to do, but he doesn't need me anymore. Besides, it's your family business next, so I can't get too involved. Then I respectfully bid farewell to my senior uncle. Are you still planning to go to the western regions? There have been too many changes in Kyoto, so I have decided to go and conquer the Central Plains first. Help Yenner get things done first. Now is indeed the best opportunity. By the way, where is that guy? Are you referring to my good older brother? This time, he challenged so many heavenly beings alone, and he must know the answer he wants to know to meet the real person behind the scenes. But I don't really want him to go because that person won't be so easy to deal with. Si Yang Yuan must also be able to get many answers, such as today when people move around, there will finally be a result. So we're rushing back to Beijing. I also want to know the answer. Who are you exactly? How do you feel to me? It's similar to the feeling Snow God gives me. What do you really want to do? Why did you want to kill me when you were on the Arctic Glacier? Okay, we can discuss it. But if not, let's just see the real chapter in our hands. Annihilation. Oh, this is Yuenchi. Hee, this is quite interesting. There are still cold breath dragon chi, abyssal chi, and the demonic chi of the witch clan back then. I am becoming increasingly curious about where these energies come from. Boss, what are you doing? Touching porcelain. Why did Yuan Qi suddenly weaken so much? It's like Yuan Qi has all been recalled. Is it to suppress something? Recall and suppress a trace of Abyss Qi to allow suitable people to enter the pseudo-heavenly realm. What needs Abyss Qi to suppress? At this time, the internal turmoil in the Central Plains is not only ongoing, but even if something happens in the Eastern Kingdom, we cannot go back. The Eastern Kingdom cannot waste this opportunity. The defenders of Yangzhou are very tenacious, and I just heard that the Jinbei army is already on their way. If we drag on like this, the Eastern Kingdom may have to draw water again. Perhaps this is the time for you to showcase your abilities. Lu Yin'er is not here, and if the former minister of Emperor Hao of Liuzhou finds out about your existence, please speak up. Boss, if I can't become Emperor Dakian, why would they help me? If you're willing to be you, then be me. What do we divide as brothers? Your army, with your decades of hard work, it wouldn't be great if I were to become emperor after defeating Dakian. Although I have always been prepared to inherit your position, I am still loyal to you. You really want to replace me, you don't care about your identity anyway, and don't you think it's interesting to plot against the Liuzhou army? Isn't your favorite thing to do is to stir up chaos on your own? If you say so, I think you can play. But I'm worried that my sisters will take this opportunity to kill me. After all, you've heard about her. It's really smart. You don't have to worry about this matter. After all, she's busy with more important things and Liuzhou doesn't even care about it. If that's the case, then I can give it a try, but if something really happens to me, boss, you can't just ignore me. I have finally come to this point of competing for supremacy in Liuzhou. It's been so many days, even my wife personally cooked and served the two seniors. Now it's time for me to give an explanation, right? It doesn't matter who killed him, as long as Qing Tian gets the answer and goes to see that person, then that person will have a way to seal Qing Tian. Oh, what are you saying? Seal Qing Tian, there are still people in this world who can beat him. When it comes to layout, even you are not his opponent, or in other words, no one is his opponent. No matter how long a game lasts, no matter what kind of changes occur in this world, I have never seen him fail. According to legend, Emperor Hao was only the son of a weak tribe in that barbaric era. It was he who first developed his wisdom and gained his strength to pacify the world. You guessed it early on. Not quite right, right? Emperor Hao is not afraid of anyone. Although Qing Tian is strong, I don't think he will be an opponent of Emperor Hao, or that you are competing for the opportunity to become a saint. That person only claimed to be Emperor Hao, and we didn't believe him, but he showed us the end of the world, the 5 declines of heaven and man, what the true saint is, and the true end of the world. Do you also believe that other heavenly beings can be ignored? Although we witnessed that scene with our own eyes, we still don't believe it. But you must have heard of the prophecy of Tianji Pavilion, right? For calamities rise, all things decline, one person becomes holy, 100 paths of lament. That's right, not only the Tianji Pavilion, but also every celestial organization has calculated the same prophecy. In addition, the person who claims to be Emperor Hao, whether true or false, cannot remain indifferent. The 4 calamities rise and all things decline, which means that one person can become holy in the face of calamity and the end of the world. The path of mourning is for others to become holy, which is the opportunity to become holy. Indeed, whether it is the great tribulation of the end of the world or the opportunity to become holy, heaven and man cannot remain indifferent. Just how do we understand these 100 sorrows as a method of sanctification, a result of sanctification, or a result of a great tribulation? This is the reason for the dispute. As conservatives, we want to hold all our power in our hands, such as the dragon Qi cold breath and even the demonic energy of the witch clan ancestral land, in order to prevent the Great Tribulation from coming. We even believe that the Great Tribulation brought about by sanctification may be the only way to save the world. So we hold a hesitant attitude towards sanctification and place greater emphasis on future calamities. So the person who claimed to be Emperor Hao brought the method of breaking through the sage, which attracted many heavenly beings and ambitious people who were close to longevity. That's right, so that's why we had our differences. Isn't that right, Senior? You're already like this. Can you tell me the truth? You just said that collecting dragon chi and ice breath is to gather strength. Actually, this is the method that the self-proclaimed Emperor Hao used to promote you to saints, right? How could someone with dragon chi not leave the capital? You know that. Senior, you're not good at lying. As you said, it's a conservative collection of heaven and man together, so even if we're trapped in Kyoto, it won't hinder others from collecting. And after obtaining the dragon energy and taking over Kyoto, Kyoto will become your stronghold. You can use all the power of the Daigon royal family, right? Okay, but it's not fake that we're here to save the world. Salvation, I'll just take it as true. I just don't understand why that person had to take action against Qing Tian. Sanctification does not allow any unstable factors. If someone wants to be sanctified on a whim, whether it is to create someone else's sanctification or to prevent others from becoming sanctified, none of us can stop it. This is really just about sanctification. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, it's just that. What are you doing? If you meddle into Qian's affairs and swaggering into Kyoto, and let you escape unscathed, where would I put my face? Besides, I don't think this world needs so many heavenly beings or even the existence of heavenly beings at all. You're going to depose me. You're going to be enemies of the conservative Tian Daoshan faction. Kyoto's layout abolished 2 heavenly beings, the Eastern Kingdom's plan destroyed 1 heavenly being, and in the Battle of Southern Xinjiang, nearly 10 heavenly beings died. More than 10 heavenly beings have died at the hands of the Yang family. If Tiandao Mountain were to come, it would be perfect. I had intended to eliminate all heavenly beings. After all, Yuan Zhang, Genie Zhang, and punishments have always believed that what this world needs is the rule of law, not just coughing and coughing, and that it is a great disrespect. In short, heaven and man live in seclusion and I don't care, but they are also human beings. If someone breaks the law, I must take care of them. If there is no heavenly being to stop the great calamity, how can you stop it? A great tribulation that can be stopped by a few heavenly beings is not considered a great tribulation. On the contrary, I think if there is a great tribulation, it should also be regarded as a chaotic world of heavenly beings. If you lived in seclusion, I don't think anything would happen. It seems that the next one is me. Unfortunately, our clan still couldn't find the Dragon Chi. However, I think the Dragon Chi is much better on you than on Chaolong or the Dakian royal family. Senior, don't worry. I have no intention of doing anything for you, after all, you are different from those heavenly beings. Oh, what do you mean by that? Or perhaps I still have value in using it. Senior, it's good that you stay at the Yang family these days. After all, the Yang family is also considered a powerful family in the capital city and will not neglect you, Senior. Madam Husband, I don't care about matters related to heaven and man. It's just that the King of Qin has been waiting for you for a long time. There are some things you need to make a decision on early. After all, your son is the family and the country. Madam, don't worry, I know in my heart. I told you a long time ago that home is the most important thing to me. At the critical moment of Yang Gong's country's life and death, please have Yang Gong take over military power and save me, Dakian. Your Highness, what are you going through? I have twice wanted to pacify the world and protect the prosperity of Dakian for 100 years. Yang Shui, the country is in danger. His Royal Highness the King of Qin has invited us out. Yeah, now that the country is like this, we old brothers from the East still need to take action. Yang Shui, come out of the mountains. Your Highness actually brought them all over. Yang Gong, I sincerely want to hand over the military power to you. With these old generals, I believe you can quickly control the army, and I assure you that I will not ascend to the throne and become emperor if the situation is unstable. Do you know that if I stand with my son, then you? If Yan Gong betrayed Deqian, it would be the end of Deqian's power. And when Father Emperor was alive, he once said that if it weren't for Yan Gong, Deqian would have died long ago, so Deqian owes Yan Gong. Okay, I promise your highness. All the country and state have been handed over to Yan Gong. I won't say much about the national crisis. Tomorrow, the military camp of the Forbidden Army officially begins its combat conference. Yan Gong, now the king of Chu, has attacked Luzhou. Look, Your Highness, there is no need to rush and send an envoy to persuade surrender. Also, let him know that Yang Yuan has taken over the military power. With this alone, he won't rush to advance. But this won't last long. At most, in 2 days, the king of Chu will send troops to Luzhou. The Luzhou army alone cannot stop the king of Chu's southern army. Of course, it cannot be defended, and besides, I didn't intend to defend Luzhou. These past few days, I have withdrawn all the troops from Luzhou, not only Luzhou, but also Fengzhou. There is no need for them to defend Luzhou. Are you saying that the land of the 2 continents should be given to others for free? The king of Chu is not an external enemy and will not slaughter or oppress innocent people, so handing over the provinces and counties to him will not cause any trouble for the people. Secondly, our military strength is limited. Instead of being consumed by him little by little, it's better to gather all together and fight a decisive battle. Kyoto is easy to defend but difficult to attack. If we want to win Kyoto, it's the only chance. After all, cocoa is from 2 continents. Lao Han, Lao LV, go to the military supply department, Lao Wu, go to the recruitment department, and Lao Qian, go and send the roster of the band army and various regional armies, as well as the money and grain ledger, to my mansion. It's Yang Shui. Why is it difficult for the young master to come over this time? It's about seizing power with the young lady. Although you are a man, everyone is watching the young lady's achievements. Moreover, how can the descendants of Emperor Hao harm each other? Where did Uncle Fu inherit his family business for his daughter, and don't tell me that other clan elders also think the same way. I naturally support you, after all, you are more like Howdy than Miss, but... Are you serious about taking a half step back? You underestimate the wisdom and determination of the young lady, even watching her beloved marry someone else for the sake of day. So, how could the young lady give you the opportunity to steal the country? There are 1,000 archers here, all of whom are 8th grade or above martial artists, as well as a few scholars from Jixia Academy, and I have 3 broken mirrors. Even if you are at the peak of broken mirrors, you cannot do without them. Fu Lao, what are you doing? Are you trying to take me down? I am the only male descendant of Emperor Hao. If you kill me, you won't be afraid of Emperor Hao cutting off his descendants. I know everything you said, but Miss cannot tolerate you. You can just let me go. If it's not convenient, you can also pretend to be captured by me. After all, your identity is here, and others will definitely be wary. When the time comes, I will take the opportunity to escape. This. Gun Godsister, are you really trying to kill me? The struggle between you and me is a struggle for the throne. Kill your siblings and fight each other. Look at how the Dakian royal family has been killed. You have also seen the young lady's determination, so this time the young master can only have me come to give you a ride. My sister has something to say. In fact, I was forced to inherit the throne. I have no intention of inheriting the throne. After you let me go, I will never enter the Central Plains again. I can swear to God. Please take action, Senior. You're welcome. That's what I'm here for. Sister, you're serious. We're blood relatives. Do we really have to do this? It's not true that we have the same mother and forehead. It's just a sign, but... Wow, Uncle Fu, you're serious. Are you really going to kill me? Gun God, you're a warrior. Are you sure you don't want to have a one-on-one fight with me now? Isn't it a bit impolite to fight 2-1? I haven't been a warrior for a long time. You two are both elders. Can you please stop like this? If you can only capture the thief and the king and kill my cousin, then Fu Lao can only follow me. This is also my only chance. You're seeking death by exchanging injuries for guns. Not seeking death. It means that the gun god without a gun can no longer stop me. First, there was a serious injury, and then there were more than one person. In such a situation, even if you are a strong person with broken mirrors, you are still fragile and vulnerable. Not lightly killing the successor, the assassin guards. So you were waiting for me to kill you. Uncle Fu's body will be disposed of by you. The specifications are arbitrary. This is my last bit of respect for this cousin. It's Miss. Young master, it's been a good journey. You shouldn't have come back. When will Uncle Fu release me? Although I am a mirror breaker, I feel very frustrated inside. Maybe there are young ladies around us who can come up with this method to keep you safe, so you can enjoy it secretly. And don't use your identity as a gunslinger anymore. Your death here must have given an explanation to those people in the East. If you change your identity and hide, we will slowly find a way to make you inherit everything from Emperor Hao. Okay, I followed Uncle Fu's arrangement, but now I feel a bit sorry for my cousin. What's so pitiful about a princess and a prince inheriting the throne? This has been the case throughout all dynasties. Without you, she could have become the first empress. If she had you, it would be disrespectful. Are you monitoring everything on Uncle Fu's end? They are all people we trained ourselves, including Yang Jio's people. I just don't understand why you still monitor Uncle Fu even though that person is already dead. Who said that when that person died, Fu Lao and the clan elders thought this trick could deceive me? Hee, they've known each other for so long and still underestimate me. What do you mean, Fu Lao and his team dare to? What is there to be afraid of? The distinction between male superiority and female inferiority, between legitimate and illegitimate? Even the incompetent emperor, De Qian, knows how to choose the wise and establish a money war. Even though he is an illegitimate child, De Qian still has the idea of passing on the throne. From this point of view, these clan elders cannot even compare to the De Qian royal family. If it weren't for you, Qingbang or Liuzhou, who were in danger and tasked with turning the tide, they would have been eliminated by Yang Yuan a long time ago and wouldn't have had the qualification to compete in the world. Yeah, since they're throwing stones into a well, then I'll be heartless. Okay, I'll keep him alive just to see who's on his side. If we find out, it's natural to exterminate everything at once. I want to conquer the land and the backyard must not be chaotic. Chinger, we grew up together since childhood. I know your feelings towards those tribal elders, but promise me that you won't be soft-hearted this time. I understand. Chinger, I must be the only empress in history. There has never been one before, and there will be no future. If given such an opportunity, I will never miss it. Yang Yuan is in charge of troops. Has Yang Yuan, who is in charge of the army, gone crazy? He let Yang Yuan lead the army, but his son is still helping the remnants of Emperor Hao outside. The second son is not crazy, but he took a risk and bet all his wealth on Yang Yuan's loyalty to Daqian. However, Yang Yuan's loyalty. Others may not know, but after experiencing so much, even the fate of the country has been acknowledged. With loyalty like Yang Yuan, who can doubt it? Your Highness, do you know what it means to be an enemy of Yang Yuan on the battlefield? How stunning was the Battle of the Eastern Kingdom back then? You should know that it was his first time truly commanding troops. Afterwards, whether on the battlefield, in the court, or even in the martial arts world, Yang Yuan never lost. Now, he is facing Tianren Yang Yuan and has killed him. No one in Tianren dares to stand up again. But all he has is a broken continental army, including the band army, totaling only 200,000. My southern army is a border army, a tiger and wolf army that can fight against barbarians. I only need 80,000 yuan to defeat him. The 200,000 continental army, but I have 300,000. Uncle Fong, I can't lose this time. Even if my opponent is Yang Yuan, I will step on his shoulder and sit on the throne. Someone here. Your Highness. Ask the messenger to reply and inform the world that Yang Jiao, the son of Yang Yuan, conspired with the descendants of Emperor Hao to plot against the king of Qin, assassinate his elder brother, and frame the Prince Yu. The crime is unforgivable. If there are any treacherous officials within the court, they will raise an army to attack them. The legitimate ruler of the world, the third son of the late Emperor Daqian, will serve as the ruler of the world. The ruler of Fengtian will face a difficult battle. It's Your Highness. Your Highness, this is. If Yang Yuan's troops are not strong enough to capture the two continents of Lu and Feng first, he will not entangle with me on these two continents. He will definitely choose to retreat to Kyoto. Then we will take advantage of the situation and attack the two continents first to establish our military morale. It's just that, Your Highness, if we were to capture these two continents, it would be on the side of the remnants of Emperor Hao. Don't worry about the money. War is also a father's bloodline and a great prince. He won't watch helplessly as the remnants of Emperor Hao sit and harvest fishermen. Qian Zhan can't escape from the eastern country at all. It doesn't matter. The Jinbei army has arrived and the killing of the new emperor is one of the reasons. I think the leak of military information in the eastern region is actually targeted at the Jinbei army. Oh, I understand now. If the eastern country doesn't break through the eastern border, then the northern army will still be gathering strength in the northern border. If they regain their vitality and compete for the throne, there will be no point because whoever the northern army leads can become the emperor. The strategy of laying out the military situation in the eastern border but targeting the northern army's Lao Qi seems a bit like Yang Jiao's move. Lao Qi, do you mean that he leaked military information? That's why I said we can't let him take power no matter what. If it weren't for Yang Jiao, then Qian Zhan would be sitting high on the throne now. It should be Lao Qi who stirred up the wind and rain. Since you relinquished your military power and the late emperor appointed you to take charge of the brocade robe, I never imagined the day when I could still watch you go to the battlefield. I never thought about the day when they would let me take control of the military power with peace of mind in the Daqian royal family. I didn't originally want my wife to worry, but now that the military power is in my hands, no matter what I say, I still want to help my son. Do you know what your son wants to do? Don't you? If I really decide to stand opposite him, then that girl won't be able to leave Kyoto. Moreover, if the king of Chu and his southern army were to join forces with the forbidden army of the king of Qin, they would not be able to defeat them with that young man's family background. So that's your plan, but this way, your reputation. I am in charge of various countries in the eastern region. If I marry you, the emperor will fear me. If I wear brocade clothes, the courtiers will fear me. If I have dragon chi, the heavens and men will fear me. Yang Yuan, never afraid of others mistaking me, never cared about reputation. My husband has always been the most outstanding man in the world. Oh, didn't you always think I was a coward before? When did you think that way? The moment you married me, Zhao Ruru's man must be the best in the world because of me. Kyoto Imperial Bodyguard's office. Gentlemen, I'm back. Finally, I saw Yang Shui put on his armor. Yeah, it's okay that he's in good health. Otherwise, I would be afraid that I wouldn't see the moment when Yang Shui put on his armor again before I die. I have met Yang Shui before. Hi, you sister. I feel a bit uncomfortable being so distant from you like this. In the past, when you saw me appear, you would tease me a few times, or maybe you don't want to have children with me anymore. You have done too many things in the past few months that I will never be able to achieve in my lifetime. Lu Yin'er and Shengwan Li are such identities. What else can I compete with them for? What qualifications do I have? Before, I could still rely on force, but now you are a top-tier powerhouse. Let me ask, does Sea Fishing Sister really like me, or is it because of vested interests? How could a woman not like me, a man like you? I fell in love with you from the moment you accepted Hymen. Hi, you sister, your Hymen is holding onto my navy, Shanzhou, and you have been managing most of my assets in your hands. You can completely lift your head. And you said you wanted to have a child for me, you can't go back on your word. Are you really willing for me to have a child for you? Of course, madam, it's better to have more of this kind of thing, and aren't you just competing for the position of concubine? Of course, I have to accept it. Okay, I almost forgot. Don't say that you came to Shengshan's house just to stay with me for a while. I don't believe it. Nowadays, the border turmoil no longer poses a threat to the Central Plains. The assassination of 2 generations of emperors in the Dacian royal family was a natural phenomenon just a few days ago, and now the hearts of the people are shaking. If we want to replace them, this will be the best opportunity. Your goal is a money war. Smart, I'll block Qianzhan and Yin'er. From now on, the world can be settled in Kyoto. Should we use that army? I provided them with the best equipment and scientific training, including steel, gunpowder, crossbows, and horses. As soon as I arrived at Shanzhou, I was assembling them and it was time for them to play their due role. It's no problem for them to come out and block Qianzhan, but Qianzhan has Tianren by his side. Oh my God, it's been so long since I arrived here. It's time for Xie Xiaoxia to come down the mountain, isn't it? Xie Fengjun, how is this possible? How old is he? How could he possibly enter the realm of heaven and man? And how long has he just broken the mirror? Yes, there are always some incomprehensible geniuses in this world. It's been 7 days since Dongfang City was taken, and we haven't been able to capture Yangzhou City yet. I have no doubt that we can take it in just 7 more days, but the Jinbei army is already on their way and they can arrive in no more than 3 days. No matter what, we can't avoid the Jinbei army. Even if we invade the Central Plains, we still have to confront the Jinbei army. It's just a matter of sooner or later, isn't it? If we fight against the Jinbei army, even if we win, what extra strength do we have to continue capturing the Central Plains? The Central Plains Civil War is not just about defeating the remnants of the Jinbei army, but also about being vulnerable to defeat. Previously, I was able to obtain the Eastern Defense Map, so when the Jinbei army takes over the battlefield, I have a way to make them disintegrate from within. What are you saying? Are you saying that you have insiders in the upper echelons of the Central Plains? Even the higher echelons in the court cannot defeat the Jinbei army from within. No, it's not a certain official who colluded with you, but a prince who is trying to seize the throne. You and that prince have achieved some undisclosed goals. It's true to be you, but there's no need to explain these words. After all, you should also be aware of what they mean. But why should I believe you or take a step back and say that even if I can believe you, how could that prince let foreign enemies invade? I don't want the Eastern Kingdom to become a pawn on their path to the succession of the great Qian royal family. I cannot withstand failure more than you. You are very aware of the situation in our Yaoyang Kingdom. If I fail, it will be irreparable. As for the Crown Prince, he naturally has his own calculations, but they are more important than calculating people's hearts. Who in this Eastern Kingdom can compare to me? Okay, now you're the leader of the Eastern Alliance. I'll listen to you, but this time the Eastern Alliance can't afford to fail either. I understand. Please supervise, Senior. On the first day of Kuei, Xiao Wang still had many supporters among the Eastern Alliance. Now that we have suffered repeated setbacks, even the Northern Army is approaching. The morale of the army is indeed somewhat unstable. Not only unstable, but many countries have already planned to retreat. After all, the Jinbei army is already despairing enough, and now with the addition of the Northern Rome. It's Kuei show. Take a look. Tell the Yu King the positions of those kings, especially the Tianshao King, and ask him to find a way to assassinate them all. This is also an achievement for him. I understand that the power to assassinate the king is naturally more concentrated in your hands, and their army will not give up avenging the king. I have to leave everything to you because I am also on the list of assassins this time and will be seriously injured and dying for a long time. I won't be able to lead military and political affairs for a long time, but when I recover, Yaoyang will be the Eastern Kingdom. It's under my command. This is just the first rifle champion, that guy is my second step. Unfortunately, Yang Jiao should be trying to find a way to deal with Qianzhan now. Otherwise, the last time Dongwu won my son, now that I have the Central Plains as my target, I would like to see how he can defeat me. You have reached the realm of heaven and man. It's just a pseudo-heaven and man. We specialize in the realm of the heavenly way and travel thousands of miles day by day, but it's difficult to enter the realm of heaven and man and ascend to the blue